9 provinces, 1, Group Medicine Master, at Roaming Cloud Monk Tong Xian, Great Master Tong Xian, 14 years ago Cave Exploration, Vajra Foundation Fist Technique, True Self-Meditation Scripture, lend it to me once. Price, discuss next time. Song Shuhang stood beside Medicine Master and watched him enter this string of words, and felt anxious for him. Even if punctuations were included it was close to 50 words, and Medicine Master spent 5 minutes repeatedly writing and deleting. He even wrote to the point where his forehead was covered with sweat. At this moment, Shuhang finally understood why Medicine Master shortened his messages in the chat group. But if writing was so tiring, why didn't he just use voice? As soon as Medicine Master sent this message, 9 provinces, 1, group quickly became lively. North River's loose practitioner joked, "Huh. Brother Medicine Master requested the use of 2 foundation techniques. Could it be that you want it for little friend Shuhang's 100 days of foundation building? These 2 techniques are really decent. Could it be that Brother Medicine Master has been fed the soup of bewitchment by little friend Shuhang like Soft Feather had been?" Spiritual Butterfly Island's Soft Feather speedily sent a pouting emoticon, "Senior North River, I definitely wasn't fed soup, Guan Tang. Enema, Guan Chan." Mad Saber 3 Waves was very excited, because Soft Feather's father finally stopped tormenting him, and left for Spiritual Butterfly Island yesterday. He had been stifled for so many days. The moment he saw the words fed soup, his brain immediately had many crude jokes bubble up. How fantastic! He immediately prepared to shoot a few into the chat group. Don't invite death, Brother 3 Waves. North River's loose practitioner once again reminded, right now you can log into a chat account simultaneously using a cell phone and a computer. What if Soft Feather's father was logged into her account right now via his phone? Mad Saber's 3 Waves expression immediately changed, and he quickly returned to lurking. Oh my god, I actually forgot about this. With Spiritual Butterfly's respected sage's abilities, if he finds out that 3 Waves dared to make a crude joke like Enema, Guan Chang, to his daughter, he would definitely jump off the plane and return to torment him. Medicine Master laughed out loud, and his fingers swiped on the phone's screen at lightning speeds. However, only after a long while did he manage to post these words, "High-grade mutated poison dragon grass, worth it." Roaming Cloud Monk Tong Xian got online, and first sent a smiley. Soon after, he sent an image of a small sword. "Alright." Medicine Master replied. The exchange between these 2 was simply baffling. Spiritual Butterfly Island's Soft Feather, "Dear seniors, are Vajra Foundation Fist Technique and True Self-Meditation Scripture very good? This is a technique from Vajra Temple from 800 years ago. Although it was for their disciples to build their foundation, the Vajra Foundation Fist Technique has a might that rivals a first-stage martial technique. Amongst foundation building techniques, it can be considered to be quite good." North River's loose practitioner explained, "It's a pity that the Vajra Temple had already lost all inheritors, and faded away into the rivers of history. Many profound techniques were lost." Medicine Master nodded in a satisfied manner, then went offline, and turned off the phone's display. Next, he walked to the dormitory's balcony, lifted his hand and pointed a finger towards the sky. Song Shuhang curiously watched his actions, without any idea of what he was about to do. Very quickly, 10 minutes passed. Medicine Master maintained that pose motionlessly, as if he was a sculpture. Song Shuhang was thinking of walking up to ask him what was going on. At this time, Medicine Master's eyes shone, he released a light groan from his mouth, and a scarlet light began to emit from the finger he pointed towards the sky with. To be honest, that posture looked cool. But in Song Shuhang's eyes, Medicine Master's finger was like a piece of heated iron, like a movie character that accidentally smashed his finger with a hammer, and had his finger turned big and red from special effects. "Alright, it's settled." Medicine Master proudly smiled. Song Shuhang expressed bewilderment. Medicine Master saw the look of bewilderment on Shuhang's face, and explained, I just set coordinates with Great Master Tong Xian. In 4 to 5 hours, Great Master Tong Xian would be able to have the Vajra Foundation fist technique and true self-meditation scripture sent over. Great Master Tong Xian is also coming over? Song Shuhang asked. Nope, what would he come here for? I've already set coordinates with him, so he can just use a flying sword to send the books. Medicine Master proudly said. Oh. Song Shuhang nodded. A scene appeared in his mind. In the deep old forest, a senior monk who had achieved the Tao, silently smiled, drew out a short sword from his monk's robe, then tied a bundle onto the short sword. Several secret martial arts manuals were contained inside. Some kind of secret martial arts manual, it should be of the thread-bounded type, or even the more ancient kind of animal skin scroll would be acceptable. Then, the senior monk aimed his finger at the sky, and linked coordinates with a far-away old friend. After that, the senior monk slapped the short sword, and with a whoosh, the short sword charged towards the sky with the bundle, looking dashing and unrestrained. So awesome, flying sword book transfer. What stage of strength do I need to be able to use a sword to fly? Song Shuhang secretly envied in his heart. Flying using a sword, compared to this, sitting on a plane is nothing. The skies are forever a man's romance. Let's go, we'll first find a place to stay off campus, then refine a batch of body-tempering liquid. Do you want to bring your induction cooker and hot pot with you? Medicine Master inquired. Song Shuhang was conflicted for a long time, but in the end he still dragged out his black suitcase, and placed the 2 items inside. After all, he was adept at using this induction cooker and hot pot. Furthermore, if the place they find doesn't have a stove or a hot pot, or if the stove and hot pot were of a different brand, it might very well cause his refinement of the body-tempering liquid to fail. Next, he opened up his storage cabinet, intending to take out a set of body-tempering liquid's medicinal ingredients. Little friend Shuhang, you need not bring medicinal ingredients. Since it was I who called you for help, the medicinal ingredients required for this will naturally be covered by me. Medicine Master quickly stopped Shuhang. What a joke, no matter how you put it, he was still a pill master with some reputation. After inviting someone to help test a pill recipe, if he still needs that someone to bring out his own medicinal ingredients, wouldn't others laugh their heads off? Song Shuhang silently nodded, and locked the cabinet back up. This wasn't the time for him to show off, as he only had 32 sets of medicinal ingredients. According to Senior North River, these 32 sets of medicinal ingredients could very possibly be insufficient to meet the requirements for his 100 days of foundation building. Therefore, he should save when he could. He pulled his little suitcase, and asked while walking, let's go, when it comes to renting an apartment, do you have any demands? Medicine Master replied, a quiet place, with good soundproofing. Otherwise it would require a sound barrier array, which is more troublesome. Song Shuhang looked at his own wallet, and calculated his living expenses. Mommy Song sent him 3,000 RMB every month for expenses. After all, life wasn't like how it was 2 decades ago. In the past, college students only needed 1,000 RMB to live lavishly. In this situation where I don't have a part-time job, I'll just rent an apartment for the short period of a month. For around 500 to 600, should be able to rent a small apartment. Song Shuhang mumbled. Medicine Master was immediately against this suggestion. Wouldn't a 500 a month apartment be too small? At the very least, it must be a stand-alone, large apartment building. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to put down my pill furnace. Stand-alone? It also needs to be humongous. Senior, you're referring not to a flat, but a whole apartment building? Song Shuhang forced a smile and answered, renting an apartment building could be over 10,000 a month. I don't have that kind of money. I would naturally be paying. There's no such thing as having you pay when I'm asking for your help. Medicine Master quickly stopped him. As a senior, how could he let a junior spend so much money for him? Alright then, let's properly go find one. This close to the school, there really aren't many large standalone apartment buildings. Once Zhao Shuhang thought about renting a huge standalone apartment building, the type that costs tens of thousands a month, his heart began to ache. But at the same time, there was something he was puzzled by. By the way, senior, do you guys have a job like ordinary people for financial resources? Zhao Shuhang had been thinking for the past few days that since the people in the group didn't cut themselves off from the rest of the world, use things like cell phones, computers, the internet, and modern goods, they wouldn't use something like gold bars to pay, right? Of course we have our own sources of finance, we aren't cut off from the world after all. I'm not very clear as to the other sources of financing, but my profession of being a pill master itself satisfies my day-to-day needs of money. Medicine Master nodded as he answered. When he spoke to her, he looked at Zhao Shuhang, then asked with a smile, "What's up? From your tone, you seem to be distressed over money in the mortal world?" Zhao Shuhang nodded honestly. After coming into contact with cultivation, I realized that I may need a lot of money. At the very least, I had been considering since yesterday whether or not I should rent a room outside of the school to protect the secret of being a cultivator and for the convenience of refining pills. But, in order to rent a house, I have to consider how to obtain the money required. He shamefully talked about his thoughts of taking up a part-time job. Chapter 42 Altar Master who was scared silly. It makes sense that you chose to be a loose cultivator. Early on there are many things needed from the mortal world. In the future, no matter if it's the bodybuilding equipment, a place for cultivation, or medicine ingredients that can be bought from normal people, they all need large amounts of money from the mortal world. After all, in the phrase, wealth, companion, fortune, land, wealth comes first. Medicine Master guffawed. Of course, the wealth he referred to was not normal money. It referred more to natural treasures, precious medicinal herbs, high-quality medicine pills, and divine weapons commonly used among cultivators. I don't know how the others in the group make money, but I can impart my method to you. Nevertheless, riches of mortal world are not indispensable for me. Medicine Master laughed. After you are successful with foundation establishment, I'll teach you a few ways to refine liquefied pills that are useless to cultivators but very useful for normal people. When the time comes, I'll teach you how to act like a pretentious prick. Oh no, I meant make boatloads of money. Zhao Shuhang's eyes glimmered. Then, senior, what do I need to do for you? Shuhang knew the customs of the group. Reciprocation comes after a favor. Even yesterday, when Northern River's loose cultivator wanted to gift him a foundation establishment technique, it was an investment. Little friend Shuhang is so quick to learn the ways of exchange of the 9 provinces #1 group. Medicine Master laughed. Speaking of those years when I established my money-making route, it wasn't for money, but mainly for acquiring 20 different types of deep-sea medicinal herbs every year. Afterwards, you'll be responsible for refining some for trade. At that time, just give me the 20 ingredients and 40% of the mundane riches you receive from the other side every year, the leftover 60% will count as the payment for employing you. As for the details, we'll talk more after you're successful with foundation establishment. Zhao Shuhang did not know how much the 60% Medicine Master referred to was. He gladly accepted Medicine Master's terms. The two talked while walking. Soon, they arrived at the small alley in auspicious street area where someone was saving a damsel in distress yesterday. Medicine Master stopped all of a sudden. Then, he quickly turned his head towards the very back end of the alley, his fierce gaze like a sharp sword that could pierce through one's soul. What's the matter? Senior, perplexed, Zhao Shuhang asked. A moment later, Medicine Master turned and smiled. Nothing, just some annoying stalkers. Every time I go out, there's always someone who likes to send his or her junior after me. They're either looking for a chance to cotton up to me, wanting me to help refine some medicine pills, or they're seeing if I'm looking for some precious medicinal herbs, hoping to pick up scraps from me. It's precisely because these idiots are too annoying that every time I find a place to dig herbs, even the most normal morning dew mysterious grass will be transplanted. I'm not going to leave them a single hair. As it turned out, Medicine Master was a human-shaped treasure-discovering device? Always finding a place with medicinal herbs? Otherwise, why would there be people who specially follow him to pick scraps? It seemed that Medicine Master had a huge grudge against stalkers. In the depths of the small alley, a shadow lay weakly against the wall, both hands trembling as he took out a cigarette, silently lighting it. It was none other than the Altar Master whose life experiences could be compiled and made into a tragedy piece. What a scary presence, this is already the pressure brought on by difference in quality of true qi. The instant Medicine Master glared at him, he felt as if he was almost going to die. Altar Master had followed Song Shuhang's trail to arrive at Jiangnan area. He wanted the ghost spirit, which Song Shuhang and Soft Feather each had one of. But, forget about the one Soft Feather had. That girl traveled a great distance to take away the ghost spirit, as if she'd vowed to get it. Moreover, that girl was powerful, and came from an affluent family. Altar Master thought that even if he knelt and gave away all his property, that girl would not bat an eye. Obtaining the ghost spirit from her was practically impossible. As for robbing it up front, the Altar Master never considered it. He felt that even if 10 of him were to go at once, it wouldn't even suffice for a beating from that girl. Contrarily, that mysterious and profound Senior Song did not seem to care much for the ghost spirit. At that time, it was under Soft Feather's constant requests that he accepted it. Perhaps this Senior Song was so powerful that he turned his nose up at the ghost spirit. In that case, maybe he did have a chance to trade for the ghost spirit with him. The Altar Master had a slither of hope left inside, secretly sending men after Song Shuhang. He also instructed his subordinates to gather intel on Senior Song, to see if this senior had any needs, so that he can cater to his likes and trade back the ghost spirit. One day later, Senior Song's personal information was sent by the subordinates to the Altar Master. Song Shuhang, male, 18 years old. Jiangnan College Mechanical Engineering Faculty, School of Machinery Design and Manufacturing, new student of 19th Department 43rd class, graduated from Linluo First Middle School. Now lodging in Jiangnan College Town. A very ordinary youth. The personal profile also noted that he had no priors, and was a student who liked helping others. When the Altar Master saw the mysterious Senior Song's profile, he was utterly shocked. He was not seeing wrong, right? Maybe he was dazzled. This profile, was it really a cultivator's profile? Not a normal human male college student's? This profile's fake? That was the first thought that came to his mind. He stared at this profile for a long while. The 2-inch photo on the profile, which depicted a youth with a warm smile, was without a doubt that Senior Song's countenance. The Altar Master held the report on Song Shuhang, lost in thought. Inside his brain was a spectacular mess, hundreds of thousands of thoughts appearing. At last, he chose to personally tail Song Shuhang. He wanted to confirm whether there was a mistake in his subordinates' information. So, was Song Shuhang a powerful cultivator or a mere mortal? If this Senior Song was really a mere mortal, taking back the ghost spirit would be as easy as turning one's hand. At that moment, Altar Master made a fierce vow in his heart. If this Song Shuhang was truly a mere mortal, he would pull out his veins and skin him, then extract his soul and turn it into a resentful ghost. That was the only way to dissolve the hatred he felt from being terrified for several days. And so, he personally rushed to Jiangnan College Town. When he arrived at Jiangnan area, he happened to see Song Shuhang walk with a fashionable shammate man. He tailed them very carefully, diligently hiding his presence. After all, before he confirmed whether Song Shuhang was a powerful senior or a mere mortal, he needed to be more conscientious. He felt that he was hiding well, for Song Shuhang and the Shamate man didn't notice him at all. First, he would observe Song Shuhang for a few days, then find a chance to test and see whether Song Shuhang was a cultivator or a mere mortal. Or so he thought. However, just as he thought he was well hidden, the Shamate man walking alongside Song Shuhang turned and glared at him. Those smoky-eye makeup eyes were as sharp as a sword. That gaze was like a male eagle at the top of the clouds looking down superciliously at a group of plump quails in a grass nest. Or, as if a primordial demon sneering at the ant at its fingertips. Absolutely terrifying. Where did this guy come out from? The altar master was originally a cowardly and cautious man. For someone like him, the longer he lived, the more cautious and cowardly he became. He had been scared silly. After smoking a cigarette, altar master's trembling hands gradually calmed. No matter how afraid, he still had to face what he had to face. After forcefully extinguishing the cigarette, altar master forced himself to calm down. This time, once I get the ghost spirit back, I'll return home in the northernmost land to properly cultivate. However, I should first wait for Song Shuhang and the scary Shamate man to separate, then look for an opportunity to make a move. Song Shuhang took Medicine Master around Auspicious Street, and they looked at dozens of different houses. It was a pity that there wasn't a single one that Medicine Master would give a passing mark to. Song Shuhang didn't know what kind of house Medicine Master was specifically looking for either. If it's really not possible to find one this close to the university, then let's walk around the other districts, Song Shuhang thought. At this moment, Medicine Master had finally discovered a house that satisfied him. That was a brand new house, a 3-room style mansion with 5 floors inclusive of a fence and front and back yards. The design was intricate and with a glance, one could tell that plenty of heart and effort had gone into decorating it. It's a good house. However, this house didn't seem to be up for rent. This is it, let's rent this house. Medicine Master heartily laughed. Please wait, Senior, this house isn't up for rent, this is someone's private property. Song Shuhang called out. But Medicine Master simply wouldn't listen to his explanation. He laughed as he dragged Song Shuhang up to the house, and pressed on the doorbell. Coming. A rough and deep voice sounded. Very soon after, the door opened, and a bald and plump middle-aged man popped out and looked toward Song Shuhang and Medicine Master. He stared at Medicine Master's mohawk hairdo for a long while, and doubtfully inquired, "Delivery?" "No, we want to rent this house." Medicine Master got straight to the point. The middle-aged man stiffened as the corners of his mouth twitched. But he still politely replied, "I'm sorry, but my family members are living in this house. Also, my family doesn't really like to live with strangers, so I have no plans to rent it out." "You don't like to live with strangers? That's fantastic." Medicine Master joyfully replied, "Me too. I don't like to live with strangers under the same roof either. So, how about you all move out and rent the entire building to me? Just name your rental price, I will definitely not bargain with you." Medicine Master's words feels were very spank-worthy. Song Shuhang covered his face, forcing the house's owner to move out, then renting the house from him. Wouldn't that mean the house's owner would have to sleep on the streets? With such a spank-worthy method of requesting to rent, how could it possible to rent the house? As expected, veins bulged on the forehead of the uncle who owned the house. Without any warmth on his face, he said, "I am sorry, but I'm not lacking any money, so I will not be renting the house. Please find another house somewhere else, goodbye." To be able to endure even at such a time, this meant that the uncle who owned the house was a gentleman with good upbringing. If Shuhang was in his shoes, he felt that he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure it. At the very least he would have to scold him for being a retard or something. "Hey, please consider again. Money really isn't an issue." Medicine Master still did not want to give up. In his mind, Song Shuhang could already see the uncle explode in a rage and chase them away. He hurriedly grabbed Medicine Master, preparing to forcefully drag this senior away. Through some unimaginable means, eventually Medicine Master and Song Shuhang moved into this 3-room style 5-story house. Oh wow, sure enough a standalone house fits the bill, the size is also just right. After breaking down all the walls on one floor it could become a good pill refining room. Medicine Master toured around the house floor by floor while nodding in a satisfied manner. But, all we initially needed was to rent a single room, Song Shuhang grumbled. In the mortal world, everything has a price. For items that you cannot buy, most of the time it wasn't that the items could not be sold but rather, you did not own enough funds. The same goes for this house with 5 floors and 3 rooms per floor. Even if the owner had put in a lot of effort to have it made for him and his family to stay in, once Medicine Master made an irresistible offer, the middle-aged uncle who was angry to the point where he had his veins bulging out and was in a mood to fight had his face change like a mask performance in a Beijing opera, instantly changing from stormy clouds to starry skies. After that, the uncle very happily handed over the contract for the house and the land, the keys to the gate and front door, as well as decided on a date he would sign the papers with Medicine Master for the transfer. After that, the uncle's whole family moved out in a span of 2 hours. Their efficiency was amazing. That's right, it was bought. Medicine Master straightforwardly bought the whole house. To be rich, was to be able to do anything you want. Don't sweat the small details, the most important thing is to have a suitable pill refining room. We can now begin pill concocting. Medicine Master laughed, took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom, poured out a pill and tossed it to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang caught the pill, and was visibly bewildered. This is a seclusion grain pill, it is a substitute for food, one of the daily essentials for cultivators. As your future cultivation becomes more profound, going into closed-door cultivation would often require months or even years, even decades are possible. But cultivators also need to eat, and this is where the seclusion grain pill comes into play. By keeping it in the mouth, the medicinal power would endlessly flow out. This one here is of the lowest quality, but for you, this seclusion grain pill would be enough to substitute a whole month of meals. Medicine Master explained with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang felt warmth in his heart. Medicine Master remembered that he hadn't had lunch yet. It seemed like Medicine Master, who looked rough and crazy, was actually a very considerate person. Medicine Master, don't mention it, suck on it for a while and when you're full we'll go refine the body tempering liquid. Song Shuhang placed the seclusion grain pill into his mouth, and was immediately filled with sweetness. At the same time, the hunger he felt in his stomach vanished into thin air. A moment later, he even had the urge to burp. If you feel full, take it out, otherwise you'll be overnourished. In addition, before the seclusion grain pill is completely used up, it could be used repeatedly. Keep it well, perhaps you'll have use for it in the future. Medicine Master added, stuff refined by him had best before dates that were calculated in hundreds of years, there's no need to worry about his medicines going bad. Song Shuhang understood him, he took it out of his mouth and packed it away. Thank God I didn't swallow it. I was just pondering over whether this seclusion grain pill was like those in the movies. Once swallowed, there wouldn't be a need to eat or drink for a whole month. But it seems like swallowing it could cause death by overnutrition. Induction cooker, no problem. Hot pot, okay. The 45 types of medicinal ingredients for the body tempering liquid were already placed in front of Song Shuhang, in accordance to the order and the recommended weight. Just like how you first tried to refine, begin. Medicine Master said, don't be too pressured, and don't worry about failing, I have plenty of medicinal ingredients for refining the body tempering liquid. Song Shuhang shyly smiled, then closed his eyes to recall his first attempt at refining the body tempering liquid. As it was something that just happened yesterday, and was also his first time refining it, every step he took was still clear in his mind. First add water. He added a ladle of water into the hot pot. He then added the slices of ginseng, and let it boil for 5 minutes. Next was the goji berries, then he let it boil for another 5 minutes. When the third ingredient, morning dew mysterious grass, was inserted, Shuhang no longer followed the 5-minute rule. He began to examine every change in detail inside the pot, then started increasing the heat level from the induction cooker. Medicine Master pinched his chin as he watched Song Shuhang's every move. He maintained silence to avoid breaking Shuhang's concentration. Even though I was mentally prepared for this, I'm still unable to relate little friend Shuhang's actions to pill refining at all. Medicine Master regretfully thought. Fortunately, he was a considerably progressive pill master. If the more old-fashioned pill masters found out that Song Shuhang used a hot pot and an induction cooker to refine pills, they would probably be angered to the point of their livers hurting. In addition, modernizing the pill furnace is also something that must be planned ahead of time. At the very least, when refining pills that do not require pill flame or other special flames, using modern appliances would be way more effective for heat control. Medicine Master inwardly thought. Like Song Shuhang, who was right in front of him, just by pressing a few buttons the heat can be perfectly controlled. This was something the old-fashioned pill furnace could not do. Even if a fire control treasure was used, it wouldn't be as easy as this. At this time, with the aid of the ice pearl, Song Shuhang once again entered a mode of heightened concentration. In his eyes, other than the body-tempering liquid which was in the midst of refinement, there was nothing else. Medicine Master's eyes revealed admiration. Although he's a little old, Song Shuhang might actually have great talent at refining pills. Time was a priceless consumable. Whether you want it or not, it was always being consumed. As they were busy on pill refining, the time passed. It was close to 3:30 p.m. when Song Shuhang was about to finish refining of body-tempering liquid. Just like yesterday, when they put the 41st medicinal herb in, the body-tempering liquid in the hot pot changed. With the experience from the last time, this time, Song Shuhang added the water calmly. After a short while, he threw fresh Overlord branch, sliced 9 scarlet flame bamboo, deep sea cold crystal, and core of snow demon into the pot in one go. When the medicinal liquid in the pot was divided into two, Song Shuhang directly turned the temperature to the maximum. With all of these done, Song Shuhang breathed a sigh of relief. Everything went well. It was all coming down to the last few minutes. Oh, yes, he still had to be prepared for the mixture of all bad smells in the world that would be coming soon. 4 minutes later. Boom! The lid of the hot pot was pushed off by high pressure once again, and black smoke squirted out of the hot pot. Soon, an unutterable stench filled the room. Already prepared for it, Song Shuhang held his breath ahead of time. Although the stench still somehow invaded his sense of smell from different parts of his body, he could alleviate the stench to a certain extent by holding his breath ahead of time. Yuck! What's this smell? With great strength, Medicine Master already had his 5 senses greatly improved. In particular, his sense of smell was about 300 times keener than that of ordinary people. This strange stench poured into his mouth and nose, and Medicine Master felt he was not himself anymore. Fu*K, this smell was as lethal as a biological weapon. Smelling this, an ordinary person would turn pale, vomit with nausea, fall to the ground, and froth at the mouth. If he were not strong enough, or didn't frequently suffer from the bad odors from failure of pill refining, he would be forced onto his knees when the stench came. If the smell is extracted, it will be a nightmare for first-stage cultivators who had open nose aperture and second-stage true masters who can't control their sense of smell yet, muttered Medicine Master. He clapped his hands, raised a gust of wind, and drove away the stinking black mist. Even if I've smelled it once, I still can't get used to it. I feel like I won't have any appetite in the next few days. Song Shuhang also complained. Have you succeeded? Medicine Master asked. Since the stench has come out, I think it should have been a success. Student Shuhang picked up the hot pot lid. Every time, the lid got pushed off. Even if it was made of reinforced glass, it would be broken sooner or later. Medicine Master pinched his nose, came to the hot pot and observed the situation inside. At the bottom of the hot pot, there was a thin layer of black medicinal paste, transparent and with a strong odor. He crooked a finger, and a drop of medicinal liquid flew off and fell into his mouth. Sensing the medicinal properties of the body-tempering liquid in his mouth, Medicine Master smiled with satisfaction, just as I expected. As estimated by him, the medicinal effect of this body-tempering liquid was half as weak as his simplified version. Normally, the stronger effect a pill had, the better it would be for cultivators. However, the simplest body-tempering liquid would show some unexpected special effect after its medicinal effect was reduced to a certain extent. The old version of the body-tempering liquid had a strong medicinal effect. Even the elite disciples enrolled by sects who wanted to take it had to prepare for it several months or half a year in advance. They had to stimulate their own qi and blood to the limit and adjust their physical state to the best before taking it. Even if any elite disciple of sects wanted to take the body-tempering liquid simplified by Medicine Master, they still had to prepare for it at least 1 month in advance before taking it. However, if the effect of body-tempering liquid was further reduced, the disciples of sects would only need to adjust their physical state slightly before taking it. And then, as their bodies were strengthened after they took the body-tempering liquid, they could take another version of body-tempering liquid of higher quality, which would greatly reduce the time that sects spent on fostering disciples. After all, every minute counted for disciples' foundation establishment. The 2 years between the age of 4 and 6 was the best time for foundation establishment. The sooner a disciple took body-tempering liquid, the better. More importantly, Student Shuhang's refining method of body-tempering liquid didn't require the alchemist doing anything deliberately. They just needed to immediately change the refining step when something got wrong in the 41st step for refining the simplified body-tempering liquid. This method was simply a patch for Medicine Master's simplified body-tempering liquid. It could further improve the formula of simplified body-tempering liquid, and also greatly reduce the expenditure of medicinal herbs. Seeing the satisfied smile on Medicine Master's face, Student Shuhang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Will it help you improve the formula of simplified body-tempering liquid?" "It's not that easy. Your success just proved that it's feasible for me to perfect the formula. I'll still need your cooperation in the next few days, because I need to make some improvements on your refining method." "Great, this trip is worth it." Medicine Master seemed in a good mood. "I will try my best to cooperate with you, Senior," Student Shuhang nodded. Medicine Master nodded satisfactorily, produced a thick notebook from his pocket, and quickly recorded all the data and details of the experiment in it. Called a genius alchemist, he was well known among cultivators. But it was impossible for him to gain the title and fame by doing nothing. From the thick notebook, one could see how much effort and time he had spent on pill refining. And, there were as many as 30 bookshelves in his cultivation cave, which were all stuffed with thick notebooks like this one. Behind every successful genius, there was an incredible amount of sweat shed by that very genius. Student Shuhang looked at Medicine Master, wishing to speak but stopping on a second thought. Finally, he couldn't hold it back. "Senior Medicine Master, you mentioned that the flying sword of Great Master Profound Principle would arrive in about 4 or 5 hours, it should be about the time, shouldn't it? Basic Buddhist fist technique and true self-meditation scripture. The foundation establishment techniques that could genuinely guide him to the world of cultivators." Thinking of these introductory techniques for cultivators, Student Shuhang felt so restless and excited that he wished he could get the books right away. Take it easy. The flying sword of Great Master Profound Principle takes me as the positioning coordinate, so I will feel it when it's going to arrive. Well, let's just go back to your dorm. The positioning coordinate was set in your dorm, so the flying sword will reach there if everything goes well, Medicine Master laughed. Shall we go back now? Song Shuhang asked expectantly. No hurry, I've verified the feasibility of a lot of ideas in my mind when I was watching you refining the body tempering liquid. I need to take them down. Well, if you're in a hurry, you can go back first, and I'll follow you later, said Medicine Master. Song Shuhang nodded. Then, Senior, I'll return to the dorm first to wait for the books. Go ahead, young men always lack patience. As he spoke, Medicine Master reached out and threw a bunch of keys to Song Shuhang. It was the key to the house. Here you are. There are 5 floors in this house, and I don't need that much, so I'll lend the top floor to you. Then, you won't need to rent a house anymore, said Medicine Master without looking up. Anyway, he had bought the house. It was better to do Song Shuhang a favor than just leave the rooms empty. Song Shuhang took over the key without any false pretenses. Thank you, Senior. He really needed a house free from any disturbances, and he had no spare money. It was great that Medicine Master could lend him a room to solve this urgent need, so he would just take it. Remember to lock the door. Medicine Master waved and continued to write in the thick notebook. Song Shuhang walked off at a brisk pace. Of course, he didn't forget to take his induction cooker and hot pot with him, which should be taken back so as not to let his roommates feel suspicious. 5 minutes after leaving Medicine Master's residence, Song Shuhang arrived at the interlaced small alleys of auspicious street area. Then, he blinked a few times, looking at the familiar yet strange scene before him. A dozen or so meters in front of him, there gathered 11 delinquents. They had multicolored hair, rows of earrings, nose rings, lip rings, and all sorts of weird tattoos on their arms. For example, the one with tall physique, hand up against the wall smiling evilly, had a cute yellow duck tattoo on his arm. A short-haired maiden was backed up against the wall by the yellow duck delinquent. Approximately 1.50 meters, short-haired, she was good-looking even without makeup. Due to her small physique, she looked like a high school student. Cute and pretty. At this moment, the short-haired girl leaned against the wall expressionless, her eyes filled with frost. Beauty, aren't you lonely being here by yourself? Wanna play with us big brothers? It's for free, all kinds of fun. It'll feel good, you know. Us big brothers will play with you. There's a good store to the side, it ain't far, and I promise that you'll want to play more and more. All sorts of teasing, and all sorts of taunts. Not only was the scene familiar, even the words were peerlessly familiar. Nowadays, did the delinquents conspire to have similar lines for teasing a girl from a good family? Just like the legend in ancient times, when robbing someone, one must say, "This mountain I paved, this tree I planted. Anyone who wishes to cross, leave your riches on this course." Song Shuhang sighed, kneading his temples. As a youth abiding by 5 virtues, seeing a scene like this, he couldn't just not do anything. Although, the short-haired cute girl not only will not thank him, but might also call him a busybody. However, he still decided to save this girl again, it would just be a slight effort on his part. That was why Song Shuhang should have drowned in good friend cards a long time ago already. Shuhang clenched his fists, and walked forward with large strides. At this time, the short-haired girl noticed him. When the girl with the indifferent expression saw Shuhang, she could finally no longer maintain the cool iceberg-like expression. Nowadays, there really are people that love to poke their nose in other people's business. Annoying, the short-haired girl muttered. Yo? Beauty, what did you just say? You're agreeing to us big brothers? Small yellow duck delinquent smiled evilly and maintained his hand's position against the wall, extending his other hand towards the short-haired girl's face. The short-haired girl sneered, then she reached out her crossed arm as fast as lightning, grabbing the small yellow duck delinquent's head and forcefully yanking his head towards her. This move, does she want to kiss me? What a fiery, passionate chick. Small yellow duck delinquent felt elated, then puckered his lips and got mouthful of saliva, getting ready to savor the little beauty's cold lips. Then, there was no afterwards. A low sonorous thump. Small yellow duck delinquent felt extreme pain on his forehead, as if a hammer had just hit him. His sight went black, and he lost consciousness. Indistinctly, he could feel some liquid running from his nose. Was it caused by the trauma to the head? The short-haired girl, cold as ever, knocked out the small yellow duck delinquent and threw the unconscious him like trash off to the side. When she was not moving, she was like an ice mountain. When she did move, she was a matchless firestorm. Head-butting was an offensive maneuver that was seldom used when men fight, unless one had confidence in one's head's hardness. Otherwise, head-butting usually resulted in both sides suffering. The girl looked provocatively at Song Shuhang, turning up the corners of her mouth. Yellow, oh shit, yellow's down. Don't die, yellow. F*King B** TCH. You'll pay for this. Us brothers will make you understand what heavenly bliss is. The 10 delinquents yelled continuously, wearing malevolent looks, and surrounded the short-haired girl. The short-haired girl sneered, held her fists out in front, and took a short stride with her slender legs, forming a horse stance. It was like flowing clouds and water, elegant yet dashing. Amateurs watch for fun, experts watch for the technique. It was apparent just from the looks of the horse stance that the short-haired girl had solid basic skills, and came from a martial arts background. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang and the majority of the delinquents were bona fide amateurs. All they thought was that the girl's movements were awesome. The short-haired girl's fist was fast as lightning. Her body leaned forward slightly and her delicate fist shot up like fireworks onto the chin of a delinquent in the forefront. The cute fist, normally, would hurt only for a little while even if it hit with full strength on someone's chin. However, the delinquent who was struck flew up into the air along a beautiful parabolic streak, then landed heavily on the ground. The delinquent's eyes retracted, freezing in unison, their mouths agape. No way, how could such a cute girl throw such a scary punch? They froze, but the short-haired girl did not. Her left leg pivoted, and with her right leg, a whip-like kick knocked the delinquent on the right side to the ground. She conveniently stepped on his body with her other foot. With the power of this step, her waist twisted, and her legs clamped on the neck of another delinquent like pincers. Her body spun like a flexible snake, flinging the delinquent away. How was she a delicate and pitiable maiden? She was practically a killing machine with every part of her body for a weapon that could unleash explosive attacks. Even less humanitarian was that this killing machine was on God mode. A little over 10 seconds later, 11 delinquents bit the dust, lying painfully on the ground like corpses. The short-haired girl patted off the non-existent dust on her skin-tight trousers, then glanced at Song Shuhang, raised her head at a 45-degree angle, and snorted. Then, the short-haired girl turned around and arrogantly walked off like a proud cock. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, nodding thoughtfully, so was I really being a busybody? No wonder she got angry the last time. He murmured, speaking of which, seeing as she was backed up against the wall by delinquents 2 days in a row, could she possibly have a special talent or constitution for such a thing? In the distance, the short-haired girl who proudly left froze momentarily. The corners of her mouth twitched, and then she left in a hurry. When the girl had gone far away, Song Shuhang squatted next to the delinquents, and poked at the small yellow duck delinquent with a finger. Small yellow duck delinquent groaned in pain. Good, he's still alive. As long as he's not dead. Song Shuhang nodded in relief, then left at ease. He ultimately was not a good person to the core like a doormat. As long as the delinquents wouldn't die, he was too lazy to call an ambulance for the likes of them. Let them lie on the ground for a while to reflect and remember with their bodies, don't approach and tease any beautiful girl the moment they see one. Maybe the girl could go into God mode in a matter of seconds, right? Besides, Song Shuhang did not have time to waste on these delinquents. He still needed to go back to the dorm, and wait for Great Master Profound Principles Documents Delivering Flying Sword Technique. Documents Delivering Flying Sword Technique, huh? It was a godly skill that appeared only in dreams. Now, it was actually about to appear in front of him. Just what will it be like? Moreover, what will the basic Buddhist fist technique and true self-meditation scripture look like? An unadorned stitch-bound book? A more ancient bamboo scroll? Perhaps a set of silk canvas or a beast skin scroll? All those possibilities seemed marvelous. The only problem was that his dorm mates might already be back. Wouldn't the use of documents delivering flying sword technique be bad? It would be hard to explain if they saw it, right? Back at the dormitory, Song Shuhang opened the door and softly said, "I'm back." Nobody responded to him. Nobody's here? He lowered his head and looked towards the shoe rack. The application for leave he placed there was already gone. His roommates had passed it to the teacher for him. Hasn't class ended? I remember there are 4 classes in the afternoon, but teacher Renshui hadn't been discharged from the hospital since breaking his leg, so there should only be 2 classes this afternoon. Song Shuhang inwardly thought. Could it be that these fellas went to the place Yangda rented off campus again? That would be good as well. Without them here, it would be more convenient to receive the flying sword book transfer, and he wouldn't need to worry about his roommates noticing anything strange. As he thought of that, he took off his shoes and was about to enter the dormitory. At this time, he heard people conversing in the dormitory's bedroom. "Gao Mumu, I beg you, among the people I know you're the only one who has experience with girlfriends." A voice that didn't lean towards either gender but was very crisp sounded. "So? What are you trying to tell me? Keep your distance, you have a very disgusting expression right now. Cut straight to the point, I still have to go out for some matters." Gao Mumu replied. In front of him was a fellow student who wore the uniform of Jiangnan University, multiracial, blonde. From the first glance, she looks like a dashing lady, but when closely examined, Shuhang felt that she looked more like a pretty nisamuzum. Nisamuzum is a Japanese term for an androgynous male who crossdresses like a female in anime/games/manga, with strong mo elements that can even be better than female characters within the series. This was a person whose gender could not be judged just by looking at appearance. Right now, this student of unknown gender wore a face full of desire and dissatisfaction. This student closed in on Gao Mumu while speaking. Gao Mumu stretched his hand out to keep his distance from this student. If it wasn't because this fella was his childhood friend, he would have kicked him a long time ago. "It's like this, I went on a date with Xiao Mei today." This student of unknown gender happily said. Xiao Mei, this seemed like a lady's name. Does this mean this student is a he? Gao Mumu calmly said, "Oh, isn't that great? Then I held hands with her, I'm very happy." The student happily rolled about Gao Mumu's bed, seeming very excited. "Gao Mumu, alright, I can understand your excitement. However, I'm really in a rush, can you cut straight to the point? Gao Mumu, you really don't understand romanticism, so rigid. Which is why despite us being childhood sweethearts, you hadn't managed to pick me up all this time. Our family's seniors obviously bore the thoughts of bringing us together when we were young." The student ridiculed. "Zhugayu, please cut to the point." Gao Mumu massaged his temple with force. "Alright. Actually, because it was my first time going on a date with a girl, I was very nervous. This made my body stiff, so when I held hands with Xiao Mei, I used too much strength and she looked like she was in pain. What a huge failure." Zhugayu became depressed. Gao Mumu didn't know how to reply. "Tomorrow, I've already planned a date with Xiao Mei. This time, I'm prepared to achieve a kiss her. But I've never kissed before, I'm very afraid that when the time comes I might end up hurting her because I hit her teeth with too much force. Zhuge Yu spoke till this point, and her eyes shined as she stared at Gao Mumu. Gao Mumu didn't know why, but his heart slowed down by half a beat. He had a bad premonition as he said, "So you came here to ask me for advice about how to kiss?" "Ah, from a certain angle this is the case. After all, among my close friends, you're the only one who has a girlfriend, you must have kissed numerous times." Gao Mumu nodded, he had no way of denying this. "So let me kiss you, teach me how to kiss, so I have a better experience." Zhuge Yu formed a fist as she said. Wait, did I mishear something?" Gao Mumu shivered all over, he looked at this thick-skinned childhood sweetheart. "Please let me kiss you, the wet French kiss way." Zhuge Yu answered. "I reject. My apologies, I don't do gay things. Furthermore, I already have a girlfriend, please go find something else to practice with, pillows, or a pillar, it's all up to you." Gao Mumu staunchly rejected. "That won't do, I've already tried things like pillows and inflated dolls, but I don't feel a thing. I want to have a real person with moist lips for me to practice. Especially the tangling of tongues, I beg you, Gao Mumu, you're the only one amongst my friends who could help me with this." Zhuge Yu sincerely pleaded. "Then let me direct you to the path of survival. 2 streets away from the school, there are ladies with top-class kissing skills, I can assure you that you'll learn a skill from them that will satisfy your girlfriend." Gao Mumu pointed out a path of survival. "Impossible, I will not cheat on Xiao Mei. Also, I have misophobia." Zhuge Yu rejected and said, "Therefore, please help me, Gao Mumu. Be rest assured, we're so familiar with each other, there won't be a problem. In addition, I even prepared cling film, if you're really shy we could first have a cling film between us as we practice. Even if there's a cling film I still can't help you. Your brain has gone off the deep end, my brain is still normal. You cannot cheat on your girlfriend, does that mean I will allow my girlfriend to be hurt? That's a definite no, give up on this idea." "Hey, wait, what are you doing?" "Woo." Then there was the sound of Gao Mumu fiercely struggling, there was also the sound of things falling. When Student Shuhang heard these, his calves twitched. What the fuck, Gao Mumu's chastity isn't going to be lost, would it? As a good roommate, should he go in to help him now? Or should he wait outside for the assault on Gao Mumu to end, then go in to console him? After some thought, he felt that he should take the middle road, and wait for 2 minutes before going in. When all's said and done, what if Gao Mumu was just being proud? What if he says that he doesn't want it, yet his body reacts very honestly? Wouldn't that mean that I'd be spoiling his happiness? 1 minute later. Student Shuhang's train of thought was still tangled as to whether or not he should enter the room when the room's door was opened. The short-haired blonde Zhuge Yu wore a face of satisfaction, and opened the door with a flushed face. Student Shuhang's eyesight was now fantastic, with a glance he could clearly see the deathly still and spiritless eyes of Gao Mumu, it was like he was toyed to the point that he broke. When Zhuge Yu opened the door, she suddenly noticed Student Shuhang who stood outside the room with a conflicted expression. She was immediately stunned, the pleased smile on her face quickly faded away, redness from being shy crept up her face. She still knows to be embarrassed. "Huh, you guys are done? It's really good to be young and affectionate." Student Shuhang mimicked Medicine Master's loud laughter, trying to gently slide away from that topic to avoid awkwardness. Zhuge Yu's eyes blinked, and revealed a natural and relaxed smile. She stretched a hand toward Student Shuhang for a handshake. "Hi, I'm Zhuge Yu, Gao Mumu's childhood sweetheart." "Hello, I'm Gao Mumu's roommate, Student Shuhang." Shuhang stretched out his hand and lightly shook hands with Zhuge Yu. It was a thin and slender hand, and the palm was very small, there was a higher chance that this was one belonging to a girl. But when he saw Gao Momu who looked like a broken toy lying in the bedroom, he thought, if he was forced to kiss with a girl, he shouldn't be so broken, should he? Therefore Song Shuhang immediately felt in his heart, there was a higher probability that Zhuge Yu was actually a man. Very nice to meet you. This guy Gao Momu is rather prideful, with a very awkward character. I hope you all would take good care of him in the future. Zhuge Yu smiled and said, with the bearing like an unmarried girl of a good family. If one just looked at her current appearance, who would imagine that 1 minute ago she was forcefully kissing Gao Momu, completely breaking him in the process? You're too polite, I've actually been looked after by them more. Song Shuhang replied with a smile. Come to think of it, I seem to have heard the name of student Song Shuhang somewhere before. Zhuge Yu blinked several times while attempting to recall. Song Shuhang, that's unlikely, this is my first time meeting you, student Zhuge Yu. No, my ability to remember is never wrong. I should have heard your name somewhere. Zhuge Yu creased her brows as she strenuously tried to recall. After a moment, Zhuge Yu made a clap and said, I remember now. Student Song Shuhang, have you offended someone recently? What? Why do you ask this? Song Shuhang wondered. Because I saw someone asking around for information on Song Shuhang, a student of Jiangnan College, in the school yesterday at noon. They found out about your class, age, place of residence, and close friends. I felt something was wrong, so I bore this in mind. By the way, I am a member of the school's Department of Public Information. Zhuge Yu smiled. Someone was probing into me? Song Shuhang was stunned. He didn't think he had offended anyone recently. Medicine Master had told him that someone was following him. Maybe someone saw he stayed with Medicine Master, and so investigated about his background while at it. But, Medicine Master just came here this morning. In addition, he had rescued the girl and beaten the bad boys yesterday evening. However, it happened yesterday evening, but these guys were asking about his information yesterday at noon. Song Shuhang really didn't have any clue in regards to this. Anyway, I suggest you'd better be careful nowadays. Maybe someone found you unpleasant to their eyes and is looking for a chance to beat you up. That's all I know. I gotta go. Good luck to you. Zhuge Yu smiled, patted Song Shuhang on the shoulder and left the dorm, humming a tune. Thank you. Song Shuhang said. He would not be afraid if someone was aiming at him. However, the guy was not only probing into him, but also looking into his relatives and friends. It upset him. Anyway, he'd better be careful in the upcoming days. When Medicine Master came by, he would ask him if there was any way to find out who was investigating him. Senior Medicine Master seemed to have a lot of experience in counter-tracking. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Thinking of it, Song Shuhang went into the bedroom. Gao Momu still lay motionlessly like a dead dog, so Shuhang felt worried for him. Gao Momu, are you alright? Shuhang, I was stained, whispered Gao Momu. It's a very inappropriate word to use. You're not a virgin girl from ancient times. Don't speak like this. Song Shuhang patted Gao Momu and took the opportunity to ask, by the way, is that Zhuge Yu a man? Gao Mumu's face suddenly turned white. After a moment, he shook his head bitterly. No, so, is she a girl? Damn it. Why are you posing like a raped girl if you were just kissed by a girl? You know what? You are flaunting it. Song Shuhang patted Gao Momu hard. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. I will never tell your girlfriend about this. Just take it as an unexpected romance, alright? However, Gao Momu looked even more distraught, and he shook his head even harder. What do you mean by shaking your head? Is Zhuge Yu not a girl? Then what is she? Is she a bisexual or a transsexual? Song Shuhang wondered. Neither. How should I put this? You won't understand it. Gao Mumu tilted his head, looking desperate. This guy was simply hopeless. Alright, keep lying then. Song Shuhang patted Gao Mumu on the shoulder. Then he went to the balcony and stared at the sky, humming a tune. Oh, sending books with a flying sword. What it would be like. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. After lying lifelessly for more than 10 minutes, Gao Mumu got up with a numb face. He washed his face and asked, Shuhang, Tubo said he would like to have a few drinks tonight, so he asked us to gather in Yangda's apartment this evening. How about you? Are you free? Song Shuhang thought for a while and answered, no problem, but I have a friend coming over to collect something soon. I might be late, and I'll be there about 6:00. Then I'll go there first, today. I'm gonna get drunk. Gao Mumu looked very distressed. Forgetting about all your troubles by getting drunk? Song Shuhang laughed. Gao Mumu nodded, and pushed open the door of the dorm. I gotta go, remember to come quickly. Okay, no problem. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Time passed. Song Shuhang felt that he must look like a husband-gazing stone statue, staring at the sky filled with anticipation. About 20 minutes later, at 4:07 p.m. Finally, he got a message from Medicine Master on his phone. Little friend Shuhang, the flying sword of Great Master Profound Principle is coming. I'm going to your dorm. Is anybody there? No problem. My roommates are going out for a drink in the evening. Now it's only me in the dorm. Song Shuhang responded quickly. Wait for me. I'll be there right away. Medicine Master hung up the phone. 2 minutes later. Medicine Master showed up beside Song Shuhang. Here I am, he laughed. What shall we do? Song Shuhang asked. Or, do we just need to sit here and wait? I'll handle it. Medicine Master went to the balcony, reached out with 2 fingers, and pointed them towards to the sky once again. The 2 fingers turned red and twinkled. Staring at the sky, Song Shuhang found that a light flickered in the distant sky, and quickly flew towards the direction of Medicine Master. Quite fast, the light was getting closer and closer. It was a sword-shaped object. Oh, they just do it in the open? They don't even cover it with some concealing spell. Song Shuhang suddenly understood. In recent years, human beings often photographed UFO and other unidentified objects in the air. Were they actually the flying swords used by cultivators? Or, were they simply cultivators riding flying swords? It's dangerous for cultivators to do this. As technology develops, every country has ground-to-air missiles, anti-aircraft guns, and other stuff like that deployed. What if they get hit by these weapons? The flying sword had fallen beside Medicine Master while Song Shuhang was still filled with wild thoughts. It was a sharp black iron sword, hovering in the air over the reddened fingers of Medicine Master. Suspended in the air without any supporting force like this, it completely violated the physical rules of the world. Song Shuhang was very calm. He had abandoned half of his physics knowledge that he learnt during the first 18 years of his life since his worldview was completely shattered that day. If it weren't for the fact that the laws of physics still applied in the mundane world, he would have completely thrown away everything, and not just one half. Well, where are these techniques? Song Shuhang asked suddenly. As he imagined, there should be a big parcel that had many thread-bound books or hide scrolls inside attached onto the sword. However, there was nothing attached to this black iron sword, nothing at all. Was it lost during the flight? Song Shuhang wondered aloud. The techniques are here. Medicine Master reached out and the little black iron sword fell steadily into his hands. Then, he plucked a thumb-long jade tube that looked like a jade thumb ring from the handle of the black iron sword. A jade tube? When Song Shuhang saw the object, he blurted out the name of an object in his mind, technique transmitting jade slip. It was also called a heritage jade slip, a skill inheriting jade slip, or something like that. This was one of the must-haves for heroes in xianxia novels. By placing it onto one's head, the techniques and other stuff recorded in it would be imprinted onto one's mind. Even a fool could remember a whole technique with it. You're thinking too much, Medicine Master shrugged his shoulders. A technique transmitting jade slip is precious, even priceless. It will only be used to record the most precious techniques that couldn't be recorded with words. It's not worth it to record common foundation establishment techniques like these with a technique transmitting jade slip. Only the most precious techniques containing the laws of heaven and earth and the principles of the Great Way, which couldn't be recorded with words, and would be erased by the power of heaven and earth even if they were recorded with words forcefully, would need to be recorded with something as precious as technique transmitting jade slip. Then what's this? Song Shuhang asked. It's just an ordinary USB flash drive. To be honest, mortal technology is getting more and more advanced, and many of the things they have invented are also very handy for cultivators. A small USB flash drive can contain the contents that used to fill a whole scripture library, and you can even add videos into it. It is really convenient. Calmly, Medicine Master shattered the fantasies of Song Shuhang once again. It hurts, Mom. My liver hurts. USB flash drive. Song Shuhang's feeling at the moment was roughly the same what the members of the group felt when they found out that he used an induction stove and a hot pot to refine pills. Medicine Master removed the thumb drive, and threw the small black sword at Song Shuhang. Come, take the flying sword first. Tomorrow, I'll tell you Great Master Profound Principles address, find time to send it through express delivery back to him. Song Shuhang repeated, send it through express delivery back to him? Of course, did you expect me to send it back? Medicine Master asked rhetorically. Song Shuhang shouted, no, what I meant was, aren't flying swords supposed to whoosh back? Huh, how's that possible? It can't fly back. When the flying sword came, it needed energy to do so. When it flew here, Great Master Profound Principle could supply it with that energy. However, when the flying sword makes its way back, Great Master Profound Principle is hundreds of miles from us, he doesn't have the ability to transfer energy from that far away. Also, this flying sword is exclusive to Great Master Profound Principle, only he can use it. Therefore, I can't transmit my energy into it. Medicine Master explained. Why is it now of all times that it abides by the law of conservation of energy? Song Shuhang could not go on without making fun of it, and, this black flying sword's already been sharpened, right? Sharp blades can't be express delivered, right? Even if it could be delivered, what if such a precious thing gets lost in the delivery? Medicine Master smirked, don't worry, I've mailed flying swords tens of times, there's definitely no problem. Great Master Profound Principle's sword is accompanied by a concealment formation, unless its master agrees, no one else can see it. So, this flying sword can only be sensed and seen by the master and two other people, you and I, who've been granted the permission. In other people's eyes, the flying sword is invisible and does not exist. On top of that, the flying sword is extremely light, any large parcel will cover it up. Besides, there's no fear of losing it in delivery, the flying sword has the owner's imprint, so even if it were lost, it could be found at any time. Anyways, take it easy. Even if you say so, I still feel weird, using express delivery to send back a flying sword. Song Shuhang carried the flying sword in his hand, feeling conflicted. Don't think about it too much. Alright, the thumb drive seal has been undone. Catch, true self-meditation scripture and basic Buddhist fist technique. Medicine Master threw the jade-shaped thumb drive to Shuhang. Just in case, Great Master Profound Principle left a seal on the thumb drive. One must have the correct way to undo the seal. If it's forcibly undone, the thumb drive and the seal will be destroyed together. After Song Shuhang caught it, sure enough, he saw the thumb drive connector. It really was a thumb drive. Cough, before learning the techniques, I must remind you of something. It's different from medicine pills, magical treasures, and so on, which are external items. Techniques must not be imparted impetuously. Medicine Master reminded. Song Shuhang was a newbie who knew absolutely nothing about cultivators, so Medicine Master had to clearly explain some taboos. Techniques received from others or sects must not be imparted to others recklessly without obtaining the permission of the original owner first. This is a taboo among cultivators. For example, if you wish to impart these two techniques onto others, you must first receive permission from the owner, Great Master Profound Principle, and give him something of equivalence. Those who receive the techniques from you must also abide by the rules and cannot impart the technique to anyone on their own. It's the same way as I had to receive permission from Great Master Profound Principle before imparting you the two techniques. If you're found to have privately imparted a technique to a third party, no matter if it's the 9 provinces number 1 group, or the entire realm of cultivation, no one will ever want to impart their own techniques onto you again. Medicine Master warned again. Techniques are equivalent to a sect, the basis of cultivators. No one would want their sect's techniques to be spread everywhere, and so private impartment was a definite taboo. Of course, if you created a technique, you have the freedom to impart it to whoever you want. Song Shuhang nodded to express that he understood. The techniques that were created toilsomely were private property, and to impart one onto him was already a sign of respect. If he then imparted the technique that belonged to someone else onto a third party, how dishonorable would that be? Receiving the thumb drive, Song Shuhang couldn't help but get excited. Taking deep breaths, he switched the computer on and cut off his internet connection, then cleaned his entire computer of viruses. He did not have many things installed. Killing off viruses took only a little over a minute. Next, he carefully plugged in the thumb drive into his computer. Medicine Master stood quietly behind Song Shuhang, nodding with satisfaction. Even if he was excited, Song Shuhang never lost his cool. To maintain this personality would help him along his path of cultivation. Song Shuhang opened the thumb drive, which contained 2 folders. Basic Buddhist Fist Technique True Self-Meditation Scripture. He clicked on the folder again to see a total of 18 images. Each image was a photo of a picture scroll. He clicked, opening the first image. Although the name was ordinary, that didn't matter as long as it was formidable. Besides, martial art was normally like 18 subduing dragon palm. Each move, each form will have a fierce name, like the dragon is seen in the fields, and the divine dragon swishes its tail, so even if the overall name was plain, its moves and forms should have fancier names, right? He was filled with anticipation and excitement. Then, he looked at the name of the move. Basic Fist Number 1. The characters were in traditional Chinese. It's over. There was no awesome continuation like Buddhist Demon Subduing, it was simply Basic Fist Number 1. Song Shuhang opened the second image, Basic Fist Number 2. Unwilling to give up, he opened the third image. Basic Fist Number 3. Alright, Song Shuhang knew he did not need to look at the rest anymore. Next were Basic Fist Number 4 to Basic Fist Number 18. Medicine Master looked at Song Shuhang clicking through each of the images, bemused. What are you doing exactly? Looking at the names of the moves. Song Shuhang replied, didn't think the names would be so simple. As long as it's practical, the names are just a label to separate the order of the moves. Medicine Master answered in a composed manner. Makes sense, it's practical. Song Shuhang nodded, but he felt a hint of disappointment inside. Just imagine, if he and someone else were to rendezvous for a battle at the summit of the Forbidden City. A light roar from the opponent, soaring into the sky and unsheathing his sword in an elegant form, celestial flying immortal. Then, he sneers and takes a large stride forward, throwing out a right fist, Basic Fist Number 3. He already lost a whole lot on presence. Stop mooing about the names. It doesn't have any use, and if you really care, then just change the name in the future for yourself, Medicine Master replied indifferently. Come, I'll explain to you the first few stages of a cultivator, and the purpose of foundation establishment. Song Shuhang sat up properly, concentrated his attention, and listened earnestly. In the path of cultivation, there are countless paths and techniques, and each school and sect has their own way of cultivation. However, no matter if one is a Taoist cultivator, a Buddhist cultivator, a ghost cultivator, or a demon cultivator, the first step toward becoming a cultivator is essentially the same: to temper the body, and condense the body's qi and blood energy. This step is foundation establishment. Foundation establishment's first step is external strengthening through basic fist techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, and so on, tempering the body to allow it to be in a state where qi and blood are overflowing. Then, internal strengthening through meditation techniques will gather the overflowing qi and blood, and condense it within the heart aperture. Normally, without taking medicine pills and only training diligently, it will take roughly 100 days for the heart aperture to be filled with qi and blood, when one will be successful in opening the heart aperture. Once the heart aperture opens, all the accumulated qi and blood will transform into a sliver of qi and blood energy. This is foundation establishment, also known as opening aperture. Once the heart aperture opens, one is formally recognized as a cultivator, beyond mortals, known as first stage mortality transcender realm. Practice fervently from now on and you'll be able to concentrate the power of qi and blood to open these 4 acupoints: eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Once these 4 acupoints have been opened, they will link with the heart acupoint, and then you'll experience the feeling of being a fish stepping through the dragon's door. Once you pass this dragon's door, your body of qi and blood will be able to transform from incorporeal to corporeal, from virtual to reality. That would be the second stage, true master realm, where the power of qi and blood transforms into real qi. I'll just explain this much: when you reach that stage, the 9 provinces, 1, group will have people explain to you what's next. I don't want to waste my saliva. Here, first take a look at the Vajra Foundation fist technique I got for you. There's a total of 18 moves. Take a look at them one by one and commit them to memory," said Medicine Master. Hearing that, Shuhang once again opened the first image for the Vajra Foundation fist technique. "Look at it in full screen mode," Medicine Master advised. Shuhang nodded. With a tap of his finger, the image covered the whole screen. There were 3 forms to the first move, with words and pictures side by side. On the left were 3 drawings of a person sticking his fist out in 3 different stances, accompanied by vertical lines of traditional Chinese words written to their right. As he wasn't used to reading vertically, he felt a little tired reading this way. Furthermore, the words were written in the classical Chinese style. Each individual character was easy to understand, but when joined together, the content became very deep. The words were not commonly seen and were difficult to understand. Yet his current task was to forcibly memorize these profound details, memorize each and every word by heart without leaving out a single word. Leaving out even a single word could change the entire meaning of an ancient classical Chinese text. If he missed a word during memorization, it could cause him to be possessed by the devil when practicing, which would be tragic. At this time, the ghost sealing ice pearl on Song Shuhang's neck was once again put to use, and a cool feeling spread all over, making him feel mentally refreshed. By depending on this external help, he could forcibly memorize the words thoroughly. Standing behind him, the corners of the Medicine Master's lips had slightly raised, seemingly nodding his head with satisfaction. After Song Shuhang memorized the first page, he still didn't feel at ease. He carefully verified the details stored in his mind by comparing it to what was on the image again. But for unknown reasons, he felt his eyes turning a little blurry while he attempted to verify it. Gradually, it was like the world in front of him had been mosaicked, everything turned blurry. "What's going on? Are my eyes blurred?" Shuhang violently shook his head, trying to clear his head. During the shaking, he felt his vision turn clear. Then he saw a large and spacious grassland. What's going on? Song Shuhang was shocked. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Am I actually hallucinating? While he pondered, a figure suddenly rose in the spacious grassland. It was a topless man with indistinct looks. The muscles on his body were distinct and tidy, full of explosive power. It's the physique that most nerds would yearn for. Shuhang immediately became alert, so as to avoid the unexpected. But the man didn't give a damn about Shuhang. He practiced a fist technique on the grasslands as if there was nobody around him. That fist technique had a total of 3 stances. The man constantly cycled through them, and matching his steps with it, shifting and turning about on the grassland. It was merely one move with 3 stances, yet when released by this indistinct man's hand, it contained infinite forms. When he threw his fist out, it was like he was using his fist to deduce the meaning of the great Taos of heaven and earth. Vajra Foundation Building Fist Technique 1. Song Shuhang recognized this fist technique. Wait, why am I on a grassland? And where on earth did this man with an indistinct face come from? What's going on? Calm down, I must first calm down. Is this senior medicine master's magic? Is he secretly using magic to instruct me on this fist technique? Maybe there was something strange in the image of the Vajra Foundation building fist technique? Or perhaps I somehow unleashed something by chance. But no matter the reason, what was going on in front of his eyes was an opportunity. The indistinct-faced man in front of him was without a doubt a master of fist techniques, as he could still feel the man's amazing fist techniques even though he was completely clueless when it came to fist techniques. Now, he was personally in front of him, unceasingly practicing the foundation building fist technique, one of the Vajra Foundation building fist technique, without rest. There was no time to lose. Once this ends, who knows when it will come again. Song Shuhang widened his eyes, committing the way the indistinct-faced man's fist technique into memory. The man sometimes shifted and turned, released fists in curves, with straights amongst the curves. There was defense in the attack, and attack in defense. Sometimes blunt, with fists like cannons, great strength, profound power. The kind of power that could break cauldrons and sink boats. Again and again, over and over, all kinds of angles, all kinds of variations. Time sped past. In the end, Song Shuhang could no longer remember how many times the indistinct-faced man released the fist technique. Under this demonstration that was on the verge of being called a bombardment of fatigue, Shuhang now had a deep impression of foundation building fist technique one's 1 move and 3 stances. Now, all he needed was to get out of this strange place and practice for a few days. He should be able to grasp this 1 move and 3 stances then. Upon thinking of this, Song Shuhang felt his vision turn blurry again. Then, he regained clarity in his vision again. What appeared before his eyes was the computer screen he was so familiar with, and by his side was Senior Medicine Master, who wore a smug smile. He took a look at the time on the bottom right of the computer screen. Not even a minute had passed. Song Shuhang turned his head to look at Medicine Master, who had that smug smile. Seems like everything was under this senior's control. Song Shuhang inquired, Senior Medicine Master, what was that just now? It was a very simple hypnotism. Only a practitioner like you who hasn't truly stepped foot into this path would get hit by such a low-level illusion. Medicine Master laughed out loud. Was it executed by you, Senior? Song Shuhang asked. Nope, my primary job is refining pills. I never studied hypnotism magic. Medicine Master waved his finger, then explained, it's the power possessed by the picture scroll of the Vajra Foundation building fist technique you were looking at. Possessed by the Vajra Foundation building fist technique? But isn't it just data in the thumb drive? When opened with my computer, it could still bring about hypnotism magic. Song Shuhang was terrified. If the hypnotism magic of cultivators is so powerful, then conquering the world wouldn't just be a dream. It isn't as powerful as you think. This is just a small trick by the cultivators during ancient times. The Vajra Foundation building fist technique image you were looking at with 3 figures on the top left and words on the right had been through meticulous planning. Every word, every stroke, every drawing is precisely calculated. When put together it forms a simple hypnotism. Then, it would also require an open mind, wholeheartedly trying to memorize the contents, and verifying the contents by comparing it with what's on your mind. After several tries, you'd become hypnotized. Then you'll see the hypnotism image deployed in advance by the creator of the Vajra Foundation building fist technique. Medicine Master explained. He called it a small trick, yet his mouth showed a very smug smile. Amazing! Zhao Shuhang lamented. He was completely immersed in watching a fist technique's master practice the fist technique earlier. If this hypnotism technique was grasped by him, then he goes to write a novel using this technique. Wouldn't he be able to allow all of the readers to experience the novel's world? When it starts getting put on shelves, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? Alright, this was actually his second idea. His first idea was if he had this power, he could just modify some R-rated books a little, then allow the reader to experience that world. It's awesome just thinking about it. When that happens, movies like 3D Sex and Zen, Extreme Ecstasy and so on would all lose their business, won't they? This idea could only remain in his thoughts. If he said it out loud, he definitely would be blown away by the palm of Medicine Master who was right by his side. For the remaining 17 moves of Vajra Foundation building fist technique and true self-meditation scripture, the way to go about it is about the same. I'll give you 2 hours to look through it all. I'm in a good mood today, so after all of that, you will practice it once, and I'll point out any mistakes you make. Medicine Master laughed heartily. Zhao Shuhang nodded seriously and opened basic Buddhist fist technique's second image again, firmly memorizing the contents. Then, he watched and immersed himself with ease in the world of basic Buddhist fist technique. The same dark green grassland, the same strong man, the same repetition of basic Buddhist fist technique, the only difference was that the execution had changed forms. Zhao Shuhang's blood boiled as he watched. He could not help but want to stretch out his limbs and execute the hand and leg movements before him. In the special space formed by hypnotism, time seemed to fly, but every time it was only around 1 to 2 minutes that passed. Medicine Master gave Zhao Shuhang a 2-hour limit. Zhao Shuhang used only a little over an hour to experience and firmly memorize the leftover 17 forms of basic Buddhist fist technique as well as true self-meditation scripture. He leaned against the chair and massaged his temples. This hour's time made him feel even more tired than the 4 hours spent on refining body-tempering liquid. His head was swelling. Medicine Master asked, "Done watching?" "I finished. Do we find a place to test it out now?" Zhao Shuhang opened his eyes, excited. Although his mind was a bit weary, but just recalling basic Buddhist fist technique made him want to try it at once no matter what. "Let's go to the grass down there, it's spacious enough for you to stretch out your hands and legs." Medicine Master pointed to the grass not far from the male dorm. Practice the fist techniques in a public place? Wouldn't that entail the risk of someone secretly learning it? Zhao Shuhang said doubtfully. Medicine Master had previously said, no private impartment of techniques. Wouldn't it be tragic if someone else learned the technique and he took the blame for it? More importantly, to practice fist techniques on the grass where people come and go was really embarrassing. Even if he was practicing the genuine foundation establishment technique for cultivators, the problem was that the students of Jiangnan College Town would not know. As they would see it, Zhao Shuhang had definitely watched too many martial arts films, and went so mad that he was practicing martial arts on the grass. If the fist technique used for foundation establishment can be learned just by looking at its stances, what would be the purpose of the formula? Did you really think the string of words on the side was just for hypnosis? That is the true secret that should not be imparted. Medicine Master said as he laughed. I still feel that we should go to a more private place. The dorm's rooftop has a large space where no one usually goes. Song Shuhang felt that he shouldn't give up yet. You, kid, have got quite a few demands. Medicine Master did not mind. Alright, we'll go to your rooftop. Song Shuhang sighed a breath in relief. A narrow escape indeed. He did not need to perform a shame play before the public. The rooftop was a good place for hooking up, doing gay things, watching the shooting stars. It has formed many of Jiangnan College Town's couples. Unfortunately, too many people like to go on the rooftop lately, many of whom like to mimic the Titanic's protagonist by standing outside the handrails with arms open wide, enjoying the wind as it hit their face. So, for safety's sake, a large lock has been added to the rooftop on the male dorms. Of course, the large lock did not pose a problem for Song Shuhang. He unhurriedly took out a spare key from his pocket, and opened the large lock. The dorm's administrative teacher had Song Shuhang's roommate Tubo by the large lock at the start of school. Based on Tubo's personality, was there a reason not to make spare keys while he was at it? Each roommate had a spare key. The rooftop was split in the middle by the stairway, and Song Shuhang and Medicine Master chose the left side at random. Medicine Master began to explain to Shuhang, basic Buddhist fist technique has a total of 18 moves. Normally, you only need to perform the entire set from start to finish, and your body will be full till it overflows with qi and blood. Shuhang nodded and closed his eyes, thinking deeply over basic Buddhist fist technique from start to finish once. Next, he established basic fist number 1 starting gesture. He had to say that the illusory space bombardment style teaching was effective. At this time, Song Shuhang established basic Buddhist fist technique as starting stance, and a feeling of familiarity arose within him. It was as if he had practiced the fist technique many times. His body moved automatically, executing the first move's 3 forms naturally and smoothly. It was relaxed, without much difficulty. After body tempering liquid's refinement, Song Shuhang's flexibility was like a yoga master's. It would not be a problem even if he arched his head all the way to his groin. The movements of basic Buddhist fist technique were not a problem for him at all. Executing from basic fist number 1 to basic fist number 18 without rest was a cakewalk, as if he had done a broadcast radio exercise. What was strange was that after performing the set of fist techniques, he did not feel qi and blood at all. Not to mention qi and blood overflowing. What went wrong? Song Shuhang, confused inside, stared at Medicine Master. Medicine Master saw Song Shuhang stare, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Senior Medicine Master, I finished a set of fist techniques, but I felt no qi and blood." Song Shuhang said gloomily. "You finished a set of fist techniques? When? How come I didn't see?" Medicine Master said, eyes wide. "Senior, did you doze off?" Song Shuhang continued, "Didn't I just perform basic fist number 1 till basic fist number 18? Medicine Master was speechless. "Weren't you just getting familiar with the stances of basic Buddhist fist technique? And, weren't you familiarizing yourself with the moves before practicing?" "No, I was seriously practicing the basic Buddhist fist technique from start to finish," Song Shuhang said earnestly. Senior Medicine Master couldn't be one of those people who act kindly outside, but are secretly evil inside, right? Medicine Master's face twitched, and he burst into laughter. "Oh, little friend Shuhang, Cultivator's foundation establishment bodybuilding technique is not as simple as just posing. I told you before, didn't I? Even if the poses are learned by others, there would be no effect. The most important thing is the fist formula." After his laugh, Medicine Master explained, "Go, do it once more, but don't just pose, softly recite the formula and breath accordingly. When you throw a punch, use all your force. Don't act like a feeble girl, do it all over again from start to finish." So it turns out he started out wrong? No wonder he felt basic Buddhist fist technique was as normal as a broadcast radio exercise. Also, was Senior Medicine Master an innately evil guy? He kept on watching him pose like a monkey show, and didn't bother to remind him. Shaking his head, Song Shuhang thought deeply over basic Buddhist fist technique again. Immediately following that, he started to recite silently the profound classical Chinese formula. When he threw a punch, he not only paid attention to the stance, but also recalled the strength the blurry-faced man had shown in his punches. In the illusion world, when the blurry-faced man executed basic fist number 1's 3 forms, it could be unparalleled in ferocity, advancing fearlessly, or it could pair gentleness with strength, exerting 70% of power while reserving 30% of strength. Fists traveled in curves, yet appeared straight. Song Shuhang needed to temper his body. Naturally, for each punch and each form, he had to give his all to squeeze out his body's potential, and only then would the effects of body tempering be felt. Basic fist number 1's first 3 forms were executed again. Eyes as nets, movements entirely through the waist, body as bow, legs send strength, fist movements like an avalanche. Eyes straight ahead, 1 step forward, power from the waist. Basic fist number 1 was performed. His fist was like a cannon, with great strength and profound power. A punch. Clang! Song Shuhang felt a sonorous bell sound beside his ear. As he recited the fist formula, there seemed to be an invisible and intangible yet real energy converging towards him. That energy pressured his body heavily and wrapped the punches he threw. As he threw out the punch, Song Shuhang had the impression as if the air in front of him exploded. At the same time, his body heated up, the muscles on his shoulders, waist, and feet began to gradually grow fatigued. It was not as if he'd thrown just a simple punch, but as if he'd executed basic fist number 1 several hundred or thousands of times. From the abdomen, the remaining medicinal power from the body-tempering liquid was once again activated. The tepid medicinal power flowed from the abdomen to the shoulders, waist, and finally the legs. What's going on? Song Shuhang couldn't help but pause, carefully reflecting on the experience earlier, and realized the main reason for that strange phenomenon. It was the fist scripture chant. When Shuhang recited the fist scripture chant, the chant's unique syllables and beat activated that strange power from heaven and earth, causing it to press down on his body, twine around his fist, turning his fist from ordinary to extraordinary. This is a cultivator's body tempering technique. Hee, you felt that mysterious energy from heaven and earth, didn't you? Medicine Master's eyes squinted as he smiled, explaining, this is the biggest difference between cultivators and martial artists of the mortal world. You can call it spirit chi, it's just a name anyway, and this name should be more familiar to you. This is spirit chi. Song Shuhang was no stranger to that name. In fact, he had no way of escaping from that name. Therefore, the most important aspect of a fist technique is its chant. Even if it's the most basic foundation building training method, the chant would mobilize a faint spirit chi through its special sounds, which, in turn tempers and strengthens the body. That one punch of yours that you just did, has the same effect as a mortal world martial artist bitterly punching over 3,000 times. Medicine Master explained, at this point, I have to congratulate you, little friend Shuhang. You possess the most basic aptitude for cultivating intimacy to spirit chi. Although this was already highly likely when you remained safe and sound after drinking the simplified body tempering liquid despite not training up to this age, it has now finally been confirmed. Intimacy to spirit chi, does this also means that despite reciting the fist scripture chant, not everybody would be able to mobilize the spirit chi of heaven and earth? Song Shuhang was sharp enough to catch on to the deep meaning behind Medicine Master's words, and asked. That's right, being unable to mobilize the spirit chi of heaven and earth means being unable to complete foundation building, which means having no aptitude for cultivation. This is the most basic requirement for cultivating. Medicine Master smiled and said, now, don't stop, and don't waste effort on thinking. After foundation building technique 1, immediately move on to the next move. Don't let your body be idle. The more tired you become, the more effective the foundation building technique becomes. Roger. Song Shuhang resolutely said. Thank goodness he came into contact with 9 provinces, 1 group. Thank goodness he met Soft Feather, Medicine Master, and the other seniors in the group. Thank goodness he possessed a body that had intimacy to spirit chi. He was very lucky, so he definitely mustn't waste this luck and chance. Stepping 1 foot forward, Song Shuhang recited Foundation Building Fist Technique 2's fist scripture chant, while the punch was executed with his hands. There was only one stance in Foundation Building Fist Technique 2, he made accurate steps, while his fist was swung in an arc. The quick punch was thrown like a meteor. The body tempering effect was 1 step stronger than one's. The spirit chi of heaven and earth coiled around his fist and shoulders. After 10 consecutive punches, Shuhang felt his fists become abnormally heavy, as if there was a massive weight added onto them. Bang bang bang, it was the sound of the fist tearing through the air. Every punch consumed a large amount of energy, sweat poured. Just like the time he sprinted like crazy after consuming the body-tempering liquid, there were black impurities mixed in with the sweat. A pleasantly surprised look showed in Shuhang's eyes. This time there was no need for Medicine Master's reminder, as Foundation Building Fist Technique 3 immediately followed. Springing step, charging punch, turn the body to intercept opponent's punch, false step, quick palm. The third move may be considered a fist technique, but it also had a palm strike and dragon claw mixed in. Palms like blades and hatchets, claws like dancing dragons. Shuhang's breathing deepened, the remaining medicinal power in the body-tempering liquid in his abdomen went along with the use of Foundation Building Fist Technique 3, and was completely dissolved in a single breath, spreading itself to every nook and corner of Shuhang's body. The next moment, he felt every muscle of his body vibrating, his heated body turned scarlet from the heat. In the indescribable heat, there was a warm energy produced from his muscles. Is this blood chi? All that's needed is to fill the body with it, then the overflowing chi and blood can flow into the heart acupoint. Once the heart acupoint is filled, the first wisp of chi and blood will be formed, that is foundation building. From an ordinary person who never cultivated, after drinking the simplified body-tempering liquid, just how far can you utilize Vajra Foundation Building Fist Technique? Before collapsing, Medicine Master crossed his arms, and spectated Song Shuhang's training. He didn't tell Shuhang that Vajra Foundation Building Fist Technique is not a skill a beginner could immediately use from start to end. Although this fist technique is a foundation-building fist technique, it possesses the same amount of attack power as a first-stage skill. Even Great Master Tong Xian's elite disciples can only practice up to the 13th to 15th move when attempting Vajra Foundation-building fist technique. For the first time. Ever since the time the Great Master had obtained the Vajra Foundation-building fist technique, till now, there hasn't been a single one of his elite disciples who had managed to practice the entire Vajra Foundation Building Fist Technique completely when trying it for the first time. On the other hand, Song Shuhang may have consumed the body-tempering liquid beforehand, but he didn't just miss out on the golden years for foundation building, he hadn't even exercised his body much for a long time. The performance he would put out would definitely be lacking in comparison to Sex Elite's disciples. Lacking so far behind that Medicine Master was wondering whether Shuhang could even endure up to the 5th move. However, he didn't tell Shuhang these, he instead gave Shuhang the impression that he has to execute the whole set of the foundation building fist technique to make use of the true self-meditation technique, and have the blood and chi accumulated at the heart's acupoint. This imperceptibly gave Song Shuhang the stubbornness of completing the whole fist technique in one attempt, thinking that it had to be normal. In that way, Shuhang's desperate attempt at struggling might be able to help him burst through more moves than otherwise. Break through, little friend. Show me the potential one would have from taking the body-tempering liquid beforehand. Medicine Master secretly thought. While he was deep in thought, Song Shuhang had already completed Foundation Building Fist Technique 4. At this time, Shuhang was deeply panting like a cow, his hair was wet as if he was soaked by rain, and his clothes were also completely soaked. At this time, regardless of whether it was his fist or the other parts of his body, they all felt heavy as if a mountain weighed on them. Even trying to raise an arm or taking a step forward made him feel utterly exhausted, every muscle on him felt sore. Just how many moves is this now? This should just be Foundation Building Fist Technique 4, Vajra Foundation Building Fist Technique? Has a total of 18 moves. Can I even do it all at once? Perspiration slid down onto his eyelid, Song Shuhang blinked to let the perspiration on it slide down his eyelashes. It can be done, I can definitely do it. Medicine Master is having a good mood, so he agreed to teach him how to do the true self-meditation scripture. After finishing up with the fist technique. But who knows whether Medicine Master would maintain this happy mood consistently over the next few days. If he fails to master the Vajra Foundation Building Fist Technique? Today, he might lose out on receiving pointers from Medicine Master for his whole life. I must endure. From the moment he sat in front of the computer and sent his first message into the 9 provinces, 1, group, he had hardened his will. Even under the threat of death, he had no fear. How could he be willing to be defeated by exhaustion? If he can't even overcome this level of difficulty, what's the point of even talking about cultivation? Why not just quit the 9 provinces, 1, group and be satisfied being an ordinary person then? Song Shuhang clenched his teeth while he continued to chant the fist scripture chant. His left hand as a palm, while his right fiercely swung, Foundation Building Fist Technique 5. Once this punch had been swung, he felt the bones in his body making noises. Foundation Building Fist Technique 5, what it tempered wasn't just the body's muscles, it had more emphasis on the body's innards. Who? A breath of impure air was blown out of his mouth. Even on this hot summer day, Song Shuhang felt that what he exhaled was still visibly misty. The tepid qi and blood in his body became increasingly dense, it had been slowly accumulating, and would soon fill up. At the same time, the remaining body-tempering liquid power that had been contained in his lower abdomen had finally been completely emptied with this fist. Losing the recovery power provided by the body-tempering liquid, continuing the practice would become more strenuous, even the feeling of exhaustion had increased tenfold or perhaps more. Sidestep, tyrannical fist, and a crouching leg sweep. Then, both hands as fists, hammer strike. Basic fist, number 6. After this step was completed, Song Shuhang was already an arrow at the end of its path. His body tottered from intense weariness and exhaustion. Frankly, a mortal with no basic training reaching this point was quite impressive. Based on Medicine Master's estimation, it would be very difficult to brace past the 5th move for Song Shuhang. Yet, Song Shuhang looked as if he could still press on. However, the body-tempering liquid in Shuhang's body is just about fully consumed. Oh, yes, it's already been 20 hours since he drank the body-tempering liquid. His body originally had some remaining medicinal liquid, it should have been consumed completely when he reached the 5th move. Medicine Master took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom, it was the simplified body-tempering liquid Song Shuhang helped him refine. If he replenishes body-tempering liquid midway, would he be able to endure longer? Little friend Shuhang, let me see the limits of your will. If you can finish the entire set of fist technique without a break, then the value of the simplified body-tempering liquid will go up even more than 2 times. After a short while, when Song Shuhang finished basic fist number 6, Medicine Master yelled, "Little friend Shuhang, open your mouth." Song Shuhang, muddle-headed, instinctively opened his mouth. A small pellet of black medicinal liquid shot out by Medicine Master landed in his mouth. Suddenly, an explosive pain and heat came from his throat. Immediately, the explosive medicinal liquid turned into a lukewarm energy, then traveled from his throat all the way to his lower abdomen. It made his stomach feel comfortably warm to the point of wanting to moan. Body-tempering liquid? Song Shuhang immediately understood. The new medicinal power surged explosively within. The immense medicinal effect was on the verge of blowing him up, but at the same time, it gave him unlimited power. Under the support of abundant medicinal power, Basic Fist number 7 was smoothly executed. Next were Basic Fist number 8 and 9. He executed it like hot knife going through butter. The expanding medicinal power made Song Shuhang unable to resist issuing a light roar. He wouldn't be content without letting it out. He recited the fist scripture formula in a low and strong voice. His fist moved with his will, and his will moved with his body. Every fist technique wore out Song Shuhang more, but as long as he endured past it, the medicinal power of the body-tempering liquid within would replenish his stamina, erasing the feeling of fatigue. Press on, I must press on till the entire basic Buddhist fist technique is over. Song Shuhang had only this thought in mind. At last, he finished all 18 moves of basic Buddhist fist technique. Inside his body, qi and blood overflowed. His body glowed slightly red as if the scorching hot qi and blood was about to burst from his every pore. Finished, qi and blood are overflowing. Song Shuhang formed fists, firmly repressing his desire to roar towards the sky. This was the male dorm rooftop, long roars and random screams would bring unnecessary trouble. The corners of Medicine Master's mouth rose up, expressing his great satisfaction. For him to go through the entire basic Buddhist fist technique from start to finish was truly unexpected. Very good, now take advantage of the overflowing qi and blood before it turns cold and runs off. Sit cross-legged and cultivate true self-meditation scripture. He immediately reminded Song Shuhang. In the world of cultivation, meditation methods were like stars in the sky, too many to enumerate. However, all meditation methods came down to highly focusing the consciousness and turning it into a wisp of mental energy. Mental energy and the energy in the body were fundamentals of cultivation techniques. Under normal conditions, the qi and blood in the body were not voluntarily controlled by the mind. Only after focusing mental energy could one guide and work the qi and blood in the body. Other than that, when the qi and blood transformed into true qi or even higher levels of energy, an equivalent level of mental energy was needed to guide and control it. Otherwise, when mental energy was not up to par, one would be easily possessed by a devil, unable to control the energy in their body properly. Precisely because of that, cultivators frequently meditate in seclusion, and live like mortals to raise their mental energy. Furthermore, based on different meditation techniques, the mental energy cultivators formed would be different. Some had mental energy like the silent darkness, and some had mental energy that's ferocious like a tiger or a lion, while others might have mental energy that was serene like an ancient tree. This was all due to the difference in meditation techniques, and it was not an isolated case. True self-meditation scripture used meditation to contemplate true self. It eliminated all distracting thoughts and made mental power like an old dried-up well, highly condensing, and turning it into mental energy. Song Shuhang breathed deeply, calming the agitation in his mind, sat cross-legged, and initiated the final step. He recited the contents of the true self-meditation scripture using the meditation technique in his mind to form his true self. Although the Jingang temple was Buddhist, the true self in true self-meditation scripture differed from the self of 8 freedoms spoken of in Buddhism. The true self meant, as it is, the genuine self. The meditation technique formed the genuine self inside the mind. This true self was not always the same. It changed with the cultivator's age, life experience, cultivation techniques, and status. It could be an ordinary child, a white-clothed sword cultivator, a fierce blade cultivator, an amiable senior, an ordinary man in the world of mortals, or even a bloodlusting demon because of hatred and resentment. The true self formed by true self meditation scripture would change along with the cultivator's progress, achievements, or changes he undergoes. Compared to other meditation techniques, true self meditation scripture would not have the unparalleled ferocity of a lion or a tiger, or the serenity of an ancient tree, nor the vast silence of the starry sky. On the other hand, true self meditation scripture would be the most suitable meditation technique for oneself, because it was the true self. Then, what kind of person would Zhao Shuhang be? Shuhang thought. Would his true self be the unparalleled chivalrous swordsman he had once desired to be? Or would it turn into a cultivator with heavenly aura because of his exposure to the world of cultivation? It probably would not be a demon, right? His life has been average, and he's never formed any resentment or enmity with others. If not that, would it be a real handsome version of himself? As he thought, the recital of true self-meditation scripture was over, and Zhao Shuhang felt a wave of clear-mindedness. A silhouette formed in his sea of thoughts, or sea of consciousness, so to speak. First were the crossed legs, and then were the arms, the waist, all the way up. It was entirely like a 3D printer printing a human figure in his mind. What sort of me would it be exactly? Zhao Shuhang was filled with anticipation. Illuminating the genuine self through meditation. In his extreme anticipation, the true self formed deep in his consciousness. How should it be described? Surprisingly normal. True self and Zhao Shuhang were identical. It wore black casual pants, sat cross-legged, and wore a warm smile. Illuminating the true self through meditation. Such a normal, true self should be immortal, right? Is this telling me that I'm still just an extremely normal mortal? It was no time for more thoughts. As the true self formed, Zhao Shuhang's distractions were eliminated. All his mental energy focused, and with the support of true self-meditation scripture, the first wisp of pure mental energy was born. Once the mental energy formed, Zhao Shuhang followed the meditation technique's guidance, and started to lead his overflowing qi and blood, guiding it into his heart aperture. Heart aperture was where the heart resided. However, the heart aperture was not the heart, but an aperture where the heart lay. Intangible, even if the human body was dissected, the heart aperture's location would not be seen. Yet, it was still there. The overflowing qi and blood Zhao Shuhang had was plentiful. Under the mental energy formed by the true self, the overflowing qi and blood surged towards the heart aperture from all areas of the body. As the process continued, the heat in the body dissipated. It felt like going under the cold air of an air conditioner after the caress of the sun in a hot summer day, penetratingly cool and extremely comfortable. Not knowing how much time had passed, under the guidance of true self's mental energy, the overflowing qi and blood all fused into the heart aperture. Zhao Shuhang only felt warmth in his heart, and that it was beating strongly. Yep, sounds like a healthy heart, Zhao Shuhang nodded. It's great not to have heart disease. Gradually opening his eyes, Zhao Shuhang suddenly felt that he was unable to maintain a cross-legged sitting posture anymore. With a dong, as if a perfectly straight pencil, he fell onto the floor. Senior Medicine Master, what's going on? I feel that my body's gone soft and I'm unable to exert any strength? Zhao Shuhang puzzledly asked. He did not have the strength to even move his fingers. Medicine Master knelt beside Shuhang and poked him. This is a perfectly normal situation. As it is your first time practicing true self-meditation scripture, you were a little too greedy and did not manage to control the intensity of qi and blood that your body is brimming with, resulting in too much qi and blood directed to your heart aperture. This caused a temporary weakness in your body, but it doesn't matter, you will recover in a few minutes. You have to remember, the next time you operate true self-meditation scripture, leave behind a slight trace of qi and blood in order to prevent your body from entering into an unexpected weak state. This way, it will also be more beneficial to your body. Oh, so that's why, huh? Song Shuhang lay down on the scalding hot balcony and was in a great mood. Finally, I've completed the first foundation building step of becoming a cultivator. With the help of body-tempering liquid, even with his mediocre aptitude, he would probably be able to complete the 100 days foundation establishment. After completing his foundation establishment, what sort of capability would he possess? Talismans? Spells? Magical techniques? Escaping techniques? Invisibility? Clairvoyance? By the way, Senior, my true self is an ordinary me, with a smiling face while sitting there. That means that I am currently still a normal mortal? Song Shuhang inquired. Generally speaking, true selves are related to our identity and experience. No matter what, since you've been in contact with a cultivator, your true self should not be an ordinary mortal, unless, deep down, you still do not believe in the existence of cultivation. Or, perhaps, yeah, is the smile of your true self gentle, a smile that lets others feel comfortable seeing it? Medicine Master pondered and asked. Although I am slightly embarrassed to admit it, indeed, it's a smile that makes people feel comfortable when looking at it. Song Shuhang replied. After all, my true self is considered as part of me, so praising my smile is somewhat shameful. Medicine Master sighed and spoke. As expected. Little friend Shuhang, you are indeed a nice guy. Senior, please don't randomly give others a nice guy card. Song Shuhang replied. He did not take offense in receiving nice guy card, but when one receives too much of it, they will not be able to get a girlfriend. No, I meant to say that your true self represents that you are a nice person, little friend Shuhang. Medicine Master steadily replied. The edges of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. To think that my true self can reflect such quality? Alright, little friend Shuhang, you have now thoroughly grasped true self-meditation scripture and basic Buddhist fist technique. Especially the latter, you've executed it well, and your punches had almost made me feel that you've been practicing this set of fist techniques for several years. I have nothing much to mentor you in, we shall end here for today. Medicine Master spoke with a smile. Thank you for Senior's pointers. Song Shuhang gratefully replied. Medicine Master replied, you don't have to be courteous with me. Also, take advantage of the period when I'm staying at Jiangnan District and come and find me if there's any question in regards to cultivation you have. Senior Northern Rivers should have told you before, do not bash your head against a brick wall by yourself with regards to problems in cultivation, ask more before thinking a lot. Saying that, he warned Shuhang once again. Another thing, regarding cultivating basic Buddhist fist technique, you should solve the problem of controlling the intensity yourself, and when your body feels exhausted until you cannot muster any strength, do not continue cultivating basic Buddhist fist technique. One example would be your current state. Even if you've recovered later on, do not continue practicing the fist technique. After all, foundation fist techniques are not exercises to maintain your health, but firm punches to temper your fists. There's a limit to one's qi and blood, and there's a limit of a day's recovery of it too. If you overexert yourself, it will harm your body. I understand. Furthermore, with my current state, even if I had the mind to continue practicing, I cannot move anyway. Song Shuhang laughed loudly. He couldn't even lift his fingers right now. Since you're someone who has self-control, I shall not say any more. Medicine Master gently smiled. Right now, you should just lie down here and recall the feeling when you were executing the fist techniques and meditation techniques. Recalling is also an important part of cultivation. Alright, Senior Medicine Master, Song Shuhang replied. Medicine Master was very satisfied, and afterward, he waved his hands at Song Shuhang. Alright, then I shall leave first. The moment his words ended, his body transformed into a sword beam, and with a so sound, he disappeared in front of Song Shuhang. This should be the legendary blade light? Wait a moment, Senior. Song Shuhang struggled and reached out his hands and spoke in a pained manner. "Senior, you should at least send me back to my dormitory." He was still lying on the scorching hot rooftop. The time now was approximately 5:30 p.m. and the month of June. Grandpa's sun in the sky was still emitting its light and heat. The plump sun was as if asking Song Shuhang, the human meat teppanyaki student Song Shuhang who is lying on the rooftop, "You want to be cooked medium done? Or medium well done? Or well done? What a misfortune." Song Shuhang sighed. "He'll most probably get a heat stroke. If he continued to be exposed to the sun a while more, he would become a dried-up Shuhang that could be cut into pieces to sell accordingly to weight." At this moment, Song Shuhang really wished that a nice person could come onto the rooftop and support him. He would definitely be very grateful. "Also, there's another important thing I had forgotten. I have yet to get the chance to ask Senior Medicine Master if he has a method to find the person investigating me secretly." Song Shuhang gloomily spoke to himself. However, right now, Medicine Master has already gone far away and he could only wait until the next time they met. If worst comes to worst, he could call to inquire later on. After all, he had Medicine Master's contact number, and if there were any accidents, he could immediately ask Medicine Master for help. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. During the time when Song Shuhang was pondering, perhaps a god had heard his prayers. Sounds of footsteps sounded from the rooftop's door. Why is rooftop's door open today?" A lowered male voice could be heard. Immediately, Song Shuhang was delighted and was about to open his mouth to call for help. Just then, a female voice sounded, "Isn't it better like this? Let's head to the rooftop. We've never attempted there before and most likely, it'll be very exciting." "That's what I thought too, but let's be careful. If we're seen by someone, it'll be bad." While the guy was speaking, he opened the door to the rooftop. "If we're seen by someone, isn't that more exciting?" That female seemed to be very open-minded. Song Shuhang decisively shut his mouth and gave up his thought to ask for help. This was an affectionate couple out in the open that somewhat provoked envy, jealousy, and hatred. This pair of lovebirds that should be burnt to death had gone to the other side of the rooftop. Thus, they did not notice student Song Shuhang's corpse on the other side. After having chosen their venue, they started a battle between martial experts. Song Shuhang sighed while shutting his eyes and gradually recovered his own strength. Sounds of the two martial arts experts fighting could be heard. Quite a while later, the weak feeling finally dispersed. Song Shuhang struggled and climbed up from the ground while his weakened limbs slowly walked towards the rooftop door. "Oh right, the junior earlier on seems to have said that it would be more exciting if they were seen by others." Song Shuhang kneaded his jaw and muttered. He felt that he should satisfy their desire. After all, his true self told him that the guy named Song Shuhang was someone who was willing to help others. "Since it is as easy as lifting one's hand, then I shall help this junior fulfill her desire. There's nothing to be done. Who asked me to be a nice guy?" said Song Shuhang while he leaned against the wall, revealing half of his body and looking at the other side of the rooftop. On the other side of the rooftop, the two martial art experts battled fervently. Despite the presence of the scorching hot sun, their determination to fight could not be hindered. After some thought, Song Shuhang decided not to make his appearance right away. He waited for a while so these experts to reach the climax of their battle. Especially the male expert, he was obviously holding back his ultimate move, the Neo-Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon. A cannon from the anime Gintama with a suggestive shape, appears on episode 38. This is the time. Song Shuhang grabbed hold of this opportunity. He revealed half his body, and greeted the two experts with smooth Mandarin, "Hello to the both of you." Crack! This sudden voice was like a pail of cold water being poured onto these martial artists' heads during the frigid winter. Especially, the male expert, he felt his heartbeat rate increase tenfold, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. He turned his head stiffly, with his gaze fixed at where Song Shuhang was. Then, when he realized the disturbance was a weak-looking student and not the dormitory's teacher in charge, his face turned malevolent, and he clenched his fist. Any man would get angry in this situation. I know the two of you find it very exciting to be caught during your battle, I heard it all. There's no need to thank me, my name is Lei Feng. Song Shuhang waved his hand with a passionate face. By the way, remember to lock the rooftop. Otherwise, it'd be bad if the teacher in charge of the dormitory found you two dueling. TL, Lei Feng was a soldier of China. Lei was portrayed as a model citizen, and the masses were encouraged to emulate his selflessness, modesty, and devotion to Mao. After Mao's death, Lei Feng remained a cultural icon representing earnestness and service. Having said his piece, Song Shuhang swaggered away from the rooftop headed back to his dormitory. The two who were left behind didn't know whether to cry, to laugh, or be angry. Today, I did something good again. I fulfilled two people's wishes at the same time. What a wonderful day. Song Shuhang was in a great mood. The phrase, extreme joy births sorrow, from the work, miscellaneous writing from the Western Han, morality teachings, where flourish begets decline, extreme joy begets sorrow. What it means is, when a person is extremely happy, something that makes him cover his face with tears plus become deeply sorrowful would suddenly happen. For example, someone wins a $10 million lottery, it's even the type that's the total after tax, he's so happy. Then an hour later, he receives the information that he was in the late stages of cancer, and would die by that night. So he immediately becomes very sorrowful. This was the kind of deep sorrow which could flood the whole earth with tears. After Song Shuhang had helped that couple at the rooftop, he was in a great mood, feeling satisfied and happy. Then, when he opened the door to his dormitory, he saw a lady who wore a white medical robe sitting down on his bed. This was a pretty lady with an incredible charisma, and a fantastic body. Her long legs were straight and looked strong. Even an ordinary pair of white loose pants wasn't be able to hide this fact. In her hands, she was flipping through the notebook which the 30 ordinary medicinal ingredients of the simplified body tempering liquid had been recorded into, with her brows slightly creased. Yaya, why have you come to my school? Song Shuhang's forehead was full of sweat and it kept dripping down, it couldn't be stopped. TL, instead of elder sister I'll just put, Jia. It's the same as, nei in Japanese if you're more familiar with that. This lady who wore a white medical robe was the treasured daughter of Song Shuhang's uncle, Zhao Yaya. When Song Shuhang had just began his first semester of college, it was she who substituted Mama Song to send Song Shuhang to Jiangnan University City. Therefore, she had the key to Song Shuhang's dormitory, and could strut into his dormitory anytime she wanted. Zhao Yaya was the person Song Shuhang had sent the list of medicinal ingredients to previously to verify their danger when he first saw the recipe for the simplified body tempering liquid. He never expected Zhao Yaya to choose not to reply him, and instead come all the way down here to PK him straight. This was the worst time and worst place to meet someone he shouldn't meet. People definitely cannot get too happy. Once they get too happy, sorrowful things easily happen. Zhao Yaya lifted her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes swept a glance at Song Shuhang. Because she's studying medicine, she rarely puts on makeup. Things like cosmetics could adversely affect surgeries. But even without any makeup, she was still a top-grade beauty. It was a coincidence that due to Song Shuhang practicing the true self-meditation scripture earlier, he was still experiencing a weakened phase. Pale face and weak breathing, there's no wonder you would look for such a ridiculous tonic recipe. Zhao Yaya's brows creased as she closed the notebook. Shuhang, medicines cannot be randomly taken. The ingredients in this recipe all possess potent properties. When mixed together, the medicinal effects cannot be measured. Furthermore, all medicines are 30% poison. By mixing so many medicinal ingredients, it may become an acute poison. Taking this medicine is the same as suicide. If you're sick, you should go see a doctor. At this very moment, there were thousands of horses galloping in Song Shuhang's mind. The weakness from utilizing the true self-meditation scripture hadn't receded yet, so his face appeared pale. He never thought that by linking his paleness with the pill recipe for the simplified body-tempering liquid, Zhao Yaya misunderstood him. This has to be explained immediately, otherwise it'd be like mud falling on the trousers. It's shit even if it isn't actually shit. Mama Song would definitely end up coming tomorrow. Once Mama Song comes, he would without a doubt be dragged into the hospital. Oh. Perhaps it is no misunderstanding, because he had already successfully invited death once by ingesting the body-tempering liquid. But regardless, it has to be concealed for now. Yaya, it isn't like what you think it is. That medicinal recipe, actually, it's like this. Song Shuhang's brain operated at insane speeds to create a plausible explanation. If he hadn't ascertained the existence of cultivation, he would directly explain to Zhao Yaya, this is a medicinal formula made by a group of Xianxia Chinibius. He was worried that those Mo Chinibu sufferers would receive irreversible damage from taking the medicine, so he wanted Zhao Yaya to evaluate it. The problem was, now, the group's Xianxia Chinibius had transformed into great and legitimate cultivators. Song Shuhang was too embarrassed to use such an explanation to answer Zhao Yaya, as he himself was about to become one of them, cultivators. He couldn't very well classify himself as a Xianxia Chinibu sufferer, now could he? Speak, I'm listening. Zhao Yaya raised an eyebrow, crossed her legs, and stared straight at Song Shuhang. She was too familiar with Song Shuhang. Since they were children, once she stared at him like this, she would be able to differentiate whether Song Shuhang spoke truthfully or lied. Because of this godly skill of hers, whenever Song Shuhang did something wrong and lied during childhood, she saw through most of them. However, she rarely exposed Shuhang's lies in front of Papa and Mama Song. If this weren't the case, Song Shuhang had no idea how many more times he would be beaten by a man, beaten by a woman, and beaten by both at the same time. This was another reason why Song Shuhang was so intimate with Zhao Yaya, because she was a good elder sister who would protect him. Here is what actually happened. Not too long ago, I was mistakenly added into a group. I guarantee that at that point, I did not know a single person in the group. Song Shuhang knew that it would be very difficult to lie to Zhao Yaya, so all he could do was hide some bits. Then, that group's members were pretty weird. I was guessing that they had read too many Xianxia novels. This was the conjecture he had at that time. As of present, he had already confirmed that they were true blue cultivators. Later on, someone in the group issued a pill recipe, which was the one in your hands. Other than the ones on this pill recipe, there were many other medicinal ingredients that could not be found on the internet, that had never even been heard of before. They all had fantasy-like names. Even now, I still don't know what some of those medicinal ingredients are and what effects they possess. In addition, names like Morning Dew Mysterious Grass were indeed very fantasy-like. Back then I was worried that they would ingest this medicine and end up permanently sick, so I copied down the ingredients that could be found online, then send it to you, sis, to get someone to verify them. If this medicine would kill, then before I left the group, I'd try to advise the members not to take it. That's about all. Song Shuhang shrugged. That's right, he didn't lie. Back then, this was how he felt, and this was what he intended to do. The corner of Zhao Yaya's lips curled upwards. This busybody business, it was definitely something Song Shuhang would do. Alright, looks like you're telling the truth. Even if you are still hiding something from me, as long as you aren't the one that wants to concoct something following this medicinal recipe, then there's no problem. Zhao Yaya changed the position of her slender legs and said dully. How could I have anything to hide from Sister Yaya? Song Shuhang immediately bootlicked. That's a lie, it's too fake. Zhao Yaya stood up and gave Song Shuhang a karate chop to the head, but, in the blink of an eye, you're already a college student. Having secrets at your age is normal, and I'm too lazy to ask about what you're hiding. Alright, forget about this medicinal recipe, just tell the people in the group not to eat Chinese medicine recklessly. Even if it's a tonic, all these ingredients together will kill. Hee, understood. Song Shuhang laughed. Understood, but he couldn't possibly persuade the group members not to eat medicine recklessly, because he's already one of the members of that medicine-eating army. One more thing, your face was pale and your breathing was faint, what's that all about? Zhao Yaya returned to the topic. It's not pale. It's just that I have lacked exercise in the past year, and my physique has deteriorated a lot, even a cold wouldn't recover after 10 days. I have been training lately, and I had just returned from an intense session. Look at me now, I've already recovered. Besides, my body's super great lately, there aren't any problems. Song Shuhang explained hurriedly. After resting, the weakness from true self-meditation scripture had passed. At the moment, his face was ruddy, and heart beating strong. He could not be any healthier. As he spoke, he raised his right arm and made a bodybuilding pose. Slightly flexing his left arm, the muscles popped and were filled with explosive power. Zhao Yaya blinked, carefully sized up Song Shuhang. She was surprised as she had only paid attention to Song Shuhang's complexion and faint breathing, and so she did not notice. This kid's physique had become quite sturdy and strong. Not only the muscles on the arms, but also the pectorals were faintly visible because of the sweaty clothes sticking to the body. His physique has become amazing, Zhao Yaya thought. She emotionally spat, pinched her nose, and waved, "You stink of sweat, hurry up and take a shower." Hee. Song Shuhang laughed, but he was relieved inside. Stage Zhao Yaya has been temporarily cleared. She was a relative he cared for deeply, and she has taken good care of him since he was a child. She was also one of the relatives that Song Shuhang had thought of sharing body-tempering liquid with. Even if she cannot take body-tempering liquid now, Song Shuhang still thought of finding a liquefied pill that could be used by mortals like her, Mama Song, and Papa Song. Song Shuhang took out a change of clothes and headed to shower. Sister Yaya, why did you come to Jiangnan College Town? You couldn't have come because of this medicinal recipe, right? He asked while inside the shower. I'm not that unoccupied, Zhao Yaya rested her chin on her hand and replied. I came to Jiangnan College Town for field work. On the day after tomorrow, June 7th, 8th, and 9th, Jiangnan College Town has a 3-day sports event. I came along with my teacher as a physician. Another half a year's field work and my apprenticeship will be completed. Every year on June 7th was Chinese college entrance exam. Nevertheless, as high school students were miserably taking the college entrance exam, Jiangnan College Town would happily squeeze out some time to organize sports events and celebrate. There was feeling of schadenfreude, expressing profoundly Jiangnan College Town's higher-ups' evil intents towards these miserable high school students. It was unknown which term's principal encouraged it. In any case, it had been this way year after year all the way till now. Sports event? Song Shuhang taken aback, how come he did not have any news of it? Could it be because he skipped too many classes in the past 2 days? Say, which event did you enter? Sports events are the best time to show off and get together with female juniors. Speaking of which, the second semester of your freshman year is almost over, did you get a girlfriend yet? Zhao Yaya threw a bunch of questions at him. It felt like those meddling aunties during New Year's. When Zhao Yaya grows older, she'll definitely be a fighter jet amongst the aunties. Which event? I haven't decided. But, I will probably enter 1 or 2, since I have quite some confidence in running. Song Shuhang said casually, furthermore, I'm just a freshman, no way it's that easy to make a girlfriend, right? Well, give it your best on the event, you might just get a confession on the spot from a senior or a junior. If you can make a girlfriend, Auntie would definitely be happy. Zhao Yaya chuckled. Inside the shower, Song Shuhang smirked. Sorry, sister. I'm focusing on cultivating these days. Girls are just a pile of beautiful skeletons that I temporarily don't have time for. After showering, Song Shuhang wiped his hair and came out, asking, Sister, I'll be eating dinner with Tubo and the others, want to come? Zhao Yaya shook her head and said, I won't join you guys in case your 3 rabble lonely friends feel uneasy and restrained. I came with a lot of friends this time, so after visiting you, I'll be hanging out with them. That works too, I'll escort you back. Song Shuhang asked. It was about time he and the rest met up. Let's go. Zhao Yaya picked up her handbag and followed behind Shuhang out of the dorm. At the dormitory's entrance. Coincidentally, the 2 male students who saw Song Shuhang leave with Soft Feather were also there. Zhao Yaya was half a step behind at the corner of a turn on the stairway, so these 2 dudes did not see Zhao Yaya. Seeing Shuhang, one waved and walked up to him, teasing, Yo, my dear friend Shuhang, where are you off to play now? Oh yeah, introduce your sister to me sometime. Your sister is so beautiful, especially those long legs. After seeing her, I conferred on her the title of my #1 goddess. Ever since then, I've had no appetite, but I have dreamt of her these past few nights. Give me her number, man. I promise to be a good brother-in-law. Song Shuhang's eye twitched. He knew that this guy was talking about Soft Feather whom they met a few days ago. The problem was that the genuine sister was following behind him right now. How could those words not be misunderstood by Zhao Yaya? As expected, as this student's words were spoken, he saw a beauty in a medical robe following behind Song Shuhang. Another long-legged girl, and in a medical uniform at that. Zhao Yaya glanced at this fellow, and uninhibitedly kicked. Not only were her legs slender, but also her lineage destruction kick was a unique talent. Moreover, as a doctor, she could control her power, and promise that it hurt like hell but at the same time not truly bust balls. Blankly, the fellow took a kick and immediately knelt down. This is my sister, Zhao Yaya. Song Shuhang cracked a smile. On the side, the other male student laughed at the other's misery. He was the model of a bad friend. As he laughed, Zhao Yaya glanced over. The student covered his mouth immediately, and waved at Shuhang, Hello Shuhang, and Shuhang's sister. I'm just a harmless passerby. Song Shuhang laughed, I'll be leaving with my sister, bye. Soon after, he pulled Zhao Yaya and hurriedly left the scene. Bye-bye, the student covering his mouth laughed. As Shuhang and Zhao Yaya were some distance away, the student who took a kick stood up with great difficulty from the kneeling position, full of tears. It hurts, the heart-penetrating kind. Yeah, the student on the side sympathized, just watching that kick made his balls feel an indistinct pain. But, Song Shuhang's family genes are great. The sister last time was beautiful and had long legs. This sister is about the same, and the uniform adds points. How superb. Female doctors are the best. I'd want to get a shot from her every day. And, I want to be Shuhang's brother-in-law, either sister will do. That said, he gave a thumbs up. This was a truly brave warrior, because he had the courage to face his bleak life and the courage to take the bloody path. On the way, Zhao Yaya suddenly asked, Shuhang, the other 2 guys earlier on. I should have never met them before when I sent you to college town during the start of the semester. How did they know me? Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. I think they should have heard of you from Tubo and the other fellas and obtained your photo through some methods. You're lying, it's too fake. Zhao Yaya snorted. From their expressions and way of speaking, they should have met your sister not long ago. Also, when you had introduced me earlier on, the other guy on the side seemed visibly shocked. Clearly, it was his first time meeting me. Therefore, you should just tell me the truth. The sister they were referring to, was it your girlfriend? Are you embarrassed to introduce us as she's older than you? Sister Zhao was still so strictly impartial and incorruptible. Always acting like a detective and ruthlessly exposing Song Shuhang's lies. There's no such thing. She's really not my girlfriend. You have to believe me. Song Shuhang immediately seriously replied. It's the truth. However, you indeed had a sister that accompanied you leaving the male dormitory not long ago? Zhao Yaya squinted her eyes. How about it, have you considered the prospect of advancing beyond friendship? A love between an older woman and a younger man seemed pretty great recently. Also, if you get married, a slightly older woman would know how to take care of you. I doubt auntie and uncle would object. Damn it, to think that she had easily figured that out. Song Shuhang was dejected. Also, why is having a girlfriend linked to getting married? Couldn't there be just a pure friendship between a college guy and a girl? Must it definitely be linked with such a serious topic like marriage? I won't tease you anymore, just that, you must definitely tell me the good news if you get a girlfriend. I'll be going now. Zhao Yaya patted Shuhang forcefully, then swiftly walked up and flagged a cab before leaving with a smile. Song Shuhang waved while he was secretly relieved internally. He was really unable to lie in front of Zhao Yaya because she knew him too well, and could easily see through his lies. Luckily, she did not manage to make out any stuff related to Cultivation and himself. That's right, after all, towards ordinary people, Cultivation was merely a product of imagination. In normal scenarios, no one would link reality with Cultivation. All in all, before he decided to fess up about Cultivation to her, he had to safeguard his secret well and not allow her to discover anything in case he brought about a disaster for her and his family. Song Shuhang pondered internally. Northern River's loose cultivator had just warned him earlier on. He would definitely not dare to use his relatives' lives as a joke. Thinking of here, he once again remembered the person secretly investigating him. Although he shouldn't have the heart to harm others, he mustn't lack the heart to be wary of others. Snowflake 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 afternoon, 6 p.m. Inside of Yangda's rental apartment when Song Shuhang had rushed over, Lin Tubo and Gao Momu had already been drunk with both of them hugging each other. Gao Momu would occasionally weep while still looking somewhat deeply hurt. As for Lin Tubo, he was hugging him and loudly comforting him and slapping his chest, guaranteeing him something. Both of them were supposedly speaking in Chinese but Shuhang couldn't even understand a word. Who knows how these two drunkards communicated with each other? Li Yangda bitterly smiled and after opening the door for Shuhang, he immediately asked, Shuhang, do you know what happened to this fella, Gao Momu? When he came, he was more dead than alive and dragged Tubo along to drink. After drinking for a while, he started howling, saying that he's been tainted, not clean, not wanting to live anymore, the sort of words that I can't make heads or tails of. To be honest, for a man like him to keep shouting he's been tainted, it really makes one scared. Coincidentally, I'm aware of this incident. Song Shuhang laughed. Song Shuhang detailedly explained to Li Yangda what he had seen in the dormitory, but obviously concealed what Zhu Guyue told him about someone investigating him. Song Shuhang did not want his three roommates to be dragged into a dangerous situation because of him. When Li Yangda heard the full story, his face revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of Zhu Guyue, I do seem to have an impression of him. He should be the backbone member of our school's newspaper department. Whereas for gender, it should be female. Li Yangda kneaded his chin while pondering. Previously, because of some need for information, he had hacked into the school's newspaper department, thus he was well aware of some of their important members. However, I had asked Gao Momu previously if the other party's a guy. In the end, this fella had a strange expression and shook his head in melancholy. Then, I asked if it's a girl. His expression was even worse, but ultimately he sadly shook his head. Once again, I asked if it's a transvestite or intersex, but then he cried and told me that that's not it either and that I wouldn't understand it. Song Shuhang spoke. Then there's only one possibility left, could the other party be a transgender? Li Yangda guessed. Hearing you say that, it looks like there's only this possibility left. Song Shuhang nodded his head, and they once again looked at Gao Momo. Pity could be seen from their eyes. Yangda proposed, let's get old Gao drunk tonight. Song Shuhang nodded, agreed. Originally, his roommates were intending to head out and have a meal. However, Gao Momo's neither dead nor alive look was simply the same as making an exhibition of himself if they were to bring him out. Therefore, Li Yangda sensibly ordered takeout and even the alcohol was delivered. Tubo and Gao Momo merely drank alcohol and did not eat much. Right now, both of them were already intoxicated, close to becoming a corpse each. Song Shuhang and Li Yangda sat down while they happily enjoyed their sumptuous dinner. Oh right, Yangda. Our school's going to organize a sports event? Why didn't I know of this? Song Shuhang inquired. Of course you wouldn't know, because our class was only informed in the afternoon. At that time, you were dragged away by that strange friend of yours. Speaking till here, Li Yangda revealed a mysterious smile. Oh, and Shuhang, when you weren't in class this afternoon, that female classmate called Lu Fei had even specially came over to inquire about your situation. Ha! Song Shuhang stared blankly and didn't know what to reply for a moment. That Miss Lu Fei, he only knew that she had shifted closer to him for a few lessons. Furthermore, he had yet to even exchange a single sentence with her. How should Shuhang be expected to react? Hee hee. Li Yangda laughed and spoke again. Also, there was an interesting incident during registering for the sports event. Let me explain it to you in detail. It is said that there's a torturous 5,000-meter men-only run for this sports event, the type that will be incredibly tiring. No one in our class was willing to participate, therefore, ultimately everyone tried to push this around, and lastly, this duty fell upon someone who had applied for leave and wasn't present in class. Let me give you a hint, that person's surname is Song. Can I cuss? Song Shuhang felt as if the bulging veins on his forehead were about to bust. What the heck, it was 5,000 meters, for goodness sake. One would die running, alright? He was really unfortunate. Wait a moment. His brain didn't manage to turn in time. If it was 2 days ago, he might really die from running. However, if he ran right now, merely a 5,000-meter run, probably he'd still be alive. Don't even mention cussing, it's useless. The sports event's participants' name list has already been sent. On June 7th, all you can do is obediently run that 5,000 meters. At that time, even if you are unwilling to go, someone will carry you up there. Good luck. If you manage to obtain the first place, there'll be additional course credits. Li Yangda craftily smiled. Alright, it's just 5,000 meters. These additional course credits, this Song will definitely get M. Song Shuhang displayed a heroic appearance. That's the spirit, cheers. Li Yangda raised his cup. Cheers. Suddenly, Lin Tubo, who was intoxicated, laughed and raised his cup. Looking at his clear eyes, he didn't seem to be drunk. What the F***ck, this fellow was merely coaxing Gao Momo. A pitiful Gao Momo was currently dead drunk on the floor. Who knows when he got drunk and how many secrets this baddie, Tubo, made him spill. Song Shuhang raised his cups and laughed. Cheers. Regardless if it was for Zhao, Yaya or these three scoundrels, he must be well prepared. It turned out that even a cultivator who had just begun his foundation establishment was no longer an ordinary person. After taking body-tempering liquid twice and practicing the basic Buddhist fist technique and true self-meditation scripture, Song Shuhang didn't only have his body strengthened, but also improved his drinking capacity. In the past, his drinking capacity could only be comparable to Gao Momo's, but today, he managed to leave the smart Lin Tubo and Li Yongda under the table. Even after fuddling the two guys, Song Shuhang still remained clear-minded and could move freely. It was as if he had been drinking glasses of water instead of 1.5 cases of liquor. Moving the three drunk guys to bed, he gargled and decided to go back to his dormitory. He had no interest in sleeping with three drunkards in one bed. As he walked alone, he came to that alley of auspicious street area again unconsciously. Will I meet the kabedon'd girl again? But I've met her this afternoon, he thought. Unless the girl had been waiting here and getting kabedon'd all day long, it would be impossible to meet her several times a day. Nothing had happened on the way. What a peaceful world. He nodded quietly. If only every day had been so peaceful. Well, it was also peaceful when he came out to look for an apartment with Senior Medicine Master. Oh, no. Thinking of Medicine Master, something immediately occurred to Song Shuhang. It was not peaceful when he was walking with Senior Medicine Master, for there was a stalker who was following them and got frightened away by an eye contact with Medicine Master. Thinking of this, Song Shuhang pinched his chin. A moment later, he suddenly turned back and looked sharply. Come out, you've been following me so long. Or do I have to get you out? Shuhang said this because something stirred in his heart. In fact, Song Shuhang had just begun his foundation establishment. Although he had already had a much better vision and other four senses than ordinary people, he was still a rookie. Without enough battle experience, he could not find out whether there was someone following him or not. He just wanted to test whether there really was someone following him. It would be fine if no one was following him, and no one would get to know about this silly action of his. However, if someone really jumped out, then he could handle it. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang quietly opened his cell phone and made the screen show the number of Medicine Master. In this way, if something was wrong, he could immediately call Medicine Master for help. It would be a little bit embarrassing, but he would just throw his face away as far as he could if his life was endangered. Song Shuhang's eyes were still fixed on the back. A moment later, someone slowly stepped out of a dead corner. Not bad. You can find me even though I have hidden myself so well. This was a hunky man who was almost 2 meters tall. With a shaved head, he made people feel overwhelmed. However, the weird thing was that this guy had a peaceful face. Yes, even with a shaved head and an overwhelming figure, this guy had a harmless and cute face. Damn, what a sharp contrast. What's more, with such a big size, he still managed to follow Song Shuhang quietly. This guy's skills in hiding and sneaking must have reached the limit. Who are you and why are you following me? Song Shuhang asked, narrowing his eyes. He could see the bulging muscles of the big man, full of power. Don't be so nervous, student Song Shuhang. I am also a student of Jiangnan College. I'm vice president of Free Combat Club, Nan Haomeng. The big guy introduced himself, and then clenched his fist. I was following you because, last night, 2 boys of our Free Combat Club were given a lesson by you when they were molesting a girl. Oh, so your boys complained tearfully to you that they were bullied by me, and then you come to me to avenge them, said Song Shuhang. If it were 2 days ago, Song Shuhang would flee as fast as he could if he found a big guy was clenching his fist at him. But now, after taking tempering liquid twice and practicing the basic Buddhist fist technique and true self-meditation scripture, Shuhang didn't feel scared at all. He wouldn't hesitate if he had to have a fight with this man. Besides, since this guy was the boss of those bad boys, he was not the one who was investigating him at school yesterday at noon as Shuhang met the bad boys and short-haired girl last night. Huh. No, the 2 guys didn't dare to tell me that they had molested a girl. If I hadn't overheard them talking, I wouldn't have known they'd been beaten. I knew they messed around with bad boys, but I didn't expect that these good-for-nothing idiots even dared to molest a little girl too weak to truss a chicken. I've beaten them hard too and I'm sure they can't get out of bed in the coming days. Nan Haomeng smiled harmlessly. a little girl too weak to truss a chicken? Big guy, it's just because you didn't see the girl in her rage mode. If you had been present this afternoon, you would have seen that girl SEC kill 11 bad boys in 10 seconds, and then I'm sure you wouldn't describe her as a little girl too weak to truss a chicken. Then why were you following me? Song Shuhang asked in a low voice. Well, according to the two idiots, Student Shuhang was really something. So I want to try it myself. Nan Haomeng still smiled harmlessly. He was strong since he was a child. He was big, and had the strength twice greater than an ordinary man's. In Free Combat Club, nobody could beat him, which made him feel a little bit lonely. Thus, when Nan Haomeng heard that someone could lift one of his boys off the ground by the head with a single arm, his instinct told him he would find a good opponent. So, he was happily following Song Shuhang all the way here. Now, after seeing Song Shuhang in person, he was more convinced that this junior brother who looked much thinner and shorter than him was actually a martial arts master. Of course, you may take it as taking revenge for my boys. Then, you may feel angry and probably try harder when you fight with me. Anyway, it is one of the reasons why I'm here for you. Nan Haomeng assumed a fighting stance, his eyes shining. In an instant, he changed from a harmless man to a fierce beast. All of this nonsense aside, you just want to have a fight with me, right? Said Song Shuhang. Yes, I just wanted to have a fight with you. Nan Haomeng grinned. Besides, it was you who made me talk so much just now. As a matter of fact, I'm a quiet person, as I prefer to talk with my fists. Song Shuhang. You are a quiet person? If you are a quiet person, is there anyone who is not quiet in the world? I'm coming. Nan Haomeng approached Song Shuhang with a sliding step, clenched his right fist and was about to give Song Shuhang a powerful and heavy straight punch. Song Shuhang didn't dare to underestimate him. He had just begun his foundation establishment today, so he would not take the big guy too lightly. Seeing Nan Haomeng was trying to hit him with a straight punch, Song Shuhang turned his wrist and applied basic fist, number 3 smoothly. He twisted his fingers, claw-shaped his hands, and moved his arms like a dancing dragon. Turning his fingers, he grasped the wrist of Nan Haomeng with great precision. Nan Haomeng's hand was held firmly and couldn't go further even half an inch. Nan Haomeng felt pain in his wrist. The fingers on his wrist were as powerful as steel pincers. A man of Song Shuhang's size was someone he could just throw away with a single arm. He struggled hard a few times, but Song Shuhang's fingers remained as still as a hill. At this time, Song Shuhang frowned slightly, too weak. This guy was just too weak. Though he had such a big size and his punch seemed powerful, the strength of his fist just made him feel like he was holding a kid's fist. But, Song Shuhang immediately realized, it wasn't that the opponent was weak, instead it was he who had become strong. The body-tempering liquid had strengthened his body to the limits of an ordinary human body. After cultivating in the foundation-building fist technique just once, the quality of his body had already experienced an earth-shaking transformation. At this point of time, Nan Haomeng joyfully laughed out loud, "You're indeed a true expert, such a powerful claw technique." The fist that was stopped couldn't be pulled back, so he raised his leg to knee Shuhang without any hesitation. A knee attack isn't allowed in traditional Sonda fights, but Nan Haomeng wasn't in a Sonda competition right now. Although he was a big guy with an honest smile, he was no fool. In a fight, use whatever that is effective. While Sonda is very similar to MMA, they usually don't allow knee strikes apparently. Song Shuhang sighed, the hand that he shaped like a dragon's claw ruthlessly swung up, claw like a dragon dancing. Even when the claw has caught its prey, it can still dance like a dragon. What dances isn't merely the dragon's claw, there was also the prey that was caught. Nan Haomeng suddenly felt his 110 kilograms body being thrown off the ground. Furthermore, his opponent did it with a single arm. Nan Haomeng's heart skipped a beat. What terrifying power! This guy isn't just able to lift my good-for-nothing juniors with a single arm, he could even easily throw off a big guy like me. However, I will not fall this easily. Roar! Nan Haomeng roared, then lowered his body, trying to forcefully break the fall with his body. At the same time, he pulled back his right arm, intending to release a flurry of attacks once he landed. It was at this moment that Student Shuhang made his next move. Foundation Building Fist Technique 2. Fists like meteors. In the blink of an eye, over 10 punches landed unceasingly on Nan Haomeng's body. Because he was too quick, Nan Haomeng wasn't even able to react. Therefore, the big guy became a proper sandbag in mid-air. When Student Shuhang punched, he didn't recite the fist scripture chant. First, because there was no time. Second, if he added spirit chi onto the fist by reciting the fist scripture chant, he might end up punching a hole through his opponent's body. When that happens, there would be metal bars awaiting Student Shuhang. If he gets unlucky, he'd enter as a daisy, and leave as a sunflower. To add on to that, he even intentionally held back half his strength in his punches. Even so, his tempered fists were still dreadfully powerful. Tens of punches rained down, sandbag Nan Haomeng was punched into a daze. Nan Haomeng was knocked down. Student Shuhang pulled back his fists, then slowly breathed out a breath of putrid air, giving the slight impression of an expert. Nan Haomeng bitterly kneaded the places that were hit, and asked, "What kind of fighting style is this? Ancient Huaxia Wushu? Foundation Building Fist Technique 2. Student Shuhang's tone was mysteriously deep. Foundation Building Fist Technique 2? What the hell is that? Nan Haomeng blurted out. Student Shuhang suddenly felt very depressed. If he could, he'd rather throw out a cool and awesome that could scare people. It was a pity that he had no fate with those cool names. Seeing Student Shuhang's ill-intentioned face, Nan Haomeng decisively conceded defeat. "I lost." He sighed, as they simply weren't on the same level. He was born strong, yet his opponent was still so much stronger. He had a solid foundation in Sanda, yet his opponent's fist techniques seemed to be much more superior than his. A wise choice. Student Shuhang nodded. "Well then, as usual, the loser has to pay the price." Nan Haomeng roguishly replied, "I've got no money." He tilted his neck and turned away. In the worst case he could just get beat up some more. He had no money, but he has one life. He definitely wouldn't allow himself to be extorted. "I don't need money." Student Shuhang said this, but in his heart he was thinking otherwise. "He's recently been short of money, I need you to investigate something for me." There's a limit to how much one person can do, while hoodlums have their own intelligence network. Perhaps he could find the person who investigated him yesterday. Although he had already decided to ask Senior Medicine Master for help, more preparation wouldn't hurt. A moment later. Nan Haomeng scratched his head. "You want me to get people to find the person who investigated you yesterday?" A matter like this wasn't too difficult. By looking for who that person investigating Student Shuhang asked, then asking those students, they could find out how that person who investigated Shuhang looked, then slowly filter out the possibilities. In the worst case, he had ways to check the school's video surveillance history. He had connections in the school. However, even though he lost the fight, why would he help Student Shuhang? He just came to look for a fight, and didn't agree to help if he lost. If worst comes to worst they could fight again. "You'd help me, right? Senior Nan." Student Shuhang squatted beside Nan Haomeng while squinting his eyes, with a dangerous look in his eyes. If Nan Haomeng dares to spout the word no, he will wreck him up. Nan Haomeng's expression changed, he scratched his head, and made a silly smile. "I understand, I'll have those good-for-nothings and their friends do it. But I can't guarantee any results." He had the feeling in that moment, if he didn't agree, something horrible would happen. Student Shuhang revealed a satisfied smile. "All right then, Thanks, Senior Nan. After the fight, Song Shuhang felt very happy. This fight didn't just allow him to stretch his arms and legs, it even gave him a deeper understanding of Vajra Foundation building fist technique. This type of understanding was different from the force-feeding type from the hypnotic space. This type of battle experience was more alive, and gave Song Shuhang more effectiveness when it came to utilizing Vajra Foundation building fist technique. Save up more physical energy, yet able to produce more chi and blood. Battling in reality will always be more effective than theorizing. Maybe I should find more opponents to practice my fist technique? Yep, I'll take note of this, then ask Senior Medicine Master tomorrow if practical battles serve any purpose for me. Song Shuhang thought inside. He returned back to the dormitory without a hitch. Shuhang opened up the 9 provinces, 1, group out of habit. There was a lot of information contained in the group. It starts with the afternoon, where there was the chat record when Medicine Master obtained the 2 foundation building techniques for Shuhang. Then there was something from 2 minutes ago, from Copper Trigram's Immortal Master. This heavenly master has counted the time. In a while, the closed-door cultivation of White True Monarch would come to the end. North River's loose practitioner sent a stiff emoticon, then replied after a while, White True Monarch is a closed-door cultivation addict, he's truly the model of my generation. After coming out this time, he should be close to the 7th stage, Spirit Sage, right? I reckon that in a short while, we'll have to address Senior White as White Respected Sage. The most important point is, when White True Monarch emerges from closed-door cultivation, he'll contact us, right? When that happens, who's going to pick him up? A member with the ID of Drunk Moon Resident Scholar answered. The name Drunk Moon Resident Scholar felt very familiar to Song Shuhang. This person seemed to pop out on the chat group often. But for unknown reasons, he didn't seem to leave much of an impression. Once Shuhang turned away from the chat, he'd have forgotten him. Once this message from Drunk Moon Resident Scholar was sent, the whole group became awkwardly silent. After a long time, North River's loose practitioner said, "Let me put this out first, I was the one who went to receive White True Monarch the last time. This time will definitely not be my turn." From his tone, it seems like receiving White True Monarch out of his closed-door cultivation was a very horrifying matter. Even the passionate and hospitable North River's loose practitioner is scared out of his wits. Mad Saber 3 Waves suddenly made an appearance. I've recently felt my cultivation showing signs of making a breakthrough, and I am preparing to enter closed-door cultivation for a few years. Everybody please take note. Who are you kidding, 3 Waves? You just got up to the late stage of Spirit Emperor recently, it should be a long time before you make another breakthrough. North River's loose practitioner added in a sneer emoticon as well. I recently had a fortuitous encounter, so my cultivation is rising by leaps and bounds. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, for I believe it. In any case, I'll be going into closed-door cultivation soon, so take note of that. Mad Saber 3 Waves firmly said. What are you panicking for? Copper Trigram's Immortal Master was very calm. It's not like White True Monarch is emerging right now, there's still a long time before that happens. When the boat closes in on the bridge it'll naturally straighten itself to flow with the current, there will definitely be a way. Guy who does divinations, could it be that you already have a plan? North River's loose practitioner asked. Copper Trigram's Immortal Master, humph, naturally I have a plan. But I definitely wouldn't tell you, North River, you can give up. How vile. North River's loose practitioner clenched his fist. Your mama's eggs. 3 months later at the Forbidden Purple Peak, I must torture this divinator fellow to death, beat him up to the point his old mother can't recognize him. Song Shuhang scrolled down the chat records. He wanted to add in a message, to leave an impression. But for unknown reasons, when Copper Trigram's Immortal Master mentioned that he had a plan, Shuhang felt a chill going down from his forehead to his ass. He had a premonition that if he sent a message, it would invite trouble onto him. Therefore, Song Shuhang resolutely shook his head, decisively turned off his computer, got into his bed and slept. Deep within the night, sounds of summer cicadas and frogs reverberated continuously. In the darkness, a silhouette in black clothing quietly approached the male dormitory under the cover of darkness and ultimately stopped at the ground level of Song Shuhang's dormitory's balcony area. "It should be here." The black silhouette softly mumbled to itself before lightly jumping and landing onto Song Shuhang's dorm balcony with a whoosh. The height of the male's dormitory second floor was 3.5 meters, and adding the half-meter-high railing, it was 4 meters high. This black figure did not even require any assistance and had effortlessly jumped onto the balcony from ground level. This sort of jumping ability, if it was used for the country, the national champion would be guaranteed, without the need of gathering any momentum to jump 4 meters high, regardless of any rank of high jump athletes. They would tearfully offer their knees looking at this result. Of course, there's a higher possibility that citizens worldwide would suspect that he was on drugs, or that he had secretly installed some high-tech equipment in his muscles or something. The dormitory balcony door's structure was of a French design, simplistic and beautiful. The black figure vigilantly inspected the surroundings, and after confirming that no one had noticed him, he fished out a razor-thin blade and thrust it into the window's crack. Despite him not performing any visible action, the lock was unlocked. His lock-picking skill was certainly of an expert level. Softly opening the window, the black figure entered indoor. These actions were light and soft just like a cat's, and during the entire process, no sound was produced even once. Inside the dormitory, Song Shuhang was lying on the bed, his body assuming the shape of the character. Apparently, he was dead asleep. He had helped Senior Medicine Master look for an apartment in the morning and refined body tempering liquid afterwards. And then, he started learning a foundation fist technique and meditation technique, while before he reached home, he had a fight with someone. Too many incidents happened today and depleted his energy. Right now, even if someone had ruthlessly gave him 2 slaps, it would be hard for him to wake up. As a cultivator, Song Shuhang's experience and vigilance were still lacking. He still belonged to the newbie rank, requiring more tempering. For the same reason, as a newbie who just entered the cultivation world, one cannot expect him to be similar to those expert cultivators who could pay attention to their surroundings in all directions for even a slight commotion while sleeping. The black silhouette stared at Song Shuhang for a moment and recalled information regarding Song Shuhang in his mind while comparing his photo with the young lad in front of him and finally confirmed his identity. There's no errors, it's him. The other party seemed to have not noticed his arrival. His infiltration was successful and surprisingly easy. However, that black figure still did not relax as Altar Master had some misgivings towards this ordinary lad, Song Shuhang. Before he came, Altar Master had warned him repeatedly to act according to circumstances. If he were to be discovered by the other party, he was supposed not to think too much and immediately retreat. Therefore, ever since the black figure had entered the room, he was very cautious and prudent, restraining his aura and holding his breath. Then, where is spirit-binding ice bead? The black figure's gaze swept past Song Shuhang's body. His main purpose of visiting during the night was to bring back that legendary ghost spirit. The room wasn't big, therefore, he had easily found his target. The spirit-binding ice bead that sealed the ghost spirit was hanging on Song Shuhang's neck without any protection. The black figure was immediately excited. This mission seems to be easier than expected. That's great. The black figure cheered in his heart. His target was still dead asleep, as if he wouldn't even be shaken by thunder, not looking like an expert at all. He did not understand why Altar Master would be so wary of an ordinary mortal. The black figure extended his left hand towards the spirit-binding ice bead on Song Shuhang's neck. Just then, looking at Song Shuhang who was still sleeping soundly, he suddenly had a thought. If he merely retrieved the ghost spirit, at most, he would only complete Altar Master's task and obtain some reward. However, what if he managed to bring back Song Shuhang's head at the same time? Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to receive Altar Master's recognition, and obtain an even more profound technique. Before long, he would be promoted and become a golden medal member within the organization, becoming Altar Master's left and right hand. He would then reach his life's peak and could even have a long life like Altar Master. Just the thought of it made him somewhat excited. The black figure's left hand flipped and a blade without a handle slid out, pinched within his fingers. Killing intent surfaced within his eyes while the blade in his left hand headed toward Shuhang's throat. At the same time, his right hand continued to creep closer to grasp that necklace. As long as he obtained this ghost spirit, and his left hand delivered this strike, riches and honor would be in his hands. The black figure licked his lips, filled with hope for a better future. Just as his hand was about to touch that necklace, he suddenly felt an indescribable heaviness and a fierce giddiness come from his head. He felt as if someone had used a shit-stirring stick and thrust it into his head while ruthlessly stirring. The acute headache made him almost release a miserable shriek. "What's going on?" He clenched his teeth and forcefully held back from crying out. At the same time, a bad premonition welled up inside his heart. As expected, an overwhelming feeling of weakness rushed forth into his body the next moment, along with nausea and an urge to puke. He couldn't grab onto the blade he held within his fingers and it fell onto the floor. "This feeling is as if I've been inflicted with a highly toxic poison. Damn it, where did the poison come from? When did I get poisoned?" The black figure was astonished. He who had received all kinds of cruel training immediately knew that he was poisoned. Furthermore, this poison was a tyrannical one. Once it activated, even the heart apertures, chi and blood energy couldn't be circulated while his body rapidly weakened. He suddenly looked at Song Shuhang on the bed. At this moment, he saw Song Shuhang who was in his dreamland reveal a sinister smile. Sweet smile? Not good. I've been tricked. The black figure made a prompt decision to retreat and, before his body had completely fallen apart, he turned and left from the balcony. When he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and dyed his face mask in red. He hastily took out several medicinal pills for detoxifying poison from his bosom. Regardless of its usefulness, he swallowed everything in one go. And yet, that giddiness in his head was not alleviated, and the weakness of his body was continuously intensifying. When he jumped down from the balcony, he felt that both of his legs were somewhat unsteady and had received a hidden injury. The antidote had no effect. The black figure only felt his own brain getting more muddled in the midst of the acute pain, like a drunkard who was intoxicated and lost his ability to make proper judgment. "This won't do. I must immediately return to where Altar Master is, and ask him to save my life before the poison totally breaks out." Thinking of here, he quickly rushed towards Altar Master. This was undoubtedly an erroneous decision. If his mind was still clear, he absolutely would not head to where Altar Master was. This would only expose Altar Master's hideout. However, at this moment, his mind was already muddled and his instinct to seek survival made him choose to head to Altar Master for help. Snowflake 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 Altar Master was temporarily staying in a hotel outside College Town. He leaned against the chair and emptied his mind. However, his mind constantly recalled that pair of sharp eyes with dark circles around them from Medicine Master. That terrifying gaze of Medicine Master was unable to be expelled from his mind. Thinking back of that glance, his body went somewhat soft. He did not dare to approach Medicine Master, and neither was he able to approach Song Shuhang who was together with Medicine Master. He was unable to verify if Song Shuhang was an expert or a mortal. Only deep within the night, when he knew that Song Shuhang had separated with Medicine Master, did he send a newly trained subordinate to probe Song Shuhang because of his desire for the ghost spirit. As he was unable to verify Song Shuhang's true strength, he could not bear to send his even more powerful subordinates lest they were killed. It wasn't easy for him to train his underlings as it took up a lot of wealth and time. Calculating the time, if it's successful, my subordinate should have returned to report by now? Altar Master thought. If he had failed, then his subordinate definitely had met a tragic end. The world of cultivation was far more cruel than the world of mortals. Just then, sounds of knocking sounded from the door. Did my subordinate return? Come in. Altar Master said in a deep voice. However, after the knocking sound from the door, there were no longer any more sounds. Altar Master creased his brows, he shaped his arm like a hook, and took out a dagger from his clothes. Then, he cautiously moved towards the door and looked through the peephole. Outside the room, there was only the subordinate he sent out leaning against the door motionlessly, there was nobody else near him. It's a success. However, Altar Master felt that something wrong was going on, he quickly opened the door while tauting all of his muscles, prepared to fight. When the door opened, the subordinate who was leaning against the door suddenly fell towards him. Altar Master dragged him into the room. Then he carefully surveyed the area outside the room to confirm there was nobody else. What's going on? He looked towards the subordinate in his arms and asked in a stern voice. As he said that, Altar Master felt a heavier weight in his hand, his subordinate twitched, then softly collapsed onto the ground. Altar Master immediately grabbed hold of his subordinate's wrist, this person's wrist had no heartbeat, and the chi and blood in his heart acupoint had completely dissipated, completely dead? He didn't even say a single word. Altar Master frowned, and inspected his subordinate's corpse. There wasn't a single wound on his subordinate's body, and no signs of battle. There was only the blood stain on his face cloth. Altar Master cautiously used the dagger to pull down the cloth, and saw that his subordinate's face had turned green with both of his eyes bloodshot, there was even a stench from the blood that flowed out of his mouth. There was a stench mixed with the blood, Altar Master accidentally sniffed this stench, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. There's poison. His subordinate died from poison, and this was an incredibly tyrannical poison. It had melded with his subordinate's bloodstream, and turned all of the blood in his body into poisonous blood. Now, simply from the stench emitted from the poisonous blood, poison was carried to him. Altar Master hastily swallowed an antidote, and activated his true chi to expel this poison. This poison is second-hand, yet it's still this tyrannical, just how terrifying was this poison by itself? Student Shuhang. Sure enough, he is no ordinary person. Damn it, all that information saying he's a Jiangnan University City freshman, 18-year-old teenager, parents are healthy and he treats people kindly are all fake. Especially that god-damned treats people kindly, how could someone who uses such acute poison possess a warm character? Those were all fake information made for Student Shuhang to feign his identity, it can be confirmed that he's, in the middle of tempering in the mortal world. Motherf **** cur, what for be so serious when going through tempering in the mortal world? What a dog's hit day. How evil, this poison can't be expelled. Altar Master clenched his teeth, the poison in his body had already taken root in his body, and was incredibly hard to expel. To completely expel the poison in his body, he may have to go into closed-door cultivation. But he didn't have the time for it at that moment. This subordinate is truly idiotic to come back despite having been poisoned, this is leading the way for the enemy. Maybe that Student Shuhang is already chasing after my subordinate to this location. I can't stay in this place any longer. Altar Master quickly packed up all of his belongings. Before leaving, he sprinkled some corpse disintegrating liquid onto his subordinate, he's getting rid of the corpse to eliminate all traces. After everything was done, Altar Master covered his nose, jumped out of the hotel window, then disappeared into the night with a few more leaps. The plan could only be continued after expelling the acute poison in his body, he has to find another way to get in touch with this senior song, and trade for the spirit ghost in his hands. The night was very long. In the night, there were people celebrating, people who were vexed, people who were worried, life happens in infinite forms. June 6, 5 a.m. in the morning. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, full of vigor. After opening his eyes, his brows suddenly creased. Having gone through body tempering, his sense of smell was a lot more sensitive than the average man. A dull smell of blood was all over the room. The dormitory's balcony door was actually open. In June, when Song Shuhang and his 3 roommates sleep, they definitely wouldn't open the balcony's door, because this is the period where mosquitoes and other insects become rampant. Unless they had the intention to sacrifice their bodies to feed the mosquitoes, none of them would leave the door open. Could it be that Tubo and the others have returned? Song Shuhang pondered. But when he looked around him, he couldn't find the shadow of his roommates anywhere. Through the bedroom, he could vaguely see that the ceiling-to-floor door for the balcony was also open. A thief came? Song Shuhang panicked. This wasn't the first time a thief snuck into the dormitory, especially for them who lived on the 2nd floor. This was the floor which thieves liked to visit the most. This is bad. Song Shuhang jumped off his bed. I'm lacking vigilance. There were 21 sets of body-tempering liquids ingredients contained in his cupboard. These were things that were hard to obtain even with money. If these medicinal ingredients were stolen, he would definitely weep and faint in the bathroom. When he got up, Shuhang's gaze landed on the floor. There was a handleless blade there. It was exceptionally sharp, with a cold glint. This was a sharp and thin blade with no handle. It should be the type used by putting it between the fingers or with some other tools. To use a blade like this, one requires a certain level of skill. Those who aren't experts have no way of using it. This blade is definitely not for cutting fruits, it's a scary blade for assassinating people. A thief would have no use for this, and wouldn't have the capability of wielding such a lethal weapon. Add on to that the smell of blood in the air. The intruder wasn't a thief. It isn't for wealth, so it should be for a life. Who did this person want to kill? Who else could it be? There was only him in the dormitory. In addition, his 3 roommates were just ordinary college students. It wasn't likely that an assassin would be hired to deal with them. The misfortune of being marked for death. Suddenly, Song Shuhang felt his heart beating a few notches faster. He picked up the blade on the floor, and a multitude of thoughts passed through his mind. He was unable to calm down. Thinking of how he had slept like a pig last night, while someone wanted to kill him, he immediately felt fear. Although he didn't know why the opposite party didn't kill him, he was still aware that he had been on the verge of death. Even though he had already begun foundation building, he was just an ordinary university student 2 days ago. Suddenly being placed into a situation where someone wanted him dead, if he could still maintain his calm, then there would truly be something wrong with him. However, Song Shuhang only allowed himself to panic for 3 breaths, then silently activated the true self-meditation scripture to forcibly calm down. From the moment I chose to become a cultivator, I no longer feared death. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, with more resolution in them than before. When he said these words, he reaffirmed his existence as a cultivator. His true self-meditation scripture seemed to level up. The true self in his mind emitted the aura of having broken through the ordinary. This was the true self recognizing him once more. He was no longer an ordinary person, he was a cultivator. When he once again opened his eyes, Song Shuhang lightly pressed his hand against his heart. My heartbeat is still fast, but this isn't fear. It was something that came from the bottom of his heart, joy. The opposite party's assassination, this feeling of being close to death, made him feel excited. Despite being the target for assassination, this sort of matter which would never occur to an ordinary college student's scripted life made him feel amusement and joy. In that moment, even Song Shuhang began to suspect that there was something wrong with his brain. If it's someone who really wants to take my life, maybe, this person is connected to the one who investigated me yesterday. Song Shuhang thought over this while playing with the handleless blade with his fingers. The blade shuttled around his fingers, like a fluttering butterfly. When he heard from Zhuge that someone was investigating him, he pondered over the opposite party's identity. The possibility of it being hoodlums outside of school can be denied. They were just ordinary students, and they lived according to the laws of society. It wasn't possible for them to hire an assassin just because of that small altercation with them. If hoodlums were all so rich/daring, the world would have been conquered by now. Other than that, the possibility of them being the people tailing Medicine Master was also low. The ones tailing Medicine Master are mostly people who need a favor from Medicine Master. Maybe that person has an extreme character with the thought of kidnapping me to threaten Medicine Master. But the possibility of this is too low. Other than that, there's only the matter regarding Soft Feather. Song Shuhang pulled out his necklace and looked at the ghost ceiling ice pearl. The ice pearl emitted a cooling air, making his mind more agile, quick and open. For the matter regarding Soft Feather, there was something about it that made Song Shuhang worry when he recalled it. That day, on the way back from capturing ghost spirits, Soft Feather mentioned to Song Shuhang that her father had sealed a ghost spirit at Ghost Lamp Temple. However, Soft Feather subdued 2 ghost spirits. Ghost spirits can't give birth, so where did the other ghost spirit come from? Maybe, the 2 ghost spirits were male and female. They were fated to meet even if they were 1,000 miles apart, and so the forbidden love story of 2 ghosts unfolded? Or perhaps, someone specially placed a ghost spirit in Ghost Lamp Temple to nurture it. If it were the former, then there would be no problem. If it were the latter, then there would be a huge problem. By the looks of it, the latter had a greater possibility of being true. If it were the latter, then does he want to take back the ghost spirit from me? Song Shuhang's eyes contained clarity, and, kill me in the process? The world of cultivators had always been cruel. As they possessed power above that of the normal world, powerful cultivators were difficult to restrain with the mortal world's laws. The only things that restrained a cultivator were his morals and ethics, and the bottom line of being a human. When morals and ethics shatter, and self-restraint is lost, some cultivators could stoop to anything. Slaughter, brutality, oppression, to regard human life as worthless and something to be ravaged at will, all sorts of things made up the perils and cruelty in the world of cultivators. You took my treasure, so I'll kill your whole family. Some extreme cultivators from evil sects would certainly do such a thing. Song Shuhang, who had not even completed foundation establishment, was exposed to the cruel side of the world of cultivators in advance. Of course, I can't discount the last possibility. Song Shuhang pinched the spirit-binding ice bead. The last possibility was that treasures could rouse one's heart. He hadn't expended much effort in concealing the spirit-binding ice bead, and one who had sinister motives could have seen it when he was inattentive. Consequently, that person began to think of killing him and stealing his treasure. If it were really this type of person, then it would be more damning for the victim. But, that person has already entered the room, and even came to my bed, so why did that person not harm me? The blade had already fallen next to his bed. There was no reason for that person to retreat when success was so close. Was there someone protecting me? Song Shuhang recalled the faint smell of blood. Was it Senior Medicine Master? Song Shuhang put away the blade carefully, and decided to pay Medicine Master a visit before attending the morning's class. He had many suspicions to inquire the senior about. Moreover, he wanted to consult the senior on methods to raise vigilance and hide treasures. After he washed up, Song Shuhang pulled some clothes on and hurried out of school dorm without eating breakfast. When he was leaving the male dorm, he saw a large silhouette from afar, waving at him. Fellow Student Shuhang. The silhouette approached. It was the big fellow from last night, Nan Haomeng, who had been beaten one-sidedly by Shuhang. Song Shuhang stopped and looked at him doubtfully. I found the one who investigated you. Nan Haomeng said in a quiet voice as he approached Shuhang. Song Shuhang was a bit shocked. Your efficiency is surprisingly good, that was fast. It had only been a night, right? That's a must. In a fast-paced era, if you don't increase your efficiency, you'll be eliminated by the world. Nan Haomeng said some very philosophical things, but accompanied by his large stature, it had an indescribable awkwardness to it. In actuality, the smooth investigation process exceeded Nan Haomeng's expectations. He had just let the two good-for-nothing club members help find the person Song Shuhang wanted, yet the two club members just happened to have acquired some news very quickly. The main reason was because the two secretly looked into information regarding Song Shuhang themselves after the beating from Song Shuhang. Under an existing foundation, they quickly narrowed down the target. Who is it? Song Shuhang really needed this information right now. It's a student in our school, Lin Tao, a sophomore in the Department of Finance who lives in the dorms. The dorms aren't far from here, want to go take a look? Nan Haomeng replied. Song Shuhang knitted his brows. It was not a stranger, but a student from our school? But he quickly realized that the guy who investigated him naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to do so openly. Nowadays, with a bit of money, one could get others to gather information on him easily. This student was one of those who were entrusted to do so. Song Shuhang checked the time. It's still early, let's pay him a visit. With that said, Song Shuhang clenched his fists tightly. Department of Finance's male dorm. It was rare for Lin Tao to wake up early. He had been in a good mood the past 2 days. Yesterday morning, a foolishly rich guy with sunglasses gave him enough money to cover his entire year's expense, and asked him to investigate a student in Jiangnan College town named Song Shuhang. The other party had said that his daughter had been hanging out with a student named Song Shuhang in the past few days. He was a bit worried, so he made Lin Tao look into Song Shuhang's personal data. The moment Lin Tao heard this, he knew he was being lied to. But, seeing the amount of money, he pretended to believe the other party. No one has anything against notes, and it was only to investigate a student's information, which was as easy as the lift of a hand. So, he accepted the money, and simply gathered some information on Song Shuhang. With this accidental fortune, Lin Tao had been living comfortably the past 2 days. Knock knock, a knocking sound came from the door. Excuse me, does student Lin Tao live here? A gentle voice came from outside the door. Just from the voice, one would easily feel amiable. Who's looking for me this early? Lin Tao harbored doubts, but he still opened the door. The instant he opened the door, Lin Tao felt a dense darkness before his eyes. A 2-meter-tall iron tower-like fellow stood expressionless at the door, full of oppressiveness. It scared him. He subconsciously wanted to close the door. Your student Lin Tao, the gentle voice sounded again. At this moment, Lin Tao realized there was a good-natured-looking student next to the big fellow. After seeing this man, Lin Tao's tenseness subsided a little. Why were you looking for me? Nice to meet you, my name is Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's friendly expression faded. Song Shuhang, what a familiar name. OSH*T, isn't he the one the foolishly rich guy had him investigate? Lin Tao immediately realized something was wrong. He stepped back quickly, reaching to close the door. But, Song Shuhang reached out and pressed lightly on the door. Looks like student Lin Tao knows about me. Then, Lin Tao realized the door in his hand would not budge at all. He was scared. What sort of monstrous strength is this? The man obviously did not look strong at all, yet blocked the door with one hand. Lin Tao used all his might and even his body, yet the door would not budge an inch. From your reaction, it seems I found the right guy. So, student Lin Tao, you want to have a proper chat with me, or do you want to have a proper chat with my fists? Song Shuhang said with emphasis on each syllable. Even he would get furious under the circumstances that someone had sold all of his personal information, nearly getting him killed. Due to this information, his friends and relatives might be harmed or even killed. If he weren't furious, then he would be the merciful savior of the world. For a short instant, Song Shuhang even had the thought of beating the man into a vegetative state. Don't do anything reckless, this is a school. If you do anything reckless, no one will get away with the consequences. Thanks for your reminder. Song Shuhan nodded. Well, student Lin Tao, are you never going to take a step outside the school for the rest of your life? If you take a step outside of school, then you'll be having a chat with my fists. Lin Tao's not an idiot, how could he not understand the meaning behind those words? Let's find a place to have a proper chat. I promise to tell you everything I know. Lin Tao smiled bitterly. As expected, greed was the worst amongst 7 deadly sins. Song Shuhang let go with the right hand that was pressed on the door, turned and walked towards the rooftop. At this moment, Lin Tao really wanted to slam the door, and call the dorm teacher for help. But, peeking at the 2-meter-tall sturdy fellow, he swallowed his saliva and decided otherwise. Lin Tao knew that the day would come where he has to leave the school. When that day comes, if this 2-meter-tall man comes to look for him, and wants him to have a taste of his sandbag-sized fist, all he can do is to book a bed at a hospital he's familiar with that is by the window, has good air circulation and nice scenery before experiencing this model of sandbag fist. So he was completely terrified, and followed Song Shuhang and Nan Haomeng up to the dormitory's rooftop with a bitter smile. Behind them, there were his roommates who were curious, but seeing Nan Haomeng's huge physique, they didn't dare ask anything, afraid that they would be implicated in Lin Tao's matter. Although they wanted to help Lin Tao, they had the feeling of the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. Like Song Shuhang's dormitory, the rooftop here is locked. Song Shuhang didn't have the keys. But it doesn't matter, this place isn't his dormitory anyways. In front of Nan Haomeng and Lin Tao's widened eyes, Song Shuhang grabbed onto the lock, and casually pulled down on it. Then, the lock and the screw which it held onto were both torn off. As relaxed as plucking a leaf off a branch. This could no longer be described as being strong, it was practically a dragon in the shape of a human. Lin Tao couldn't help but shiver for a moment. Stepping on the rooftop, Song Shuhang asked with a deep voice, "Well then, now, tell me, who sent you to investigate me?" "I don't know that person." Lin Tao bitterly laughed. As expected, Song Shuhang would ask this question first. This was the question he didn't want to face the most, because he simply didn't know the answer. Once his words were spoken, he saw Song Shuhang's face frost over. Lin Tao quickly tried to remedy the situation. He racked his brain trying to recall and said, "Wait, I can roughly remember how he looked like. He was taller than me by a whole head, at around 1.83 m, yep, rather skinny, with long arms. Obviously longer than ordinary people's by a lot, like a gibbon. Because he wore a pair of large sunglasses, I didn't get a clear look at his face. His lips were thick, like swollen sausages." "Is that all?" Song Shuhang's face looked like a volcano about to erupt, like he would explode at any moment. "There's a little more." Although this person tried to conceal it when he spoke, I was still able to tell that his original accent should be closer to that of an accent belonging to an area neighboring Jie City and Jiangnan region. Because I lived there when I was young, I'm very sensitive when it comes to the accent there. Lin Tao hurriedly said. The area neighboring Jie City in Jiangnan region, which is also the region Luo Xin Street is at. As expected, it's because of the spirit ghost? Song Shuhang was able to faintly confirm it in his heart. Other than this, I don't know much more. Actually, I didn't reveal too much information regarding you, just your few good friends and your next of kin. This information is things that your classmates and the school would know. It is also possible to extract this from the school's network. I can't find more on the school's network anyway. By the way, This is the reward that man gave me, I'll give it all to you." Lin Tao anxiously took out a bundle of red notes from his pocket, hoping for Song Shuhang's forgiveness. Seeing that bundle of red notes, the last bit of rationality in Song Shuhang's mind collapsed. Just because of this amount of money, this man passed detailed information on him to a stranger, causing his life to be in danger. Also, if this problem isn't quickly settled, the lives of his family and friends might also be in danger. Disgusting. Song Shuhang grabbed onto Lin Tao's shirt collar, fiercely pulling him towards himself. His right hand turned into a fist, and smashed it into Lin Tao's face. This was a forbidden move amongst punch techniques, called face-breaking punch of friendship. Lin Tao was blown into mid-air, fresh blood poured out of his mouth, along with several teeth. His face which had been hit began to quickly swell. This was when Song Shuhang forcibly retained majority of his strength, otherwise, with the anger contained in his punch, he could cause Lin Tao to be bedridden and unable to take care of himself. Now all that happened was a few broken teeth and a swollen face. This was the result of Shuhang holding himself back as much as he could. Lin Tao was knocked into a daze, and only began sobbing after a long while because of the pain. But because of his swollen face and half his teeth having fallen out, even his wails sounded weird, and weren't loud. From now on, you better erase everything regarding me from your mind. Otherwise, what you will receive the next time won't just be a simple punch like this. Song Shuhang wiped away the bloodstain on his fist. As for your face and your teeth, think of your own way to explain to others. You can say you hit yourself, or you knocked them off when you fell down. Either way, do not link it with me. I do not wish to see you again. There will be no next time. If there was a next time, Song Shuhang would truly be unable to guarantee that he wouldn't do something extreme. Even the Buddha can only endure 3 times, right? Song Shuhang and Nan Haomeng left. There was only Lin Tao sobbing on the rooftop left, with the red notes strewn all over the floor. Who knew if these red notes were enough for him to put back his teeth that fell? Dental fees seem to be really high nowadays. Hey, Shuhang, aren't you afraid that Lin Tao would go back and report to the school's authorities that you beat him up and even knocked out his teeth? Then the school might forcibly make you quit school or something? Nan Haomeng curiously asked. Yep, I'm not the slightest bit afraid. Song Shuhang was oddly calm. For unknown reasons, his calmness gave Nan Haomeng a bad premonition. Because I definitely wouldn't admit to beating him up. Besides, Song Shuhang turned around and looked at Nan Haomeng and said, "Why do you think I let you come with me to this place?" "What do you mean? Wasn't it me who brought you here?" Nan Haomeng felt that something was off. "Think about it, between the two of us, who is more conspicuous?" Song Shuhang indifferently said. Nan Haomeng shouted, "You're framing me?" "Yep, I'm framing you." Song Shuhang nodded and said, "If you're not happy, hit me. Hit your sister. If that happens it'll be you beating me up. Where would I have the opportunity to beat you?" Nan Haomeng clenched his teeth, and ran back towards the rooftop. He felt that he had to reinforce the threat towards that student named Lin Tao, so as to avoid the opposite party possibly do something he shouldn't when he's not thinking clearly. On the rooftop, the great sun climbed up to its peak with much effort, continuing to release its light and heat selflessly. Actually, with such hot weather, most people wished that he would go on strike for a day or two. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't time for class yet, Song Shuhang went to Medicine Master's residence. He had too many things to consult Senior Medicine Master with. At this time, in the garage of that 5-story house, there was an old Volkswagen Santana parked outside. It was the kind of old squarish Santana model that was used in driving school more than 10 years ago. This type of vehicle had already been completely withdrawn from the market for many years due to its age. Who knew that someone would still drive something like that these days? Song Shuhang began to suspect that this car may not even be allowed on the road right now. "There's a guest?" he inwardly said, then touched his key, intending to open the door. Yet at that moment, the door to the house was opened first. A lady with shoulder-length hair walked out of the house. She had a small figure, approximately 1.5 m or so. However, she had a powerful aura, every step she took had the aura that would rival a tiger inspecting his mountain. She slanted her head and sized Song Shuhang up, then minded her own business and walked over to the old Santana, and opened the boot. She took out a pill refining furnace that was approximately a cubic meter sized. Then, she raised her leg, and stamped on that pill refining furnace. The pitiful pill refining furnace made a tragic whine. This lady seemed to be in a bad mood, and she seemed to have a bad temper as well. Her anger value is about to burst the gauge. Song Shuhang's heart trembled a little. He felt that he should avoid this lady. Just as Song Shuhang was prepared to quietly slip in to look for Medicine Master, a strange noise sounded from behind him. Then, the pill refining furnace which was kicked began to swell up. In a blink of an eye, it grew to a size that was almost as big as the car. It can grow just by being stomped on. Is this object shrinking magic? 1,000 kinds of magic, 1,000,000 kinds of abilities, there are only things you can't think of. This is cultivation. Rivoli Purple Mist. One day, I'll be able to cast spells like seniors. Song Shuhang thought. At this time, the short-haired woman opened her arms and lifted one end of the pill furnace. She walked several steps and frowned. Dong! She put down the furnace, and turned her head at Song Shuhang. Are you Song Shuhang? She raised her eyebrows and said, can you help me carry it? It's a man's duty to help a beautiful lady in trouble, right? Do you know me? Song Shuhang wondered, and approached to help her with carrying the furnace. The pill furnace didn't weigh much. It was just a little bit large. It might be hard for one person to carry it, but two persons would make it quite easy. Don't ask such a silly question. You should tell the relationship between Medicine Master and me with a single glance. Then you should deduce that I've probably heard about you from Medicine Master, the woman said with a poker face. No one can tell the intimate relationship between you and Medicine Master with a single glance, all right? Song Shuhang complained in his mind, then tried asking, intimate relationship? Are you the Dao companion of Senior Medicine Master? No. I am just his disciple for now. Rivoli Purple Mist, this is the name I'm using, and I probably won't change it in at least 30 years. She seemed to be pleased when Song Shuhang called her the Dao companion of Medicine Master. Medicine Master said that he was heading to Jiangnan to do some research, so I came here to bring him his pill furnace. You know, he will just ignore everything when he is engaged in research. He needs someone to take care of him, take care of his hair, tidy his clothes, and remind him to cultivate or have meals at regular intervals. As they were talking, the two had reached the 3rd floor, which was the temporary pill refining room of Medicine Master. As soon as the door opened, Song Shuhang saw a brand new room. And, he saw a brand new Medicine Master. He didn't look like a shamate anymore. But, how should he describe the current appearance of Medicine Master? Regarding his hairstyle, the long, explosive hair had been carefully tended to. Now, the hair of Medicine Master was tied into many small braids, which were all erect. There were at least 20 braids on his head, which made the head of Medicine Master look like a forest. Many of the braids were even decorated with cute ornaments. To tell the truth, this hairstyle is even worse than the explosive one. Song Shuhang thought. The black eyes of his still existed, but now, they were covered with a real smoky makeup. Song Shuhang could see that as Medicine Master blinked, the circles of his black eyes glittered from time to time, which was the effect of eyeshadow. Song Shuhang felt his stomach twitching and he felt like vomiting. In his opinion, Medicine Master looked even worse than before. The shamate-looking Medicine Master was better looking than now. She just tried to make him look truly ugly. Was Rivoli Purple Mist afraid that a handsome Medicine Master might be stolen by other women? She could rest assured, as no girl would fall in love with the shamate-looking Medicine Master. Seeing Song Shuhang, Medicine Master smiled. Yo, little friend Shuhang has come. Yes, it's just the right time for you to come. Why, Senior, did you know I was coming this morning? Asked Song Shuhang. Well, of course. Something happened to you last night, right? Medicine Master had an inscrutable face. Sure enough, it was Senior Medicine Master who protected him last night. Feeling reassured, Song Shuhang answered, yes, someone sneaked into my dorm late last night. The guy left this handleless knife there. I could smell a faint smell of blood around my dorm, so I thought there must be something wrong there. As he spoke, he took out the thin handleless knife and handed it to Medicine Master. Medicine Master took the knife, glanced at it, and handed it back to Shuhang. Then, squinting his eyes, he asked, what do you think the guy who sneaked into your dorm yesterday wanted to do? Song Shuhang answered, I think there are a lot of possibilities, but the most likely one is, the guy was trying to kill me. Rivoli Purple Mist laughed, it seems that you are not hopelessly dull. Yeah, you are right, this handleless knife is full of bloody smell and the resentment of the dead, so the owner of the knife must have slain a lot of people. To be honest, I didn't want you to get exposed to the cruel side of Cultivator's world so early, but this is what Cultivator's world is really like. Crises don't only come from heavenly tribulations and natural disasters, but also from man-made disasters. Then, little friend Shuhang, how do you feel about the assassination aimed at you? Medicine Master smiled. How do I feel? I feel a lot of things. It is quite complicated. Beyond expression. Thinking for a while, Song Shuhang answered, to be honest, I was a little bit scared at first. Because, I found that I was so off my guard that I didn't even feel anything when the enemy had sneaked into my dorm and come all the way to my bed. That's one of the reasons I came here, Senior. At least, I wanted to be more vigilant. Hesitating for a moment, he said embarrassedly, but then, I felt a little bit excited. Excited? Ha ha ha. Medicine Master laughed, little friend Shuhang, you're such a strange guy. It was really weird that he felt excited about being assassinated. A strange guy. Rivoli Purple Mist echoed. Medicine Master laughed and began to explain. Yesterday, I secretly set a mini formation on your body. I'm sorry, I did it without your consent. But, the formation I had set could somewhat protect you by reacting to attacks of cultivators. Besides, it contained a drug that I had specially prepared. Here's a hint, this drug used to be my favorite. Ahem, Medicine Master was a little bit embarrassed. After all, it was rude to secretly set a formation on Song Shuhang's body, though he meant to protect him. However, late last night, this formation was activated by someone, and the drug in it was unleashed. Only a cultivator who is intending to attack can activate the formation. To be honest, I thought you would not need the formation. I thought the guys following me wouldn't be so crazy. But, it seems I overestimated them. They're already like mad dogs, biting around. Little friend Shuhang, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Medicine Master thought that the man who assassinated Shuhang was one of the guys who were following him. After all, he didn't know any cultivator who would attack Song Shuhang, a rookie to cultivation. Rivoli Purple Mist added with a smile, but that's all right. You will never see the guy who sneaked into your room yesterday again. That was to say, the killer yesterday was dead? Do you think it cruel, little friend Shuhang? But this is what Cultivator's world is really like. I know you're a kind-hearted, good man. But, never waste your mercy and kindness on your enemies. This is a warning from a senior. Medicine Master said earnestly. Song Shuhang was a good man, which he could tell from true self-meditation scripture. So, Medicine Master was a little worried that he would be too tender-hearted to his enemy, which would be a disaster eventually. Being a good man might be good, but a bleeding heart attitude would be dangerous in the cultivation world. Please rest assured, Senior. I might be a good man, but I am definitely not a saint who takes it a duty to save the world. As for enemy, I think the best enemy is a dead enemy. Song Shuhang thought for a while and answered seriously. Rivoli Purple Mist said again. You really are a strange guy. Medicine Master nodded with a smile. Someone with a bleeding heart personality could be a headache, but a good man with his own principles would be great. Besides, Senior Medicine Master, I think I should thank you, for if it weren't for you, I could have been killed yesterday. Song Shuhang said. In fact, besides the cultivators following you, the guy who was trying to kill me yesterday might be someone coming for this. Song Shuhang pulled out his pendant, and showed them the spirit-binding ice bead. This is what I got when I helped Soft Feather last time, a ghost spirit. Chapter 64 An Invincible Position. Song Shuhang told Medicine Master his speculations. In other words, you suspect that the one who snuck into your room was the ghost spirit's master or a cultivator whose greed was aroused by riches after seeing your ghost spirit incidentally? Soft Feather is Venerable Spirit Butterfly's daughter, the one teacher mentioned. Rivoli Purple Mist shook her head as she laughed. As expected of a generous young lady, giving away a ghost spirit unhesitantly. A treasure like the ghost spirit, even a cultivator of her stage did not have one. However, for the current her, this middle-rank ghost spirit was useless. What do you plan on doing? Medicine Master looked at Song Shuhang as he asked. Song Shuhang sighed, honestly, if the opponent was targeting only me, then I wouldn't need to be so worried. Their existence would even make Song Shuhang more delighted, as it would motivate him to train more. However, yesterday afternoon, I heard someone paid a Jiangnan College town student to gather information on me, my friends, and family. I'm somewhat worried that these guys will use any means necessary against me and hurt my friends and family. His strength at the moment was not enough to protect his friends and family. This was why Senior Northern River had exhorted him not to reveal his cultivator status before he had the strength to protect his friends and family. The problem lies, however, in that he has not even revealed his cultivator status, yet trouble still came. Suddenly, he felt very wronged. Rivoli Purple Mist laughed mischievously. Shuhang, why don't I hold on to the ghost spirit for you? Then, let those guys come find me, and I'll take them out one by one, sounds good? As she said that, Medicine Master flicked her forehead fiercely, don't suggest rotten ideas. This ghost spirit means the world to little friend Shuhang. After he finishes foundation establishment, and collects the necessary ingredients for a contract formation, he'll be able to contract this ghost spirit. With this ghost spirit, even if he missed the prime age for foundation establishment, Shuhang would still have a chance to catch up gradually to the geniuses of the sections. Without the ghost spirit, Song Shuhang's future path of cultivation would be 3 to 5 times more arduous. Song Shuhang's eyes slightly brightened. Rivoli Purple Mist rubbed her forehead and grimaced, I was just joking, besides, this ghost spirit is of no use to me now. Song Shuhang said in serious tone, so, I must find the mastermind behind this. Then, I'll get rid of him by all means necessary. What if the enemy's strength is way beyond yours? How will you get rid of him? Medicine Master reminded. In reality, the enemy's strength was definitely way beyond that of Shuhang's. After I find the whereabouts of the enemy, Song Shuhang pinched the spirit-binding ice bead and probed, Senior Medicine Master, I'd like to ask, if I put up this ghost spirit as compensation, will you get rid of the opposition for me? For the safety of his family and friends, he'd give up external things like the ghost spirit if necessary. Medicine Master laughed in gratification. Between the ghost spirit and his family, Shuhang chose the latter. For some cultivators, this decision was completely asinine. However, Medicine Master admired Shuhang's decision. But, he shook his head, unfortunately, I cannot help you, because I'm not skilled in battle. Moreover, your enemy could be hiding in the dark. I don't have experience with tailing or finding hidden enemies. Additionally, he did not need the ghost spirit. However, there are many seniors in the group who have cute juniors. If you're willing to compensate them with the ghost spirit, I believe many seniors in the group would travel far to aid you in getting rid of this hidden enemy. I can guarantee that. Medicine Master smiled as he said. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Song Shuhang carefully put away the spirit-binding ice bead. At least, with this ghost spirit here, he wouldn't fall into an impasse. He had support in retreat. He was already in an invincible position for this battle. However, unless you're out of options, I don't recommend that you trade the ghost spirit away. Why is that, Senior? Perplexed, Song Shuhang asked. For you, this ghost spirit is extremely important. I haven't explained some basic knowledge on Cultivator's Foundation establishment. Simply put, you've passed the prime age for Foundation establishment. With this ghost spirit, you can at least catch up to normal cultivators and go further on the path of cultivation. Without this ghost spirit, you may find it difficult to progress further than second stage realm. For you, this ghost spirit is your path to success. Medicine Master answered. But, I have no other options. Song Shuhang said. He was only a normal student without a strong force behind him. Other than to use the ghost spirit as compensation, he had no other possessions that would incentivize the seniors in the group to help him. Maybe your enemy is not as strong as you think. If the enemy is at first stage realm, then they would be in the range where you could resist, and they might even be a great opponent to temper yourself. At the same time, before you find the enemy, you can try your best to find help. Medicine Master smiled with squinted eyes. Again, don't trade the ghost spirit, unless you really have to. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang nodded. At least, he first had to find the hidden enemy mastermind. Otherwise, everything was just empty talk. Rivoli Purple Mist suddenly burst into laughter. Shuhang, I knew you were an interesting guy. By the way, teacher, do you need my help with anything else? Oh, it's enough that you transported my pill furnace. Medicine Master laughed, his hair shook like thicket, back and forth. I guess I'll be really idle. In that case, I'll go do something interesting. Rivoli Purple Mist laughed mischievously and boisterously, and licked her lips seductively. Song Shuhang discovered that mischievous laughter suited Rivoli Purple Mist. When she laughed, there was an evil charm to her. It was like a raging flame that moths fly desperately into despite knowing it was dangerous. Perhaps she felt she had laughed too much, for she quickly covered her mouth. She giggled and leapt out through the window, leaving quickly. Who knew what she wanted to do? Medicine Master smiled as he shook his head, and carried his pill furnace, placing it in an appropriate spot. By the way, Senior Medicine Master, I would like to ask you for guidance on methods to sense whether or not someone's following me, and how to keep vigilance. Song Shuhang requested earnestly. After this experience, he understood that he had too many shortcomings. He enjoyed the delight of being the target of an assassination, but only for the thrill of it. He did not like being stabbed to death while laying in bed. These are all knacks used by cultivators daily, and are easy to grasp. Oh yes, wait a moment. Medicine Master took out his phone, and logged in on the chat software. Then, he opened 9 Provinces No. 1 group. There were several strange files within the group's space. Modern electrical appliance usage and diagrams, air conditioner, television, computer, cell phone, refrigerator, rice cooker, etc. Tips on how to quickly grasp the usage of cell phones. Fellow Taoists who have meditated in seclusion for over 50 years and need to create a personal ID. For more information please contact. Need to exchange gold and other things alike for notes. Please contact. Things cultivators need to pay attention to in modern society. Technology advances quickly. 10 ways on how to quickly blend into society quickly. Don't let normal people notice peculiarities. Basic traffic safety rules. Remember not to break other cars on the road. Appendix, pictures of differently shaped cars. P.S. This is a means of transportation, like carriages, it's not a monster beast. It read don't break the cars. And be careful not to bump into cars. There were even senior cultivators that treated cars as monster beasts. Song Shuhang really wanted to know whether that senior captured the car. Or, killed it. Proposal for picking secluded meditation spots and important cautions: don't let scholar Xian Gong's tragedy happen again. This was the first time Song Shuhang noticed this folder. In the past he only cared about reading the chat logs, and didn't notice that there was such a folder which existed within the group. These were probably for senior cultivators to assimilate into modern society after exiting closed-door cultivation. However, they all looked very deceitful. They could just produce legal ID and personal info. The secret powers of 9 provinces. 1. Group includes affecting the rest of the world. Senior, who is this charitable resident scholar? Shuhang pointed at the last document, and curiously asked. Just what kind of tragedy happened? When Medicine Master heard the question, he had a regretful face. That's a senior with great power. Approximately 200 years ago, Senior Charitable secretly found an uninhabited place for his closed-door cultivation. When he had been in closed-door cultivation for over 100 years. Right when he was having a great time in closed-door cultivation, there was suddenly something called an atomic bomb which fell right on top of where he was going through closed-door cultivation. How should I put it, it was really dangerous then. If it wasn't because Senior Charitable was so powerful, along with the defensive arrays he had set up for his closed-door cultivation which numbered over 100, perhaps he would have been fried to death then. Furthermore, even though he preserved his life, that senior had to rest for 10 years to gradually recover. The words atomic bomb are still taboo in front of him. If anybody dares utter these words in front of him, he would fall out with them. Song Shuhang believed that Senior Charitable was definitely a senior who lingered between Kick R and Kick T. This senior received a direct hit from the humanity's undisputed ultimate weapon, a nuclear warhead, yet he still lived. Shuhang could only bend a knee towards this senior in his heart. TL, to explain the joke, in the Ross it's written between ak meaning between Newa and Nusi equals newbie, which loosely means kickass/OP. So, to make this readable I changed it to between Kick R and Kick T equals kickass. At this point, Medicine Master still had a little lingering trauma as he said, for the last few decades, humanity has been progressing too quickly. This makes us cultivators who casually enters closed-door cultivation for decades, or centuries, have difficulty keeping up. Many fellow Taoists who emerge from their closed-door cultivation nowadays have to spend many days acquiring general knowledge. Developing in tandem is humanity's ability to invite death, it's getting stronger every day. I heard that right now, all of the nuclear warheads on the Earth would be enough to wipe out humanity dozens or even hundreds of times. That would still be fine. What makes many worry is, perhaps someday while we are in closed-door cultivation in bliss, there would suddenly be several hundred nuclear weapons falling from the sky, and we end up dying without even knowing why. Several hundred nuclear warheads? I doubt it. No matter how crazy humanity becomes, they wouldn't throw so many nuclear warheads at one spot. Song Shuhang was just thinking of saying that, when suddenly he thought of the special situation of clearing nuclear weapon arsenal. One can't say for sure that there wouldn't be a situation where many nuclear warheads were assembled to one place to be cleared, then boom 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 they all blow up. At this point, he truly didn't know what kind of expression he should have when facing Medicine Master. He kept feeling like ever since he had come into contact with fellow Taoists from the 9 provinces, 1. Group, the image of the cultivator he had envisioned kept shattering. What was supposed to be the image of a great person beyond worldly matters, and what was supposed to be the graceful and immortal-like cultivators, are nowhere to be found. I've found it, this is it. Medicine Master scrolled through the folder for a long time before finally finding a document. Regarding mental energy's initial uses study, discussion, collation, drunk moon resident scholar Medicine Master, here is the method you can use to search for ambushers or stalkers via mental energy. There's also a way stated for foundation building cultivators to enhance their senses. It's easy to grasp, you can go back and take a look, and try it. This document is provided by Drunk Moon's resident scholar, free of charge, you need not pay a cent. Because everybody here are experts, this kind of mental energy utilization is too elementary for them. Just like Medicine Master who publicly offered the simplified body tempering liquid, those who had use for it would owe him one, but those who have no use for it, could just take a look. Medicine Master then said, if there's anything you don't understand, ask me. I'll clean up the pill refining room during the morning, when you have time in the afternoon, help me do some tests for the body tempering liquid recipe. Thanks Senior. Song Shuhang said, then his gaze landed on the author's name, Drunk Moon Resident Scholar. Come to think of it, the name, Drunk Moon Resident Scholar sounds very familiar. I faintly remember, this is a senior who pops up in the group often, but why can't I seem to remember him? You need not mind the matter with Drunk Moon Resident Scholar. If one day you manage to remember him, he'd be addressed as Drunk Moon Sage Monarch. Medicine Master said with a laugh. Sage Monarch? What kind of stage is that? Song Shuhang asked. He knew that the seniors in the group had names which corresponded to their cultivation levels. For example, the group admin Empty Yellow's True Monarch, sub-admin 7 Paths Respected Sage, and Soft Feather's father who's addressed as Spiritual Butterflies Respected Sage. That is a stage where I could only hope for, yet wouldn't know if I would ever reach it. A saint amongst humans, 8th stage, Mysterious Sage. Which is also the stage where the seniors in the group who hold the title Respected Sage are pursuing. Medicine Master laughed and said, that stage is still worlds away, don't think too much about it for now. Song Shuhang nodded, he checked the time, and it was already 6:37 a.m. It was about time for him to begin his morning classes. Before leaving, he inquired, by the way, Senior, I wanted to ask if actual combat has any benefits for my current stage? I fought someone yesterday, although it was only 2 moves, I feel that through the process of battle, my understanding of the Vajra Foundation building fist technique has deepened. Actual combat indeed could deepen your understanding towards fist techniques, just like a person who only studies could only theorize. You should study to make use of it, actual combat could bring you many benefits. If you have free time, go through more real combat. Medicine Master endorsed. Thank you Senior, I'll be leaving now then. Shuhang waved him goodbye. When he walked to the door, he suddenly thought of something else. He returned, and apologetically smiled at Medicine Master. Senior, I wanted to ask you one more thing. After being inflicted by your poison, would one need to go to an ordinary Chinese pharmacy to buy herbal medicine? Medicine Master questioned back, you're thinking of using this trail to look for the assassin who was poisoned? However, since that assassin had been poisoned, he's already dead by now. But that assassin may have companions. If I am his companion, under the knowledge that my companion had been poisoned, I would definitely put up my guard against this acute poison. I would then look for a way to alleviate this poison, just in case. Song Shuhang pondered and said, and if I could find that companion, I might be able to follow the clues and find the mastermind. Also, this companion could be the mastermind. When encountering a matter, to be able to calmly analyze the situation, this is a good habit. Keep it up. Medicine Master laughed and said. As he spoke, he took out a pen from his side, and speedily wrote a string of medicine names. As long as it's a cultivator with some knowledge of medicine and poison, when encountering my acute poison, they would at the very least collect these 4 medicinal ingredients, but of course, these 4 medicinal ingredients wouldn't even make a bit of a difference. Medicine Master proudly said. His proud work couldn't possibly be that easy to deal with. The opposite party could think of these medicinal ingredients, but those are just traps he had laid out in the open. Among the 4, there were 2 which would in fact cause a negative reaction and even cause the poison's toxicity to intensify. Furthermore, these 4 medicinal ingredients aren't commonly seen, I reckon that in the whole of Jiangnan region, there aren't many Chinese medicinal pharmacies who possesses them. This would also make it a lot more convenient for you to find the person buying them. If the opposite party really goes to purchase these medicinal ingredients, they would leave behind a clue. Medicine Master added. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang received the piece of paper. In a situation where he didn't know where to begin, he at least had this clue. Next, he would have to hold on to this clue, and find that damned mastermind in the background. Daily Cultivator. At the junction of East China Sea and the Pacific, there was a mysterious island that had never appeared on any map of the world. The island was concealed by supernatural forces that prevented humans from snooping near it. Even the most advanced equipment could not find any trace of the island. This was the domain of Venerable Spirit Butterfly Island. Numerous large butterflies were flying over the island, which was this place's main feature. Among them, there was a washbasin-sized butterfly that fell from the air and stopped in front of a young girl on the island, with something on its back, an issue of a newspaper. Yes, an issue of a newspaper. Sorry for troubling you. Soft Feather stretched out her hand for the newspaper on the back of the butterfly and sat on a stone chair in a pavilion, her long hair tied in a bundle. It looked like an ordinary newspaper, not quite different from those of the mundane world, but its contents were somewhat different. Today's headline: Master of one of the top 4 sword sects, the famous Southern Longevity Sword Sect, quarreled with his Tao companion the day before yesterday. He swore he would divorce his Tao companion. However, by the time news was released, it was reported that the sect master had been kneeling on a limitless iron durian for a whole day, shouting out loud, "I was wrong, please forgive me. I was wrong, please forgive me." Master of Southern Longevity Sword Sect looked quite masculine. He was full of masculine charm and thus quite popular among female cultivators. However, his Tao companion looked like a very gentle woman. Hence, unsurprisingly, this gossip hit the headlines. On other pages, it reported that a disciple of the limitless demon sect, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant, appeared in some area of eastern China, so cultivators had better pay more attention and avoid provoking him. Every single disciple of the limitless demon sect had a very extreme and unpredictable nature. Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant was the sole exception in the whole limitless demon sect, and he was relatively harmless to humans and animals alike, as long as no one provoked him. Then here came the problem. It just so happened that Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant had an inborn passive ability that made others provoke him. While he was casually taking some shish kebab on the street, people would suddenly find him not pleasing to the eye and come to provoke him. It would be fine if he didn't mind it, but as a disciple of the limitless demon sect, he had an extreme nature as well. So here came a murder caused by shish kebab. Besides, it reported that recently, some cultivator made a fortune by gambling on raw spirit stones. Also, a senior cultivator managed to cross the vast sea before he went to the west to challenge the local aboriginal deities and take away all their treasure. In recent years, the aboriginal deities in the west had often been stunned by unexpected challenges of their eastern counterparts. There was also a special page for cultivators to publish on purchase, sale, or trading natural treasures. If anyone felt the price was right, or needed any treasure, he could contact the owner or make a deal with the newspaper as the middleman. This was a special newspaper for cultivators. Unlike newspapers of the mundane world, its contents were quite random and covered almost everything, including gossip, intelligence, trading, danger alerts, and so on. Is this the floating mysterious island I've heard of lately? Soft Feather saw a message that she was interested in. It was reported that some cultivator had discovered over the East China Sea the legendary, floating mysterious island that people had been talking about recently. He could see faintly that the mysterious island was full of birds' twitter, fragrance of flowers, spiritual chi, as well as a lot of extinct creatures. Maybe it was the residence of a cultivator from the ancient times? Or, a special realm within a realm? A fragment of the world or some stuff like that? In a place like this, both crisis and opportunity existed. It was a wonderland for adventure. The cultivator only had the time to take several pictures, for the mysterious island disappeared when he was about to enter it for an adventure. The East China Sea, it's not far from here. Soft Feather was interested. Maybe I should find a chance to sneak out again. Her long legs crossed and her jade-like feet slightly perked and wobbled. Her delicate and nearly translucent toes showed from the sandals she was wearing, which were exactly the ones that Student Shuhang had bought for her the other day. "What are you reading, Soft Feather?" A gentle, steady voice sounded, and a handsome middle-aged man appeared behind Soft Feather. He was very handsome, unspeakably handsome, drop-dead handsome. He was Venerable Spirit Butterfly, the owner of Spirit Butterfly Island. "I'm reading today's Daily Cultivator." "Hey, Dad. I found a very interesting place. Since you are free these days, could you accompany me there?" Eyes shining, Soft Feather held the newspaper in both hands, full of anticipation. "You want to go out to have fun again?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly raised his eyebrows, and showed a loving smile, "But, these days, you have to get familiar with the contract formation of the ghost spirit first. I'll take you out to have some fun when you manage to establish the contract with the ghost spirit. This is your promise to me. You don't want to break your promise, right?" Although she sneaked out to have fun, her father, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, did not scold her. He just told her that she had to handle the things she brought home by herself. So, before she managed to conclude a contract with the ghost spirit, she had to stay on Spirit Butterfly Island. "I won't break my promise. Even 100, no, 1,000 horses cannot haul back any word out of my mouth." Soft Feather said firmly first, and then showed a bitter face. She didn't know it would be such a hassle to conclude a contract with a ghost spirit. She had failed several times already. "Try harder, then." Venerable Spirit Butterfly's eyes fell upon the sandals of his daughter. They were old-fashioned and looked rather cheap. He didn't see his daughter wear this pair of shoes before. Did she buy them when she was catching ghost spirit recently? Although the sandals were not good-looking, it was the first time his daughter bought something by herself. At least he should encourage her a little bit. He was a good father. At the thought of this, acting as if he liked this pair of sandals, Venerable Spirit Butterfly nodded. "When did you buy this pair of sandals? With such a good taste, you are really a good daughter of mine." This loving father tried to praise his lovely daughter harder, but looking at this cheap pair of sandals, he really couldn't work out any more words to praise them. Dad, you like it too?" Giggling, Soft Feather lifted her little foot and said in a good mood, "Senior Song bought them for me after we caught the ghost spirits. My shoes were broken when we were trying to catch the ghost spirits." "Aha, Senior Song is always awesome and interesting. And he also has a good taste. Look, you like the shoes he chose as well, Dad." The smile of Venerable Spirit Butterfly froze. He felt suffocated, as if he was just forced to eat it by someone. Senior Song, as his daughter mentioned, was a member of the group who helped her when she was trying to catch the ghost spirits. His daughter was very concerned about this Senior Song. Most importantly, this Senior Song was a man. It seemed that Lu Jianyi, his first disciple, didn't tell him everything. The sluggard, he really needs a spanking. As Venerable Spirit Butterfly thought of that sluggard, the corners of his mouth twitched. The sluggard practiced the silly, turtle breathing technique because he was too lazy to breathe. And he even claimed that he did it because he was a man advocating conserving energy. Venerable Spirit Butterfly felt that he must have been blind to choose this guy to be his successor. God, at the very thought of this sluggard, he felt even more suffocated. If it went on like this, maybe he should take some quick-acting heart reliever with him? Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. On the way back to school, Student Shuhang was wondering how he could find a chance to get some actual combat experience. Perhaps he should go to the bad boys for a fight? Besides, he should practice basic Buddhist fist technique around 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. With his current physique, it would take about 23 hours if he wanted to restore his blood and chi quantity to practice the fist technique. That was to say, at present, he only had one chance to practice the fist technique every day. If he wanted to achieve foundation establishment within 100 days, he had to seize every opportunity and waste no time. Of course, the recovery rate of human body's chi and blood quantity would be accelerated as the body's strength was improved. One could easily afford the cultivation for as many as a dozen times in a single day after reaching the later realms of the first stage. In addition, to speed up the recovery of chi and blood quantity, one could also take pills like chi and blood pill. Northern River's loose cultivator had told him about chi and blood pill, which was made from extremely precious medicinal materials. Different from body-tempering liquid, it was a genuine first-rank pill. After taking one chi and blood pill, in half an hour, a cultivator in foundation establishment like Shuhang could have his chi and blood quantity completely restored. This kind of pill could not only be used by cultivators in foundation establishment, but also by those in first stage 5 apertures realm to raise the chi and blood quantities in their bodies. If only he could get some chi and blood pills. Then, he could achieve foundation establishment as soon as possible and would probably have a better chance against the assassin. Now, he really needed strength. It feels like I was a little bit greedy. Walking along, unconsciously, he reached the alley of auspicious street area. Today, he didn't see the short-haired, kabedon'd girl. Maybe it was because it was too early for her to get up. There weren't many pedestrians in the alley. It was very quiet. In front of Song Shuhang, there was an uncle wearing office clothing, hastily walking. He held a briefcase on his left hand, while taking out his cell phone from his pocket with his right hand. When the man took out his phone, Song Shuhang observed a roll of notes fall onto the ground, but the uncle didn't notice, and proceeded to move forward at a quick pace. "Hey, uncle, wait up a moment." Song Shuhang quickly walked to the bundle of notes and picked them up. There were over 150 of them rolled all together. He had always been a person who loved to help others. Helping a person to the best of his capabilities used to be one of Song Shuhang's few pleasures in life in this dull and boring world. Even though he has now come into contact with the more exciting world of cultivation, the happiness gained from helping others remained something he refused to get rid of. The office worker uncle turned around, then looked at Song Shuhang with a gaze full of doubt. "Uncle, you dropped your money." Song Shuhang raised his hand and called out. The uncle stared at the notes in Song Shuhang's hand and gave him a look of appreciation. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something as his look of appreciation turned into one of dismay. He must be a cheat. The uncle mumbled, "Not long ago, when I learned how to serve the web, I remember seeing it being stated somewhere that, when someone on the streets drops money, or picks up money and says you dropped it, it's all a scam. Ignore it, this sort of scam can't work on me." As he said that, the uncle quickly walked away. Song Shuhang, whose hearing had been strengthened by the body-tempering liquid, heard every word of what the uncle mumbled to himself. "Uncle, I'm not a cheat, it's really money you dropped from your pocket, take a look at your own pocket." Song Shuhang shouted. Unexpectedly, the uncle's expression turned worse, he transitioned from quick steps to jogging, and was very soon out of sight. "Little guy, you think you can cheat this old man? You're too naive." Song Shuhang waved the notes, standing frozen at where he was. He felt like he definitely looked real silly as of this moment. After a while, he resolutely kept this bunch of notes. "If it's something that others don't want, it'll belong to me if I pick it up, right? That doesn't seem to be right. Because, if one day someone throws away his wife in a fit of anger, and all the unmarried men go to pick her up, that doesn't mean she belongs to them, right?" 7:30 a.m. This was the time for the first lesson in the morning. Song Shuhang was simply unable to concentrate on the lesson. He held up the heavy textbook as a cover, then used his cell phone to access the 9 provinces, 1, groups folder, and found that, regarding mental energy's initial uses study, discussion, collation, drunk moon resident scholar. In a university lecture, the lecturer wouldn't give a damn whether you're listening to the lesson, or whether there's someone playing phone games during class. But you shouldn't be a fool like Tubo, who when playing with his phone in class, liked the teacher's posts and photos on the Shuashuo app. When teachers are having classes, they may occasionally make tweets or post photos to vent their stress from teaching. What the hell are you trying to convey when you like their posts during class? Are you trying to express that he isn't properly teaching his students, and is instead spending his time in class tweeting? To do such a stupid thing, no matter how lenient the lecturer is, they would still flip out. Just like what Senior Medicine Master said, it's an easy trick to grasp. Song Shuhang thought after finished reading Drunk Moon's resident scholar's research report. How about I take advantage of this time to try out a few mental energy usage tricks? Song Shuhang had always been someone who does something when he feels like it. A cultivator's mental energy was mainly used to control and direct the spirit qi outside of the body, as well as control the power within the body. But mental energy was a large treasure trove, simply using it to direct and control the body's power would be too wasteful. As for how to use and activate mental energy, every sect had its own secrets. Some special mental energy techniques would be strangely powerful, their ability to kill could be stronger than some magic and martial skills. When the power in the body had been emptied while there was still mental energy remaining, that secret mental energy technique could become the main factor between victory or defeat. Drunk Moon's resident scholar's mental energy application method consists of 3 different tricks usable for beginners. Amongst them included a spreading the mental energy out wide or directing all of it at one point, which brings out a detection effect. There was also a mental energy usage of maintaining faint activity. It could help maintain a state of alertness. While being alert, it also has the effect of concealing aura. But of course, actively maintaining the mental energy isn't easy, especially when one is asleep. Thus, grasping this method requires a huge amount of practice. Finally, there was releasing the mental energy in one breath, which enshrouds and pressures the opposite party, forming mental oppression. This kind of method could only work on those weaker than oneself. When meeting someone who has stronger mental energy, the oppression would just be a joke. The other party would just feel a light breeze on their face, without any pressure. Inspect, alert, oppress, these were the sublime tricks researched by Drunk Moon's resident scholar. Even a foundation-building cultivator who has the least amount of mental energy could use it. In addition, the way to use these tricks were easy to remember. Just like when a person learns to use a computer, when they try to play a game with it, they'll find it easy to master. Taking advantage of the free time now, I'll try it. After Song Shuhang finished reading it, there was an itch inside to try it. In any case, excluding mental oppression, the usage of mental detection and alertness wouldn't affect others. There would be no repercussions even if he executed it during class. Song Shuhang quietly activated the True Self meditation scripture. The true self in his mind sat cross-legged, congealing its consciousness, transforming it into mental energy. Next, Song Shuhang followed the mental energy trick written by Drunk Moon's resident scholar, and slowly spread out his mental energy. When he used mental detection this time, Song Shuhang was unable to concentrate the mental energy at a single spot, he could only spread it out as far as he could. Under the maximum force of spreading it, his mental energy approximately covered an irregular-sized circle with a radius of 5 meters. He closed his eyes, and everything within 5 meters began to map out in his mind. However, the things that could be sensed were items above a certain volume. It had to at least be the size of a textbook for him to sense it. Small things like ants and cockroaches couldn't be perceived by him yet. Furthermore, the figures of humans he managed to sense had very abstract forms, as if it was a shitty photo with less than 300 pixels, the face was blurry and impossible to identify. Is it because my mental energy is still too weak? Song Shuhang thought, perhaps when his mental energy has increased 100-fold or 1,000-fold, the mental detection technique could make out the looks of everyone around him clearly. Maybe when it gets stronger, X-ray vision or something like it can be achieved, right? As he thought, the students within a 5-meter radius of Song Shuhang simultaneously shivered. Has the weather turned cold? Why do I feel a deep malicious chill? I feel like someone is glaring at me with a vicious gaze. I feel like I'm being stripped naked. I also have that kind of feeling, how disgusting. A female student quietly pulled her clothes tighter, feeling chilly inside. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, then he quickly withdrew the mental detection technique. It isn't difficult for someone who knows how to use a computer to learn a game, but to become an expert at the game, one would need to invest a lot of time and energy. The same goes to Song Shuhang of this moment. It wasn't difficult for him to learn these tricks, but to completely master these tricks wouldn't be easy. After withdrawing his mental energy, Song Shuhang felt his consciousness being slightly drained. His mental energy was only congealed yesterday, and was rather weak. He can't maintain the usage of mental detection technique for long. Resting for a while, once he felt his mental energy recover, Song Shuhang tried the alertness trick. This trick was easy to learn. Once the mental energy had been transformed, Song Shuhang had a mysterious feeling all over his body. Whether it was the breeze that lightly touched his body, the heat from the students around him that closed in on him, or the vibration in the air when the students near him spoke, as long as it came into contact with a part of his body, it didn't matter whether it was wind, sound, or heat. He could sense them all. But this state of alertness wasn't even maintained for 10 seconds, because it caused such a stir in Song Shuhang's thoughts. The activated mental energy was turned off. This sort of state is extremely fantastic. Song Shuhang's eyes glowed. In his current state, he could clearly feel everything inside and outside of his body. If he had practiced basic Buddhist fist technique together in this state, his comprehension towards the fist technique would definitely deepen with half the work, twice the effect. To continuously maintain my mental energy's activity level, I still have to strive hard and train even more. Song Shuhang thought. Afterwards, he continued to rest for a moment to recover his expended mental energy. Unknowingly, half of the first lesson passed. His 3 roommates had yet to arrive. Yesterday, Song Shuhang had gotten them drunk alone, but they shouldn't still be lying dead on the ground? As it was still early, after recovering his mental energy, Song Shuhang attempted the last method of utilizing mental energy. Mental oppression. One can oppress another human who had weaker mental energy than them, and cause the other party to feel terror, fear, pressure as heavy as a mountain, or negative influences. If the discrepancy between the user's and the other party's mental energy was huge, it might cause the other party to have a slight hallucination. While following the ingenious method to coagulate his mental energy, he was looking for a suitable target within the class. If either 3 of his roommates were present, Song Shuhang would definitely test this mental oppression on them. Best friends and brothers are meant to be used for screwing around with. It was a pity that those 3 fellas did not come for the lesson. Therefore, he could only find a person amongst the class that he had a better relation with, or one who had conflict with him, to test it out on. Song Shuhang thought and turned his head in all directions to search for his target. Just then, suddenly, a voice of someone calling his name sounded. That should be Student Song Shuhang. You shall answer this question. On the podium, a short-haired teacher who looked young, capable, and experienced pointed towards the photo on the student list, and designated Song Shuhang to answer the question. This female teacher was a new teacher in Jiangnan College. Due to teacher Renshui fracturing both his legs, she would be taking over teacher Renshui's lessons this entire month. Ever since the lessons started, she had seen Song Shuhang vertically placing his textbooks, and fiddling with his phone. Alright, it didn't matter if he was playing with his phone, after all, they were all in college and everyone was an adult. However, Song Shuhang had even raised his head and looked around everywhere. A female's sixth sense told her that this student Song Shuhang seemed to be thinking of doing something bad. Therefore, she found Song Shuhang's name, comparing his photo, and designated him to come up to answer the question. When Song Shuhang heard the female lecturer calling his name, he stood up on reflex and both his eyes looked towards this young lecturer. After that, a tragedy happened. Song Shuhang had been withholding mental oppression earlier on while searching for a guinea pig around the class. The mental oppression had long been ready to be fired. After suddenly being called out and turning to look at the female teacher, the mental oppression was like an arrow on a bow that has found its target, and ruthlessly striked. Song Shuhang immediately shouted "No good" in his heart. When the young female teacher locked her gaze with Song Shuhang, she suddenly felt a dizzy spell. Shortly after, she felt that Song Shuhang's pair of eyes was unlimitedly enlarged, and had occupied her entire vision. Similar to a beast's eyes that could select their prey via eyesight, they had unwavering locked onto herself. That sort of oppression was as if an entire building collapsing on one's body. It's so terrifying. That student Song Shuhang's eyes are so terrifying. This student Song Shuhang's terrifying. Is he getting angry right now? Is he going to hit me? Not knowing why, the more she thought, the more scared she was. Her tears couldn't help but fall from her eye sockets, and her cheeks streamed with tears that couldn't be stopped no matter what. Below her skirt, both of her legs were continuously trembling and going soft, causing her to be unable to stand steadily. Wah! I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Wah! The young teacher suddenly started wailing. She wiped her tears and spoke. I will never call your name again, please don't hit me, woo-woo. So scary, please spare me. The scene of the female teacher crying while screaming and wiping her eyes was similar to a melodramatic Korean drama female lead with tears dripping down her face. She then pushed the door open and ran away. They could even hear her lingering crying sounds reverberate throughout the entire classroom corridor. This was the legendary getting emotional. All the students in the class were dumb as wooden chickens. They did not know what had happened earlier on. In the eyes of the students, the female lecturer had called Song Shuhang to answer a question, then he stood up but did not even do anything before she got emotional and ran. What happened during that short period of time? Could it be that time had stopped? Right now, the young female teacher, as a person involved, had run. Therefore, everyone's gaze naturally concentrated on Song Shuhang. F***ck, 10,000 stampeding horses went past inside Song Shuhang's mind. Why did he feel as if he was an extremely evil person? Furthermore, even if he were thrown into evil people's valley, he'd be the type that was ranked within the 4 greatest evildoers? He could already imagine the scene later in the afternoon. A rumor would start spreading that Jiangnan College Town's Mechanical Engineering Faculty's 19th Department's Class 43 student Song Shuhang had publicly bullied a female lecturer, resulting in the said lecturer bursting into tears and running away. I'm so unlucky. Song Shuhang covered his face and felt like dying. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Soon, Song Shuhang was called into the office by his class's counselor. The counselor's surname was also Song and was slightly plump, wearing thick and heavy black-framed glasses. This was a rarely seen figure, as he only appeared in public during the start of school or after being notified of major incidents happening. Usually, he was someone whose whereabouts were unknown. Student Song Shuhang, can you reiterate to me what had exactly happened earlier on? I am still confused at this moment. Counselor Song was still baffled, and unable to make head or tails of everything. Before he called Song Shuhang over, he had called the class monitor to understand the incident. However, upon hearing the monitor's explanation, he was even more perplexed. The class monitor and other students said that the female lecturer had asked Song Shuhang to stand up and answer a question. So, Song Shuhang stood up, but before he had the chance to answer, the female lecturer suddenly got emotional and ran. The entire process was that simple. But the problem was, why did the female lecturer suddenly got emotional and ran? He glanced at the young female lecturer who was still incessantly tearing up beside him, with both her hands continuously wiping her tears. When she saw Song Shuhang coming over, she couldn't help but shrink back, just like a child who had done something bad and saw the parents. Counselor Song did have an impression of Song Shuhang. In his memories, Song Shuhang was always a good student that felt pleasure from helping others, treated people kindly, and furthermore, his grades were good. If every student were like Song Shuhang, he, as the counselor, would feel blissful. So, why did Song Shuhang, who could be considered a good student, cause a young female lecturer to be this shocked? Song Shuhang tried to keep his facial expression from falling apart, and use a normal tone as much as possible. Counselor Song, in actual fact, I am also currently unable to understand what exactly happened. I had only stood up, preparing to answer the question, but before I spoke, she had suddenly teared up and escaped. I am still bothered by this right now. While speaking, he explained everything that happened previously in the classroom in a simplified manner. There was no problem with Song Shuhang's answer, and it was the same as what everyone in the class had said. Then, as expected, the problem lies with this young female lecturer? Counselor Song then again glanced at her. Teacher Miao Xiao, did something actually happen? Could you please stop crying? The female lecturer had already calmed down at this moment, and felt extremely embarrassed right now. She didn't even know what she was doing earlier on. Supposedly, she had only met Song Shuhang's gaze, and he did not even do anything while she had actually mysteriously been intimidated until she cried. This was simply her mysteriously losing her self-control. Student Song Shuhang, I'm sorry. She summoned up her courage and stood up to apologize to Song Shuhang. Earlier on, don't even know what happened to me. Just that, when I saw you, I felt intimidated, and afterwards, I ran. While sobbing spasmodically, the capable and experienced female lecturer looked pitiful at this moment. Counselor Song's inner being right now was probably chaotic due to the tsunami waves and landslides. He felt like standing up and roaring with rage at the female lecturer. However, seeing how she was incessantly crying, he could only forcefully restrain the urge. As expected, she was still too young. Although her teaching methods were remarkable, and students loved it as her lessons were easy to understand, as a lecturer, her mentality was still lacking. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Sob. I will explain to all the students. The female lecturer wasn't someone that placed importance in saving her face, instead, she had a straightforward personality. After knowing she was in the wrong, she immediately prepared to solve the issue. With her straightforwardness, Song Shuhang felt even more guilty. Sorry about that, Student Song. Coach Song began to conclude the matter. It's fine. It's fine, perhaps I had a rather fierce gaze earlier unknowingly, which frightened the teacher. It's great that Teacher Miao Xiao is fine, let this matter end at this point. Song Shuhang quickly replied. He hoped that this matter wouldn't cause the teacher to get fired. If that happened, he'll feel guilty for the rest of his life. Seeing Song Shuhang being so understanding, Coach Song lamented inside, sure enough, he is such a great student. With those words from Song Shuhang, this matter was put to rest. Coach Song yawned, then changed topics. I heard that in tomorrow's sports competition, Student Song is registered to participate on the men's 5 km run. Work hard and attain glory for our class. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. That 5 km run isn't something he wanted to participate in. However, he still maintained a smiling face. Of course, I will do my best to achieve a good result. The 5 km run isn't easy, don't force yourself too much. Anyway, I support you. You may return to the class, the misunderstanding between you and teacher Miaoxiao will be explained by her later. If she doesn't explain it herself, then I'll step in. I assure you that this matter will not affect you negatively at all." Coach Song patted his chest reassuringly. After leaving the office, Song Shuhang breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still filled with guilt inside. When the chance comes, I must compensate teacher Miaoxiao. After returning back to class, Shuhang didn't continue experimenting with mental oppression. He didn't even dare to use mental detection. He only kept alertness activated. Back in the lecture hall, teacher Miaoxiao was a strong woman who kept her word. Although she was extremely embarrassed, she still seriously explained to all students that she lost control earlier. The matter passed like this. She continued to teach, without bringing her emotions into the classroom. Simply based on this trait, it could be seen that she was a well-qualified teacher. The morning's lessons finally passed without any more mishaps. Shuhang's 3 roommates had skipped 2 whole lessons. Did they drink that much yesterday? Song Shuhang breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that when he maintained mental alertness, his mind would turn exceptionally clear. Even if he doesn't concentrate on the lesson, the contents of teacher Miaoxiao's lesson still endlessly flowed into his ears, which he memorized and understood. Moreover, after maintaining it for 1.5 classes, his understanding towards alertness deepened, and he could maintain it for longer than before. In addition, his total mental energy had increased by a corresponding amount as well. Seems like the alertness trick had the side effect of increasing mental energy capacity. Although it didn't increase by much, he still couldn't maintain this trick on forever. It's already 9:30, I should go back and check on those 3 fellas. I hope they aren't dead due to intoxication. Song Shuhang scratched his head and prepared to go to Li Yongda's flat to check if his 3 roommates had died. On the way to Li Yongda's flat, he continuously utilized the 3 mental energy tricks in turn. Also, he tried to activate both alertness and mental detection simultaneously to use them together. It was a pity that he only met with failures due to his lack of mental energy. However, he was enjoying it and didn't get tired. He constantly tackled their usage, to accumulate experience from failures. After failing again, he rubbed his temples and stopped the experiment, because his mind had completely fogged up. The total amount of mental energy is simply too shitty. Today I can only approximately practice true self-meditation scripture twice, and must find a chance to practice the foundation-building fist technique. He inwardly said. True self-meditation scripture may not have harsh requirements of chi and blood when compared to Vajra foundation-building fist technique, but it's also affected by the quality of the body. When cultivating in the true self-meditation scripture, it's important not to overwring one's mental energy, for it can make one turn into a retard. Because his mind was drained, Song Shuhang was momentarily unaware of his surroundings, and crashed against the back of someone who was in front of him with his head. What he smashed into was a wide back, which meant that the opposite party was at least a head taller than Song Shuhang. After having taken the body-tempering liquid, he was already at the level of Hercules amongst ordinary men, the kind where pulling a train with his bare hands was a simple matter. After being bumped into, the person in front immediately fell to the ground. Furthermore, this person fell face down and shrieked. Sorry, my apologies, I didn't pay attention to what's in front of me. Song Shuhang returned to his senses and repeatedly apologized. He looked towards the person he crashed into. It was a hoodlum with a very Jiangnan region style. The hoodlum who had fell to the ground had a tall physique. His long hair was molded to the shape of a chicken head with hairspray, and was dyed all the colors of the rainbow. Perhaps it was because he fought very often, his physique was pretty good, and he quickly jumped up from the ground. At this point, his face was filthy from road grime, and his nose had bled all over his mouth. Damn brat, don't you have eyes? The chicken head hoodlum angrily roared, spurting his nosebleed and saliva while at it. In the wake of his roar, the 5 hoodlums by his side sardonically smiled and surrounded Song Shuhang. I seem to have gotten into trouble? Song Shuhang felt very awkward. He sincerely apologized. I'm really sorry. Just now I was deep in thought and didn't look in front of me. I'm truly sorry. Sorry? If sorry works, then what is the police for? Chicken Head Hoodlum wiped away his nosebleed, grabbed onto Shuhang's shirt collar and raged. After all, it was him who was at fault for bumping into this guy. Song Shuhang felt very embarrassed. What you say makes a lot of sense. How about we peacefully chat about how to settle this dispute? At least you're tactful. Chicken Head Hoodlum complacently grinned. Look, you mangled me so badly, you've got to at least give $1,800 as compensation, right? Don't tell me that you don't even have 1,800, this is just the start of the month, you can't possibly be out of living expenses so quickly, right? Yep, my living expenses are transferred by year. There's no need to worry about lacking money at the end of the month. Song Shuhang truthfully answered. Chicken Head was immediately filled with joy. It was rare to bump into such a tactful prey. This is a sign of getting rich. But what you're doing is extortion. I won't compensate you that much, you know. How about we use a different method to settle things? Song Shuhang replied seriously. From his sincere gaze, there was no indication that he wanted to fool around with them. Settle using a different method? Ha ha ha. Chicken Head Hoodlum was angered to the point of laughter. That's fine as well, let's chat using our fists, then discuss over the problem of money. The other 4 hoodlums smiled maliciously in unison, cracking the bones in their knuckles. Discuss using our fists. Which means, we can use fighting as a way to solve this issue. After hearing this, Song Shuhang revealed a genuine smile. You guys should have said that earlier, that's fantastic. Song Shuhang's smile was from his heart. This was because he found a good opponent with which to practice his fist technique in actual combat. Jiangnan University had many hoodlums outside of it. There should be enough for him to have actual combat for a reasonable period of time, right? It'd be good even if he could practice just 1 or 2 moves on each of them. Seeing Song Shuhang's genuine smile, Chicken Head Hoodlum had a flash of realization. It turns out that this fellow is a moron. Damn, so it's a mentally ill dude. How unlucky. Just beat him up to dissolve the anger and forget it. 2 minutes later. Smack smack smack. Song Shuhang gave the Chicken Head Hoodlum who was laid out on the ground a few more punches. The hoodlums were in dismay and had dreamy eyes laid on the ground as they watched him get up and swipe off the dust on his body, and heard him say, "Thanks for your trouble everybody, you all performed well. Although there were no skill in your punches, that all-in-life gambling style of attack is still very impressive. I hope everybody will temper themselves more in the future, and strive to get stronger." Earlier, Song Shuhang used about 30% of his strength, because it was just to practice. During the 2 minutes, he separated the 18 moves of the Vajra Foundation building fist technique and tested them all, and felt like he had benefited a lot. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to test theories. His only regret was that the hoodlum's fighting strength was too crappy, and couldn't let him enjoy to his fill. However, it's alright, there were really a lot of hoodlums in the vicinity of Jiangnan University. When lacking quality, use quantity to make up for it. After the fight with delinquents, Song Shuhang felt very relieved. He hummed a song and strolled towards Li Yangda's apartment. Train more? What sort of joke is that, train only to be beaten up more? Bastard, devil. That guy definitely bumped into me on purpose. Definitely. Mohawk cried bitterly. 2 minutes ago, he'd thought the opponent was an idiot, but it turned out they were the real idiots. The opponent clearly picked a quarrel just to torture them. Ah son, remember this enmity. Next time, we'll find more brothers to crush him. If 5 people won't do, then 10 people, and if 10 people won't do, then 20, or even 50. I don't believe that he's a Superman, he won't be able to fend off 100 of us, the golden-haired delinquent said fiercely. Yeah, we have to pop him. Mohawk said, gritting his teeth. Their decision matched perfectly with Song Shuhang's intent. As the delinquent spoke, a short-haired girl yawned and approached from close by. It was a very beautiful girl, even without makeup, she still looked pretty. Moreover, she also had the precious 3 null characteristics 1, and the cold-hearted look on her was great. Normally, Mohawk and his buddies would definitely surround the girl, kabedon'd her, and give her a proper teasing. Then, they'd bring her to a nearby motel, and do some embarrassing things. However, today they bit the dust, and did nothing. The short-haired girl came closer, and her dark eyes stared at the delinquents who bit the dust. After a while, she muttered, I can't believe it, someone KS'd me? What? KS? What are you saying? Is this girl playing a game? Mohawk looked confused, and then he felt a soreness on his back. The short-haired girl walked over their bodies as if they were trash, yawning as she walked further away. Damn, by *TCH, F *King by *TCH. Bastard and by *TCH, F King die a painful death. Mohawk felt pain from his back, and cursed continuously. He wasn't a masochist who would feel pleasure from being stepped on. However, the golden-haired delinquent gazed at him enviously. I'm so envious, if only the person that was stepped on was me, ouch ouch ouch. A masochist was by his side. On the way, Song Shuhang bought 3 baskets of steamed dumplings and 3 portions of soy milk, and came to Li Yongda's rented apartment. He knocked hard on the door. After a long while, Tubo, who had bloodshot eyes and reeked of alcohol, dragged himself to open the door. Yo, it's you, Shuhang. After he opened the door, he stared at Shuhang from head to toe. Damn it, this fellow's all fresh and cool without a hint of drunkenness. When did this guy's alcohol tolerance get so high? He remembered that Shuhang only had the tolerance level equal to that of Gao Momu. He alone could outdrink 4 Gao Mumas and 3 Song Shuhangs back then. But, last night, Song Shuhang outdrank him, Li Yongda, and the nearly drunk Gaomo until they all blacked out. What the hell was going on? Could it be that, yesterday, this guy was not drinking alcohol, but drinking water instead? Looks like you just woke. You guys skipped 2 classes already. Song Shuhang smiled, then lifted the steamed dumplings and soybean milk. I bought breakfast for you guys, want to eat? Tubo snatched the breakfast from Shuhang, and bantered, at least you still have some conscience. Li Yongda scratched his head as he walked out of a room. I smell something fragrant. Good timing, I'm hungry. Where's Gao Momu? Song Shuhang asked. Laying dead still. This guy was so annoying last night, he yelled in his sleep. Stuff like virginity and I'm unworthy of you Yaya, and no, please no, and so on. Li Yongda laughed and said. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, looks like this'll be good to use when I've got no money, it'll be good to force Gao Momu to treat us to a meal. Yeah, it's worth considering. It should be useful 2 or 3 times, anything more, and he might stop caring and go nuts. Tubo seconded. Proposal, there's a place called 10 Fragrances Fish Head north of the college town that has food with hella good flavor, thinking about it makes my mouth water. Li Yongda nodded. You 3, want to die 10,000 times? Gao Momu said with a gloomy face as he rubbed his temples. He felt his greatest misfortune in life was being assigned to the same dorm as the 3 in front of him. All of them were exploitative bastards. After a while of rest at Li Yongda's rented apartment, Song Shuhang went to Li Yongda, and asked, Yongda, can you help me search which Chinese medicine shop in Jiangnan area sells these medicinal herbs? Song Shuhang took out the note Medicine Master gave him, which had 4 rare Chinese medicinal herbs written on it. You aren't sick, are you? Yongda asked, as he took the note. My body's great. These are Chinese medicine herbs that a friend of mine needs. However, he's not too sure where they're sold in Jiangnan area, so he's asked me to help. And so, I thought of you. Speaking of computer skills, you're the best in the dorm. Song Shuhang bootlicked. Searching is convenient now that the Chinese medicine stores in the country have all been added to a Chinese medicine system. I only need to enter the medicinal herb and apply a filter to find which store sells it. Additionally, I could also go on related forums and groups by posting and leaving messages. The stores that sell it, but haven't been added to the system, can also be found like this. At the latest, I'll have news tomorrow. Li Yongde said affirmably. Then I'm counting on you. With that said, Shuhang promised a reward. If you find out, you won't need Gao Momo, that scrub, to treat you to the 10 fragrances fish head after the sports event. I'll treat you. Then it's settled. Li Yongde licked his lips, his mouth full of saliva. A promise is a promise. Song Shuhang laughed. After he turned, he silently clenched his fists. With Li Yongde's help, I'll be able to narrow down the search area to the limit and find where these 4 medicinal herbs are sold in Jiangnan area. If the enemy mastermind really buys these 4 medicinal herbs, I can follow the clues and find him. 10 minutes later. Song Shuhang left Li Yongde's apartment, and headed towards Medicine Master's residence. His dorm mates decided to rest a while after eating to let their hangover settle. Seeing as it was early, Song Shuhang went to help Medicine Master. Medicine Master has helped him plenty, and the only way for him to repay Medicine Master was to complete the recipe for the simplified body tempering liquid. For Shuhang's convenience, Medicine Master specially bought the same brand and model of induction stove and hot pot. The process and recipe for refining body tempering liquid haven't changed, but today, Medicine Master had Song Shuhang replace water with medicinal soup that he had concocted. This medicinal soup was made by boiling 5 common Chinese herbs. This was the first step Medicine Master used to change Song Shuhang's pill refining technique from using induction stove and hot pot to using a pill furnace. Although Song Shuhang's methods were fine, it wouldn't be possible to have all medicine masters in the world of cultivation learn how to use an induction stove and a hot pot to refine body tempering liquid, right? Medicine masters in the world of cultivation with their own hot pot and induction stove, just thinking of such scenery hurt his mind. So, an improvement was necessary. Moreover, based on Medicine Master's estimation, this medicinal soup could reduce refining time of body tempering liquid. 3 hours later, 7 past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as Medicine Master estimated, the refining time decreased by a lot. It succeeded. Song Shuhang took a deep breath, and pinched his nose. The next moment, the medicinal liquid blew off the hot pot lid, and a thick black mist and stench dispersed. No need to pinch your nose, watch this. Medicine Master laughed aloud and threw out a bead-shaped object, then formed a seal with both hands, retract. Suddenly, suction came from within the bead, absorbing all the black mist that filled the house into it. Song Shuhang's eyes shimmered, wishing he could use spells right now. Here. Medicine Master tossed the bead towards Shuhang. Be careful not to drop it, or it'll explode once it hits the floor, releasing the stench and mist from within. Song Shuhang caught the bead in a flurry. Senior, you needn't give me such a hard time. After catching it, Song Shuhang found this bead to be the shell of a medicinal herb. That's the shell of a pit cherry. It's got no real use, and is usually thrown away. I had a sudden inspiration today to use this to encase the stench and thick smoke from the body tempering liquid you refined. Medicine Master smiled smugly and said, besides, as I mentioned before, the stench produced from your body tempering liquid is a total nightmare for a first-stage cultivator who has opened his or her nose aperture, yet is unable to control his or her sense of smell. If, one day, you meet a second-stage true master who will be your enemy, this thing can bring about unexpected effects. If you use it well, it might become the key to victory in a battle. This thing came at the perfect time. In his heart, Song Shuhang understood that Medicine Master was trying to help him, albeit indirectly. The person who wanted to seize his spirit ghost was most likely someone who possessed power at the level of second stage, true master. Is this considered a magic treasure? Song Shuhang asked. How can this shit be considered a magic treasure? No matter how much you exaggerate it, it's just a smoke bomb with the power of a biochemical attack. I shall name it the stink pill. Medicine Master proudly proclaimed. This naming possessed a rich style similar to that of Vajra Foundation building fist technique. Song Shuhang lifted the stink pill and said, Senior, can I change the name of this? What do you mean change? If you don't like it, then return it to me. Medicine Master said with dissatisfaction. Song Shuhang quickly stored it away, ha ha ha. Actually, after some careful thought, the name stink pill is indeed rather fitting. Furthermore, if it's something given by you, Senior, I have to accept it. This is courtesy, yes. This is a matter of courtesy. Also, take this body tempering liquid. This is a token of appreciation from me, don't reject it. Medicine Master took out a small amount of the body tempering liquid for experimentation, and threw the rest of the liquid that had just been refined to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had limited free time. After helping him with pill refining every day, he had practically no time left to refine body tempering liquid for himself. Right now, he was in the critical period of foundation building, and needed large amounts of body tempering liquid. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang didn't reject it, because he did have a need for it. There was no need to reject it insincerely. He just had to keep this favor from Medicine Master in mind. There were 2 lessons in the afternoon, and it was already 4 p.m. when they ended. His 3 roommates finally stopped skipping the afternoon classes, at least. Burp Gao Momu rubbed his tummy in agony and burped with some difficulty. The effects of his hangover still hadn't receded. Class has finally ended, I felt like dying in these 3 lessons. His girlfriend Yaya rubbed his temples, her heart ached for him. She glared fiercely at Tubo and Shuhang with her large mo eyes. She had already learned from Li Yongda that these 2 were the horrible roommates who got Gao Momu drunk last night. This fellow Yongda was too professional when it came to selling out his teammates. He was a professional in both reality and games. I suddenly remembered that there's something I need to buy, you guys don't have to wait for me tonight. Tubo couldn't bear Yaya's resentful gaze. Having lost, he executed the buying items escape jutsu, and got away. Song Shuhang tactfully followed up, I suddenly remembered that I need to participate in the 5 kilometers run tomorrow, I've got to get to the track to practice, you guys don't have to wait for me tonight. He wasn't completely lying. It was true he was going to practice, but training for his run was a lie. At this moment, the chi and blood in his body had already recovered to its peak capacity, so he could practice the Vajra Foundation building fist technique again. Thus, he was going to find somewhere quiet in the school to practice his fist technique. Cultivating for the first time had given his body a transformation akin to rebirth, wouldn't the second time elevate his physique to the next level? This time, Song Shuhang changed training areas. He came to an abandoned school building in the school's 3rd district. This school building had been constructed 10 years ago, and was originally an experimental lab for research students. However, last year, a huge fire had occurred in the building. Although nobody had gotten hurt, when the fire had finally been extinguished, the lab had become structurally unstable and had then been abandoned. Right now, the plans for reconstruction had not been finalized, so nobody would come here for now. This was one of the best places for Shuhang to practice when he looked around the school's web. This place is not bad, there's only a small hint of rot in the air. Before it gets rebuilt, I should be able to use it as a fixed spot for cultivating in school. Song Shuhang was very satisfied with this place. Closing his eyes, he first went through the 18 moves of the Vajra Foundation building fist technique in his mind. Next, he took out a bottle of body-tempering liquid from his pocket and drank it. He quietly waited for the medicinal energy to disperse throughout his body and activate. It's about time. Song Shuhang opened his eyes and took up the stance of the foundation building fist technique's first move. With a steel gaze, the movement begins from the waist. Body like a bow, ample strength. And the punch like an avalanche. Murmuring the fist chant, foundation building fist technique 1 was executed. That resonating sound, like a gong being slammed, rang out again. The spiritual energy in heaven and earth were mobilized by the fist chant, converging on him. Spiritual energy pressed on him, covering his fist, tempering his body. Under the effect of the spirit energy, the effect of throwing this single punch was like he had thrown 1,000 punches. His body rapidly heated up as chi and blood rushed forth and accumulated. Compared to the first time he had practiced this, his chi and blood were flowing more quickly. He was sweating like the rain, yet he was extremely contented. This time, when Song Shuhang used the foundation building fist technique, he stopped pursuing firmness and fierceness single-mindedly. Instead, he had learned from the indistinct fist master in the illusion space. His punches were sometimes firm and sometimes soft, ever-changing. Spiritual energy twined all over Shuhang's body, and as he executed the fist technique, spiritual energy dissipated bit by bit. The rotten smells in the air gradually receded. Under the influence of spiritual chi, it turned fresh, like the fresh air of early morning. The height of a mountain doesn't matter, it only has spiritual influence with an immortal present. While cultivating, cultivators would attract the spirit chi of heaven and earth. As time passes, this spirit chi would gradually merge with the area of cultivation, filling the area with spirit chi. Jump, shift, rotate, fists like meteors. All 18 moves were soon executed. Following this, the chi and blood in Song Shuhang's body were filled to the brim, and his whole body turned scarlet red. It's complete? He was somewhat in disbelief. When he had executed the Vajra Foundation building fist technique? Yesterday, he had suffered so terribly that there were many times where he felt like he couldn't go on anymore. But when he executed the fist technique today, other than feeling sore all over, he had managed to execute the whole fist technique very smoothly. Was it because he had executed it before, and his body had adapted to the Vajra Foundation building fist technique? Or was it because his body's quality had been strengthened by a great amount in a single day? However, this wasn't the time to consider this. Taking advantage of the boiling and overflowing chi and blood, Shuhang seized the moment to execute the true self-meditation scripture. He used his mental energy to guide the overflowing chi and blood and deposited them to the heart acupoint smoothly. This was the second trace of chi and blood into his heart acupoint. After completing everything, Song Shuhang sat down on the ground, and sucked in deep breaths. His body still felt weak, and he still wasn't able to control the amount of chi and blood absorbed by the true self-meditation scripture. However, compared to the last time where he couldn't even lift a finger, this was much better. After resting for approximately 5 minutes, Song Shuhang's body had recovered to its original state. Lightly forming a fist, he once again felt the unending stream of energy inside him. It gave him the illusion that he could break stones and mountains. Shuhang looked around, then shifted according to the Vajra Foundation building fist technique. Footwork naturally, and moved to the closest wall to him in 2 steps. His right fist was thrown straight without supplementing any spirit chi, it was just an ordinary straight punch. Boom, the solid wall had a hole blown through it. Song Shuhang looked towards his fist, and other than a little dust from the wall, his fist was completely unharmed. The foundation building fist technique provided overall improvement to his body, and not just to his strength. It had increased the rigidity of his body as well. This change was way beyond his imagination. After merely cultivating twice, he had achieved such a level of strengthening. Shuhang took up a fist stance, and executed another, Vajra foundation building fist technique. Punching at the wall again. Boom, a hole was blown through the wall, but the power in his fists did not dissipate. It only left a fist-sized hole in the wall. The area of destruction was much smaller than the previous time, but the force in this hit was dozens of times greater. Song Shuhang became excited and continuously brandished his fists, breaking down this pitiful abandoned building. He constantly tried various ways of releasing the power in the foundation building fist technique. Sometimes a heavy fist, sometimes a gentle palm, he released all of the 18 moves in the foundation building fist technique. Dust and ashes swirled about in the abandoned school building. This was the legendary bare-handed wall-breaking skill, and if he could evolve this skill further, the next stage would be bare-handed Gundam breaking. A long while after, Song Shuhang was finally contented. He looked towards the walls of the school building which were full of holes, then gripped his chin. I do have a great talent for demolishing. At present, he could be considered a great martial arts expert amongst ordinary people, right? Furthermore, he had only cultivated in the foundation building fist technique twice. I wonder how strong I'll be after I complete my foundation building. I also wonder how much chi and blood are needed before my heart's acupoint can be filled. It'll be great if I could increase my body's quality even faster. If I could recover my chi and blood faster, I could cultivate several more times every day. Song Shuhang murmured. He didn't need to consider chi and blood pills for now. Other than practicing Vajra foundation building fist technique, what other methods can increase the quality of the body? Song Shuhang pondered out loud. Should I go ask the seniors in the chat group? Teehee, I can answer that. Demolition worker, Mr. Song Shuhang. A cute, yet charming and sexy voice was heard. The way to increase the body's quality is actually very simple. Shuhang turned his head only to see that Rivoli Purple Mist was sitting on a guardrail not far from him. With corners of her mouth raised upward, she revealed a mean but charming smirk. Still holding a small bag of chicken nuggets in her hand, she picked one up with her white little fingers and put it into her mouth. It sounded like she had stayed nearby the whole time, watching him demolishing a building with bare hands. Besides, she looked a little bit different from the first time he met her. Rivoli Purple Mist had her shoulder-length hair curled up, which made her hair look shorter. Her bangs grew longer, vaguely covering her eyes. In the setting sun, Song Shuhang discovered that her hair was not black, but dark violet, a coquettish color. Night came, in the dormitory. Song Shuhang was resting on the bed early in the night. Tubo, Li Yongda and Gao Mumu were playing a very old group battle game. These three fellows had no conscience at all when it came to gaming. The three even used Song Shuhang's computer to make another account, and used it to join the opponent's faction. Then they very happily used that account as an alt, bullying passers-by. Song Shuhang shook his head in disdain. He then opened the 9 provinces, group and refreshed it. For once, the group was totally quiet. Even North River's loose practitioner wasn't talking. Cultivators were normally all very busy, excluding North River's loose practitioner. By the way, Shuhang, I've checked on the medicinal ingredients you asked me to. Amongst the medicine shops in the Jiangnan region that are in the national Chinese medicine system, only one of them is selling the medicinal ingredients you want, and they only have one of them. I've also helped you post in several forums. There should be news on it tomorrow. Then, I'll send all of the addresses of these medicine shops to you. Li Yongda had even shamelessly minimized the game, and opened a bot he scripted. Setting up alts and he still needs to bot. Can he get any more shameless? Song Shuhang chuckled and said, thanks for your trouble, Comrade Yongda. Comrade your ass. Li Yongda angrily said. Very soon, the round ended. The the three who set up alts and used bots had actually lost. F***k them, the opponent also set up alts. Tubo shouted. This war game was already rather ancient. Song Shuhang remembered playing it when he was in elementary school. Those who were still willing to play it after all this time are all experienced old fogies. They were all highly skilled players who were adept at positioning, and had pockets that were bottomless pits. We can't survive anymore, quickly change regions. Why are there so many shameless people starting outs in this time of the year? Gao Mumu said with dissatisfaction. Thou does not feel shame from using outs. Shuhang laid on the bed and looked at his roommate switching regions and continue cheating, and suddenly asked, by the way, Tubo, do you still have that stun baton which you modified last semester? Yeah, it is. I modified several times after that. Its output is pretty formidable. Once he started talking about modifying things, Tubo became excited. He had an innate love for tearing things apart and modifying them. From big things like scooters to small things like laser pointers, he had toyed with all of them. Song Shuhang asked, lend it to me in a few days. Also, can the stun baton's output be further increased? The higher, the better. There's a limit to how high the output can go, since it's originally an item for civilian use. What, someone offended you? You want to give him 10,000 volts? Tubo asked in doubt. Yep, and he thoroughly offended me. I'm already prepared to toss his corpse into the East China Sea. Song Shuhang laughed then explained, in a few days, I may need to accompany my sister to the deep mountains and forests to explore. It's apparently similar to a tropical rain forest. I think it'd be better to bring something for safety. Other than when facing Zhao Yaya, Song Shuhang usually lies very professionally. Hearing him say this, Lin Tubo's eyes shone, because he knew that Sister Zhao Yaya definitely didn't have any interest in going to the forest for an adventure at all. In that case, the Sister Shuhang is referring to this time has to be the long-legged sister I met the last time? Tubo immediately thought of Soft Feather. That lady looked like someone who loved exploring just from a glance. Previously, she had even brought Song Shuhang all the way to J City to look for that ghost lamp temple. Suddenly, he didn't even care about the game anymore and he turned to ask, is it the sister who went with you to J City previously? It's her. Song Shuhang answered, when a person lies, they frequently have to make several more lies to reinforce and perfect the first lie they make. Shuhang, bring me on this forest exploration as well. Also, if you don't mind, call me brother-in-law from today onwards, I won't mind at all. Lin Tubo said in a deadly earnest manner. As he spoke, his character in the game was killed. Gao Mumu screamed, dead, Bo Zai. You've died. You died in such a wretched manner. Li Yongda pushed his glasses up, and added on, Bo Zai, I turned on sound recording earlier. Although the sister you're talking about isn't Sister Zhao Yaya based on your tone, however. As long as those words you said were sent to Zhao Yaya, it can still bring out the effect of absolute death. Therefore, treat us, Bo Zai. Li Yongda and Gao Mumu pushed up their glasses at the same time. Selling out his teammates was Li Yongda's specialty, whether in game or in real life. You guys aren't humans. Tubo covered his face, why am I acquainted with you sluts? Right at that moment, Song Shuhang's phone rang. He took out his phone to look. It was such a coincidence, Zhao Yaya was the one who called. It's Zhao Yaya's call. Song Shuhang laughed and teased, Tubo, if I call you brother-in-law now, do you dare answer? Tubo suddenly felt a faint pain around his crotch, his eyes were already moist. Please forgive me. Song Shuhang picked up the phone with a smile, Jia. It's pretty late, what's the matter? I can't look for you without a reason. Zhao Yaya sounded out of breath, come out and lend me a hand, I'm on the old 6th Street in the outskirts of Jiangnan University City. Beside me is the back door for Sha Sha wedding photography, you know the area, right? Song Shuhang's eyebrows slightly creased, but he quickly recovered to normal. Understood. Do I need to bring anything over? No need, you just need to help carry someone. Come here as soon as possible. Zhao Yaya replied. I'll be there in a jiffy. Song Shuhang hung up the phone, and quickly put on his black shirt. Next, he groped around his bed for a while, then got up to ask, I'm going out, do you guys need anything? Tubo answered, bring me some supper. And a large Coke. Okay. Song Shuhang waved, picked up his wallet and quickly faded into the night. Once he left the dormitory, Song Shuhang's face immediately turned gloomy. The number of the phone call earlier belonged to Zhao Yaya, and the voice also resembled Zhao Yaya's. However, that definitely wasn't Zhao Yaya's voice. Song Shuhang was too familiar with Zhao Yaya's voice, including her speech habits, speech speed, and even some other quirks that even she herself never realized she had. Yet, the voice on the phone earlier was a little rougher than Zhao Yaya's. The tone at the end of every sentence spoken was also a little different. By carefully listening to it there was also some hoarseness and stiffness that could be heard. It wasn't Zhao Yaya, yet this person had used her phone and voice to get him to go there. If the opposite party said they didn't have any ill intentions, would you believe it? Is it a companion of that killer? After failing to kill me, they immediately shifted to dealing with people around me? Those damnable people still came in the end. Shuhang very quickly arrived at the old 6th Street. He didn't go directly to Sha Wedding Photography, and instead entered the Gua Xian building which was 200 meters away. He climbed up to the building's 7th floor corridor to look out the window. From this place, he could overlook the position of Sha Wedding Photography. At the same time, Song Shuhang activated his mental energy. He used the alertness mental technique to strengthen his senses, and concealed his aura. Ever since he had his body tempered from practicing the foundation building fist technique, his eyesight could be compared with telescopes. Despite being affected by the darkness of the night, things that were 200 meters away still looked as clear as a HD video. Old 6th Street used to be a very prosperous walking street, but now that the new 6th Street has been constructed, the prosperity of the past had faded away, and it was no longer as bustling as before. When night fell, there were only several shops which were still receiving customers, while there were only a handful of pedestrians. Sha Wedding Photography was situated at the southwest area of Old 6th Street. Other than the street lights nearby, there were only the wedding photography shop's lights which were still on. It was a completely deserted area. Song Shuhang very quickly found Zhao Yaya's figure. She was currently situated between the wedding photography shop and a tree. Under the cover of the lush green tree, she leaned on a stone chair with her eyes closed. She seemed to be in an unconscious state. At Zhao Yaya's side stood a tall, lanky man. The man was approximately 1.83 meters tall, and was skinny. He had long arms which were obviously a chunk longer than ordinary people. There was a pair of large sunglasses on his face, and he had thick lips which were swollen like sausages. In his hands, he toyed with a phone which had a girly style. Song Shuhang clenched his fists. This man's appearance matched completely with the description given by Lin Tao. He's the person who forked out money to have Shuhang's information sought out. Sure enough, it's this fellow. In the morning I told Jiang Zian that I would have the resolve. Right now, all that's left is to see what levels my resolve has reached. At this time, the long-armed man suddenly turned around, and gazed in Song Shuhang's direction. He then lowered his head, unlocked Zhao Yaya's phone, and made a phone call. The phone in Song Shuhang's pocket rang. It was Zhao Yaya's number. He had been discovered by the enemy. This was within expectations. After all, he had only trained in the foundation building techniques for 2 days, and also just started to practice the mental energy techniques today. It was within expectations for the enemy to sniff him out. Song Shuhang answered the call. The long-armed man revealed a weird smile, then spoke in Zhao Yaya's voice, "I've found you, Student Shuhang." He spoke just this one sentence, and hung up the phone. Next, the long-armed man carried the unconscious Zhao Yaya, and quickly paced towards the blind alley behind the wedding photography shop. Shuhang turned off his phone, and shut his eyes with force to calm his soul. Moments after, he left Gua Xian building and then went on to pursue the long-armed man. In the blind alley, Zhao Yaya was slumped against the wall, and it appeared that she had not been hurt. Shuhang stood 5 meters away from the long-armed man. The long-armed man raised his head to look at Shuhang, and displayed a proud smile. Using Zhao Yaya's voice, he said, "You've come, Student Shuhang. Yaya, you seem to be in a bad mood." But in reality, Shuhang was expressionless. "Interesting, earlier when you were inside the building, you weren't surprised by my presence at all. Rather, you only had anger. You knew about me from the very beginning? How unexpected. I originally wanted to give you a surprise." The long-armed man continued to speak with Zhao Yaya's voice. Shuhang was expressionless. "Is my voice bothering you? Don't be so angry, changing voices is just a very simple voice-altering trick." The long-armed man was very complacent. As he spoke, he recovered to a low and hoarse male voice. It wasn't just the voice, it also seemed that the long-armed man's build could also go through some changes if he felt like it. "However, it makes me very happy that you came. Because that means that you care about this woman very much. Her identity is that of your cousin, right?" The long-armed man said in a strange voice, "To actually worry about the safety of an ordinary person, how hilarious. Well then, Senior Shuhang. Answer me, are you going through mortal world tempering or are you an ordinary mortal?" Shuhang still remained expressionless. "I've checked all of the information concerning you. You're just an ordinary brat. All of the information regarding you since your childhood indicates that you're a complete mortal." The long-armed man suddenly hysterically howled, "I can't understand why the altar master would have so many qualms towards a mortal like you. He even believes that you're a senior cultivator in the midst of mortal world tempering, and that all of the information regarding you are false. He also believes that your so-called friends and family are just some strangers to you, and can't be used to threaten you. He believed it so much that he withdrew from Jiangnan University City's region." Shuhang remained expressionless, but he gained a meaningful piece of intelligence. "He even completely vetoed my intelligence, and took away my original reward of body tempering liquid. All of this is because of you, Shuhang. You're obviously a mortal, why is Altar Master so paranoid for?" The long-armed man madly shouted, "Well then, tell me, Shuhang. Tell me that, you're an ordinary mortal. Then, in this blind alley which won't receive the attention of anybody, let me kill you. Then I will tell Altar Master that you're a mortal, and I will claim the body-tempering liquid which I deserve. Don't think about escaping from the palm of my hand. I'm a cultivator who has opened both eyes and nose acupoints, you don't have any chances of fleeing. There won't be anyone who would come to rescue you in this blind alley. I will kill you, then use the corpse-dissolving liquid to dissolve you. You won't have any opportunity." The long-armed man took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of totally bloodshot eyes. He was totally ruined. He obviously had Shuhang investigated clearly, and the precious body-tempering liquid was about to fall onto his hands. Which could have increased his cultivation by another level and help him open the third acupoint, the ear acupoint. But it was right then, when Altar Master reproached his report as an error. Not only did he lose his reward of body-tempering liquid, he was even stripped away of his portion of the body-tempering liquid for this year. What's even more significant was that he had lost the trust of Altar Master, and his future had become bleak. All of these added together was an overbearing blow to him, it was beyond what his heart could take. Therefore, he decided to look for Shuhang secretly, by kidnapping Zhao Yaya. His plan was to kill Song Shuhang, so as to prove himself to Altar Master. Oh, I see, I get the full story now. Song Shuhang, who had remained taciturn, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. It's no wonder that Altar Master, who's behind the scenes, never directly stepped in to snatch the spirit ghost from me. He instead chose to go through a long detour, by secretly investigating me, and sent his subordinates to probe me. He has been very cautious. It turns out that this person is like Soft Feather in the beginning, who believed that I am a powerful senior. Song Shuhang made a conjecture. When he and Soft Feather stepped into J City's Luo Xian Street, they had already been watched by Altar Master's people. Then, due to Soft Feather constantly addressing him a senior by mistake, when they saw the powerful combat prowess of Soft Feather, they mistakenly believed that he was an incredibly powerful senior who was going through mortal world tempering. Next, having been through the matter of Medicine Master's acute poison, Altar Master must have confirmed that he was an expert. What's most significant here were the words detailing that Altar Master had withdrawn from the Jiangnan region, which meant that he was within the Jiangnan University City's area before. Which means that the second person who got poisoned could be the Altar Master. The enemy has qualms about him, and this was considered great news to him. Then right now, Song Shuhang stared at the long-armed man. He needed to borrow the resolve that his opponent that engraved upon him, the resolve to face the merciless world of cultivators. The long-armed man had carefully selected a dead end that no one would discover. In addition, the long-armed man was in possession of some corpse-dissolving liquid that would destroy any traces of a dead body. As long as this matter is properly concealed, there would be virtually no one who could discover this murder case for the time being. His opponent was a cultivator who had opened the nose and eye acupoints. Perhaps the stink pill that the medicine master had given to him would be of use. But before he used the stink pill, he needed his opponent to first reveal an opening. At the very least, he needed him to leave Zhao Yaya's side. Answer me, Student Song Shuhang. The long-armed man had a crazed expression. He pointed his handleless blade at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said in a deep voice, body-tempering liquid. What? The thing you want, it's this, isn't it? Song Shuhang fished out a small bottle from his left pocket, and used his thumb to pop open the cap. Suddenly, the body-tempering liquid's unique stench spread out. The body-tempering liquid. The long-armed man's body jolted for a moment. Do you want it? Song Shuhang replied calmly. Throw it over to me. The long-armed man yelled. Then come over and take it from me. I'm only an ordinary mortal, what are you wary of? I can give the body-tempering fluid to you. As long as you let my sister go, I can give you even more. The long-armed man's eyes opened wide. More? That's right, I can give you even more. Enough for you to use for a long time. Song Shuhang's voice carried a demonic attraction as he spoke. The long-armed man was in an unclear state. His eyes showed confusion as he stared at Song Shuhang, and he carefully proceeded forward. Song Shuhang clasped the bottle of body-tempering fluid, ready to hand it over obediently, his face full of innocence. As he approached the bottle of body-tempering fluid, the long-armed man's eyes brightened. Suddenly, he stomped hard on the ground with his right leg as his body shot toward Song Shuhang like an arrow leaving its bow, his right arm reaching for the bottle of body-tempering fluid. No matter whether Song Shuhang had any tricks up his sleeve, as long as he used his superior speed to snatch the bottle over, he had nothing to fear. If this body-tempering fluid was real and Song Shuhang could continuously provide him with body-tempering fluid, perhaps he could consider sparing their lives, temporarily. His mind was clouded by greed, his eyes were entranced by the treasure. His whole brain was filled with thoughts of body-tempering fluid which led him to neglect questioning himself. Exactly why did Song Shuhang possess so much body-tempering fluid? How could he possibly be able to offer so much body-tempering fluid? Chi! Suddenly, the long-armed man felt a pain in his chest as though a sharp weapon had stabbed through his chest. He had long since completed the fundamentals of cultivation. His body was strong and vigorous, his skin as durable as the hide of an old bull. But at this moment, his body felt as though it had been pierced through as easily as a block of tofu. A sword had pierced straight through his heart. He glared at Student Shuhang, but this youth was still carrying the bottle of body-tempering fluid with both hands. Aside from that, there was nothing else in his hands. What is this? Just what is happening? Fresh blood poured out of his chest, absorbed by that invisible sword, dyeing the tip of the sword red. What is this thing? The long-armed man furiously raised his arms, his eyes full of hatred. If he was going to die, then he would drag Student Shuhang to hell together with him. But as he raised his arms halfway, they drooped back down weakly. He felt as though his entire body was feeble, all of his chi, blood and strength had been sapped away by that invisible sword. At that time, in his mind, there were hundreds of thousands of bald monks incessantly chanting the mantra, "Boundless is the sea of bitterness, yet a man who will repent can reach the shore nearby. A wrongdoer achieves salvation as soon as he gives up evil." Irritating. Student Shuhang sucked in a deep breath and forcefully pulled out the black-colored flying sword. A flying sword. Great Master Tong Xian's flying sword. It was fortunate that he had yet to send it back. It was only after obtaining Great Master Tong Xian's permission that Medicine Master and himself were able to see the flying sword. In the eyes of other people, this sword was completely invisible and it was impossible to determine its existence. Of course, if the opponent's strength was far superior to Great Master Tong Xian, then that was a different matter altogether. From the moment they met, Student Shuhang had carried that flying sword in his hands. His original intention was to wait for the man to come closer before looking for an opportunity to stab him. However, Student Shuhang didn't expect that the opponent would just pounce at him without a thought. All Student Shuhang needed to do was to slightly adjust the position of the sword's tip, and have it pointed towards at the long-armed man's heart. Then, with a spurting sound, the enemy's heart was penetrated. It was so simple, and was truly as simple as lifting a finger. He didn't even need to use the stink pill. Flying sword? The long-armed man opened his mouth, and said these two words with difficulty, lifesteal? Having the life of an ordinary person, with the cultivation level of a mortal. Yet he possessed the body-tempering liquid, a flying sword, and has the identity of a senior that even Altar Master is apprehensive of. Only an almighty cultivator of legends would know how to execute lifesteal magic, right? But aren't lifesteal magics just a legend? Student Shuhang didn't care about what the long-armed man was saying. He lifted the black flying sword, and the bloody smell assailed the nose. Even though he had prepared his resolve, this bloody scent still made Student Shuhang feel uncomfortable. After all, he wasn't a demon who killed people like cutting grass. A few days ago, he was merely an ordinary college student. Taking in a deep breath, his true self from the True Self meditation scripture appeared, quelling his urges and returning him back to calmness. "Do you have any last words?" Student Shuhang inquired. The long-armed man opened his mouth to speak. As he spoke, Shuhang's flying sword was once again raised, cutting off his head in one stroke. The long-armed man didn't die in peace with his head separated from his body. His incomplete corpse fell onto the ground. Furthermore, there wasn't a single drop of blood flowing out of his wounds. This flying sword that belonged to Great Master Tong Xian was no ordinary weapon. Killing people without bleeding was one of its basic functions. Yep, I just blurted that out for fun. I'm actually not allowed to listen to your last words. The hand with which Student Shuhang held the sword slightly trembled. His hand felt soft, but he gradually regained composure. This was the first time he took a life. Before this, he hadn't even killed a chicken. This is my resolve. A resolve that was necessary. The long-armed man was the first person to die under his hands, but he wouldn't be the last. If it was possible, he actually preferred to capture this long-armed man alive and find out where the altar master was hiding. It was a pity that he had insufficient strength. The enemy was a cultivator who had opened both his eye and nose acupoints. He didn't have the confidence to subdue an opponent like that. At this point, it was the right decision to kill off the long-armed man. The true self-meditation scripture in his head continued to operate, allowing him to maintain calmness when facing this headless corpse. Gripping the black flying sword in one hand, Student Shuhang carefully moved forward, and began to search the long-armed man's corpse. The opponent didn't have much on him. A bottle of medicinal liquid that assailed the nose, this should be the corpse-dissolving liquid. 3 handleless blades. There was also a tile with a beast head and 3 claw marks engraved into it. This should be the long-armed man's identity or his organization, right? Perhaps this would be a useful clue. Aside from Zhao Yaya's cell phone, there was also over 1,000 RMB in cash. For a cultivator who had opened both eye and nose acupoints, this fellow was really poor. Student Shuhang opened the bottle of medicinal liquid, and poured some on the long-armed man's corpse. A nose-stinging smell was emitted. The long-armed man's corpse and parts of his clothes seemed to evaporate and disappear from this world. Is this a treasure? Student Shuhang kept the corpse-dissolving liquid. Its corroding effect was amazing. Even a first-stage cultivator's body could be dissolved quickly. But it could also be said that it's because it's a corpse which can't activate the qi and blood inside to resist it. But as long as it's used properly, it could be considered a viable weapon for murder, right? In the end, Student Shuhang poured a little more corpse-dissolving liquid onto the enemy's remaining clothes, causing the long-armed man's final traces of existing in this world to be wiped off. After confirming that he hadn't left any traces behind, Student Shuhang carried Zhao Yaya on his back and rushed towards Medicine Master's place. Zhao Yaya had been unconscious for some time. He was a little worried that the long-armed man might have used something like poison, so it would be a good idea for him to bring her to Medicine Master's place for a checkup. Approximately 4 minutes later, Zhao Yaya felt the back of her neck hurting. She felt like she had slept in the wrong position. Furthermore, the bed kept shaking. She snorted several times in dissatisfaction, expressing her resistance to it. But the bed instead shook harder. "Bastard, can you let me sleep properly?" Zhao Yaya angrily opened her eyes, and was surprised to find out that she wasn't sleeping on a bed, and was instead moving quickly on the streets on someone's back. "Aya, oh my mama, what's going on here?" She was shocked, and her sleepiness receded beyond the horizon. Could it be that someone had kidnapped me? Fortunately, she quickly realized that the person carrying her was a person she was very familiar with. She was too familiar with Student Shuhang, and was able to recognize who this person was just after becoming more clear-headed. "Shuhang, where are we?" She lightly patted Student Shuhang's shoulder and said in a gentle voice. Jia, you're awake?" Student Shuhang stopped running and put her down onto the ground. "Are you feeling all right? Do you feel unwell anywhere on your body?" Zhao Yaya creased her brows. "My body is fine, but the back of my neck hurts slightly. By the way, why am I here?" "Jia, you're asking me why you're here? Wasn't it you who called me to come over? I rushed over here and found you lying on a bench on the side of the road in deep sleep. Therefore, I was about to carry you to somewhere where you could sleep." Student Shuhang had a sincere expression as he stared at Zhao Yaya. He didn't lie, it was indeed Zhao Yaya who called him out. Zhao Yaya was also deeply asleep. He was also prepared to carry her to somewhere for a proper sleep. Zhao Yaya stared at Shuhang for a long while, and found that he didn't seem to be lying at all. She carefully tried to recall, but her memories were a total blur. She vaguely remembered that she was going to go out with 3 of her good friends for a few drinks, and that she should already have returned to her residence. Could it be that I drank too much? But I only drank 4 glasses with my friends today, so how could I have gotten drunk? Zhao Yaya rubbed her temple, seemingly vexed. Jia, shall I bring you to the hospital for a checkup? Song Shuhang said with worry. No need for that. Other than my neck feeling rather stiff, I'm totally fine. Just accompany me home, I should be fine after resting for a night. Zhao Yaya rubbed the back of her neck, she felt like she had been struck by a karate chop, how painful. Other than that, there are no further problems with her body. No matter how one puts it, she was a medical student. She herself should be able to make a proper review of her body's condition. I'll accompany you back then. Song Shuhang said with a smile. Zhao Yaya felt that the smile Song Shuhang showed in this moment was really warm, it gave off a very reliable feeling. Shuhang, we haven't met for a day, but you seem to have suddenly grown up. Have I? Maybe you're just seeing things. Song Shuhang indifferently said. Changes? From the moment he raised the sword to chop off the long-armed man's head, his spirit had went through a transformation. After Shuhang left, Rivoli purple mist silhouette appeared on the rooftop of the wedding photo studio. She called Medicine Master, and said lazily, Medicine Master, Shuhang has safely returned. And, Medicine Master, I'm telling you, I'll never give up. Don't keep thinking about sending me on errands, it's no use. With that said, she hung up without waiting for Medicine Master to speak. What I want, I will get. Rivoli purple mist muttered. She jumped off the rooftop, and came to where Song Shuhang had erased the long-armed man's corpse. She formed a spell formula, executing a spell that erased the traces completely. Song Shuhang had done well, but there would still be many traces in the eyes of cultivators who were good at stalking. Rivoli purple mist erased those traces. Song Shuhang can gradually grasp such experience as his cultivation level increased, it was not a big deal. Shuhang escorted Zhao Yaya back safely, and bought food and drinks on the way back for his roommates. Returning to the dorm, he lay in bed. The true self dispersed and the experience of killing the long-armed man replayed in his mind. Some lingering fear, and being somewhat out of sorts, but somewhat of a thrill, just like the happiness brought when he helped others. His 3 roommates were still rowdily screwing people over together. Song Shuhang rested for a short while, then took out the 3 claw marks beast head medallion. Then, he turned on his phone and took a photo of the beast head medallion, and sent it into 9 Provinces number 1 group. Then, he asked in the chat, Seniors, do any of you know which cultivation organization this medallion belongs to? Not long after he sent it, a senior replied. The first to reply was, as expected, the always-online Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator. Haven't seen it before, nor heard of anything similar. I suppose it's an unremarkable small organization from some remote corner? Hearing this, Song Shuhang felt reassured. Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator was the know-it-all in the group. He knew every member's situation like the palm of his hand. If even he hadn't heard of it, then the organization the 3 claw marks beast head medallion represented was not one of the seniors' forces. Song Shuhang was previously worried that the beast head medallion might be a force under a senior in the group, which would make it problematic to take care of. Senior Song, is the organization the medallion represents important? Unexpectedly, Soft Feather was still on it this time. Ever since she returned to Spirit Butterfly Island, she was to meditate and train at night every day no matter what happens. It is pretty important to me. Song Shuhang replied. Then I'll ask my father for you. Soft Feather said excitedly, and then quickly logged off to find Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator inquired again, friend or foe? Foe. Song Shuhang replied concisely. Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator, can you take care of it? Need help or not? Song Shuhang replied, currently looking for their tracks, I have some clues. If I really can't take care of it, then I'll ask you seniors for help. Is Medicine Master still with you? Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator was a bit worried, after all Shuhang had only started cultivation 2 days ago and was weak. Senior Medicine Master is still here, and he might stay for a few more days. Very well then. Northern River's loose cultivator felt a bit relieved. At this time, Soft Feather returned and logged on. Senior Song, my father doesn't know of it either, it should be a second-rate organization. Wait until tomorrow when I've taken care of the Ghost Spirit contract formation, I'll help Senior Song crush that small organization. I'll also be able to test my newly contracted Ghost Spirit's power. With Maiden Soft Feather's cheerful statement, Song Shuhang's mood became a lot better, thank you. After we bulldoze that small organization, we can go near East Sea to search for the mysterious island. I heard someone found the mythical, mysterious floating island, and that person indistinctly saw chirping birds and fragrant flowers. There's also abundant spiritual chi, and even many types of already extinct organisms. It must be thrilling. Soft Feather was already fantasizing, who knew where her thoughts went. Thrice reckless Mad Saber logged in, and seeing the situation, he teased her out of habit, and yet, Maiden Soft Feather, you still have to complete the Ghost Spirit contract first. The battleship model Soft Feather was sunk by a cannon blast. I will give my all tonight with the Ghost Spirit contract formation, the long-legged maiden shouted out. With that said, she quickly logged off. She probably went to battle with the Ghost Spirit contract formation. Northern River's loose cultivator sent a smiley, and said, speaking of which, does any fellow Taoist want to party up and check out the mysterious island near the East Sea that Maiden Soft Feather mentioned earlier? As Northern River's loose cultivator's words were sent, many of the lurking seniors in the group appeared one after another, starting to discuss forming a party to go on a raid at the mysterious island. The group became lively. Song Shuhang swiped the phone screen, and unconsciously smiled. Beep beep beep. At this time, someone suddenly private messaged Shuhang. Song Shuhang clicked it open and found that it was Maiden Soft Feather who'd logged off earlier. Senior Song, did something happen to you today? I feel that you're acting a bit strange. Soft Feather asked very concernedly. A bit strange? Song Shuhang doubtfully scrolled through his chat log from start to finish, but he absolutely could not find any strange aspects in his messages. He scratched his head. To sense that his condition was different today from just that, was this the legendary magical sixth sense of a woman? If it's something that happened, then it would be that I killed someone today. Song Shuhang thought over it briefly, then entered these words lightly with his keyboard. I cut off his head with my own hands in a slash, watching his head fly. Remembering it now, it's like dreaming, all so unrealistic. For unknown reasons, Song Shuhang felt relieved after entering those words, as if a rock that pressed down on his heart had been moved away. It's Senior's first time taking a life? Do you regret it? Soft Feather replied quickly. In her mind, she recalled the scene of her father, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, consoling her after she had killed for the first time. She did not understand how to console someone else, but she could imitate the process of how her father had consoled her, and put what she had learned to good use. I don't regret it. Song Shuhang entered these 3 words affirmably. Even if he went back in time, he would still swing the sword without hesitation. I've seen Senior's resolve and the beliefs behind that strike. Senior Song, you needn't think too much. Now, you only need to remember why you swung your sword, solidifying the belief you had when you swung. As long as your belief is firm and right, then it is a regretless choice. No need to pressure yourself, I will always support you from behind. Soft Feather said considerately. As she entered those words, her face seemed to glow with the radiance of a goddess. Thank you. Song Shuhang showed a gentle smile. Soft Feather's consolation seemed awkward. Song Shuhang felt like he was facing a senior. However, her kind intentions were fully received by Song Shuhang. You're welcome, senior. I'm off to battle with the contract formation now. When I complete the contract, I'll find Senior and we'll explore the mysterious island. With that said, Soft Feather logged off, satisfied. Being able to help Senior Song, she was very happy. At this moment, in another area on Spirit Butterfly Island, Venerable Spirit Butterfly looked at the dialogue between his daughter and Song Shuhang, and already cried till he fainted in the toilet. Venerable Spirit secretly logged onto her daughter's account again around 3 o'clock in the morning. Song Shuhang already fell asleep, but his mental energy activated now and then. This was the mental energy technique Vigilance. Due to his maintaining of the Vigilance technique during the day, his body acquired a habit shortly. So, even in sleep, his body would activate mental energy, and maintain a state of vigilance. All of this, even he himself did not notice. Half-conscious, Song Shuhang heard his phone ring. He quickly opened his eyes, and turned it to silent mode in case it disturbed his roommates who were sleeping soundly. He then picked up the phone and looked at the incoming display. It was an unknown number, the prefix area code was Huaxi region. Is it a scam call? Song Shuhang habitually pressed the answer button. Chit-chatting with scammers was something Shuhang and his roommates really liked to do. Especially Li Yongda, this guy, like all programming apes, was the classic cold on the outside but hot on the inside type. His voice-teasing methods were endless. During every encounter with a female scammer, his battle power was 3 times the normal and the female scammer would end up crying, Is this fellow Taoist stressed by a mountain of books? A young male voice came from the phone. Not a liar, stressed by a mountain of books was his chat name, and on top of that, being addressed as fellow Taoist, was it a senior in 9 provinces #1 group? Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes, and immediately cleared his mind. Hello, it's me. Little friend, were you sleeping? I'll keep things short. The young voice laughed softly. I am from the 9 provinces #1 group, and I got your number from Brother Medicine Master. I mainly wanted to ask you about the 3 claw marks beast head medallion you sent last night. Senior, you have information about that organization? Song Shuhang was completely awake now. I do know a little, but it's information from over 40 years ago. 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master softly explained, 43 years ago, I was drifting around the world. During that, I passed by a village in the east region of Huaxia. At that time, every single person in the village was cruelly killed as blood sacrifices. There wasn't a single person left alive. All of that was done for the purpose of manufacturing hatred, and to create angry ghosts. These are the methods used by the ghost cultivators of the evil way. Back then, I was extremely angered and took an oath to completely destroy those evil ways ghost cultivators. Following that, I chased their trail for a long time and regretfully only managed to cut down several insignificant ghost cultivator subordinates. However, I found a beast-headed tile with 3 claw marks from their bodies. When 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master was younger, he was a man full of righteousness. He was the type that was overflowing with justice. Furthermore, he had a rash personality when he was younger. Whenever he came across injustice, he liked to make oaths. For example, this case of the evil path's ghost cultivators murdering a village. He made a great oath, and swore to the heavens that he would completely destroy those evil path's ghost cultivators who manufactured angry ghosts. Back then, he had made several thousand great oaths like this. Right now, there was a small notebook in his hand specially for recording the great oaths he made when he was younger. An oath by a cultivator had the heavens as their witness and couldn't be taken lightly. Once the oath was taken, one had to find a way to complete it. Otherwise, if their spirit couldn't be at peace, it would produce inner demons that would impact their future cultivation advancements. The current 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master was so swamped with all kinds of oaths that he had made when he was younger that he had to hold back his tears. He was striving hard to complete the oaths he made, but why were there still so many oaths in the notebook? For a period of time, 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master truly wished for the ability to go back in time so he could give 300 slaps to his younger self who had proudly made great oaths way too much. He wanted to make his younger self wake up a little, and stop him from giving his future self so many burdens. Going back to the original topic. I heard from Brother Medicine Master, you've got a clue about the ghost cultivators who use a beast-headed tile with claw marks? 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master inquired. There are some small clues, and it's all thanks to Senior Medicine Master's help as well. If all goes well, I will be able to find the approximate location of the organization's altar master. Song Shuhang answered. He only got the intelligence regarding altar master from the long-armed man this night. That's wonderful. All these evil paths ghost practitioners must be put to death. It's a pity that I'm in the Huaxi region now, and am occupied with some matters. I can't go there to help you. 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master felt rather depressed, then said, therefore, little friend, send me your mailing address. Tomorrow I will send you some talismans through a courier. I hope that they will be of help to you. Talismans? Song Shuhang immediately thought of the dazzling golden talisman that Soft Feather flung out when she was fighting the spirit ghost. Finally, fellow Daoist Impetuously's high pressure, a Dao name is a cultivator's face. Your Dao name is rather awkward and isn't smooth to say. It's better to change Dao names. Remember to send me your mailing address, I will have it delivered to you in a short while. With that said, 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master hung up the call. He was afraid that Song Shuhang would reject his kind intentions. Song Shuhang. Empty Books High Pressure is just my chat account nickname, it's not my Dao name. Perhaps I should change my nickname? Otherwise, everybody would think that this is my Dao name, and when I meet them in the future they would address me as fellow Daoist Empty Books High Pressure, or Senior Empty Books High Pressure or something. My conscience will hurt just from hearing this. Afterwards, Song Shuhang opened the messaging app, typed in his mailing address, and sent it to 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master. The fact was, 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master didn't need to hang up so quickly. Song Shuhang wasn't the kind of person who would feign to impress. He knew the disparity between him and the enemy's altar master in terms of strength. Right now, it didn't matter if it was sending aid in terms of talismans or having someone personally come down to help, Song Shuhang definitely wouldn't reject kindness from anyone. When the matter concerns life and death, what's the use of face? I wonder what kind of talismans 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master will send as aid? It's talismans. Soft Feather's golden talisman paper, flinging one out could totally oppress 2 spirit ghosts. It possessed great might. To Song Shuhang, this was undoubtedly timely help. June 7th, under the scorching sun. Every year, this period was the most bitter and nervous time for high schoolers as the college entrance exams for Huaxia were all arranged to begin on this exact day. Yet at this period every year, Jiangnan University City would take joy in their misfortune by having a sports competition. It embodied the deep malice the executives of Jiangnan University possessed towards these high schoolers. Amongst the competitions, the 5 kilometers men's run would begin in the morning of the first day of the sports competition. As a participant, Song Shuhang woke up very early in the morning. He was intending to stretch his body, so he might as well casually take first place or something, right? The moment he got up from his bed, he touched the black flying sword which he had placed on the side of the bed. Flying swords were treasures which blood cannot stick onto, yet Shuhang had the misperception of smelling blood from it. Sure enough, it wasn't a dream. Song Shuhang said to himself. Yesterday was his first time chopping someone. In addition, what he chopped off was the head. The scene of the long-armed man's head flying up into the air was still imprinted in his mind. As it was the first kill he had made in his life, the long-armed man's face would remain in Song Shuhang's mind for a long time. Next up will be the altar master. Song Shuhang gripped the flying sword. The enemy mistakenly believed that he was an expert, and was so frightened to the point that he withdrew from the Jiangnan region. However, Song Shuhang couldn't risk his family's safety by entrusting his hopes on an enemy's misunderstanding. If he doesn't settle this issue, Song Shuhang would remain troubled and worried. Luckily, there would be clues by this afternoon. After getting off the bed and washing up, Song Shuhang opened the door of the dormitory, intending to go exercise. The moment he opened the door, he noticed a large man who wore a suit standing outside with a wide smile. This man looks very familiar. Who is he? Student Shuhang, we meet again. I'm little Zhang from Feng Shou Courier with another package for you. The large man in the suit tried hard to show an amiable smile. I remember now, it's Feng Shou Courier's Mr. Sima Jiang. The last time he received a package, Song Shuhang didn't know who he was and thought he was just a deliverman, so he casually addressed him as Little Jiang. Back then, Sima Jiang's mouth involuntarily twitched. He was considered a man of character, being addressed as Little Jiang was too appalling. However, this time he addressed himself as Little Jiang. In a span of 3 days, there were 2 courier deliveries from 2 different senders, and both senders had frightening identities. As of now, he was fine with being referred to as Little Jiang. Don't mention Little Jiang, even becoming Little Jiang or Little Jiang wouldn't be a problem. After seeing Sima Jiang, Song Shuhang immediately thought of the package 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master said that he would send. A package that was sent at midnight arrived a little after 6 in the morning? What kind of godly speed is this? Good morning Little Jiang, is this another urgent express delivery via air travel? Song Shuhang asked. Yes, it's an express delivery via air travel package from the Huaxi region. I was personally sent to fly an aeroplane to receive the package during the night and had it sent at the fastest speeds to your hands, Student Song Shuhang. I hope that I haven't held you up. Sima Jiang took out a package that was the size of a cell phone box from his chest pocket. With layers upon layers of packaging, it was tightly sealed. You didn't hold me up, and you came at the perfect time. Thanks for your trouble, where shall I sign? Song Shuhang trusted this courier personnel Little Jiang, for he had delivered the previous package without anything missing. Please sign right here. Sima Jiang handed over a pen. While signing, Shuhang recalled the black iron flying sword that belonged to Great Master Tong Xian, and casually asked, by the way, Little Jiang, in a few days I may have a package I want to send, so when that happens I'll contact you. Once he settles the matter with Altar Master in a few days, he will have Great Master Tong Xian's sword sent back to its original owner. Feng Shou Courier service was amazingly good, so Song Shuhang naturally thought of using them. Where is it to be sent to? Do you need me to fly over there for express delivery? Sima Jiang happily said with his eyes lit up. It's fine and there's no need for that. The receiver doesn't need it urgently, so standard delivery is more than enough. Alright then, I'll contact you in a few days when I want to send it. Song Shuhang, no problem, you may contact me at any time, 24/7. Sima Jiang wore a smile, his service level was at 5 stars and was super liked. Song Shuhang held onto the package and wondered what the talisman sent by 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master would be like. Shuhang looked for somewhere secluded, and opened the package. Within the small box were a pile of dark golden talisman papers. Each talisman paper was painted with mysterious golden red colored talisman symbols and arrays. There was also a note from the 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master introducing the functions of these talismans. There were a total of 20 talisman papers. The top 5 papers were armor talismans. Like the name, the talisman holds energy which would be activated to form a layer of protection around the body. It could block an attack from a cultivator of 3rd stage and below. The method to use it was extremely simple. All that's needed was to use one's thumb to press against the center of the talisman paper's array and use mental energy to guide the spirit chi in the talisman, then finally to softly chant the word armor. The protective armor will be summoned just like this. With 5 talismans, every piece could be used once. When used properly, it could protect Song Shuhang 5 times. The next 5 talismans were the sword talismans. This talisman was an attack type, when method of using it is the same as the armor talisman, and to activate it one just needs to softly say, sword instead of armor. Once it's activated, it could send out a sword attack on the level of a 3rd stage, Ho Tian Battle Emperor, easily capable of breaking rocks and hacking mountains. For an ordinary 2nd stage, true master cultivator, if they don't possess special means or defenses, one sword attack would kill them or at the very least leave them barely alive. The one with the highest quantity were the 10 Exorcism talismans. According to 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master's note, as the enemy were Evil Path's ghost cultivators, they could control ghost-type evil creatures to attack, which could catch people off guard. Ghost-type evil creatures are immune to ordinary physical attacks, and there are some which possess invisibility or other stealth abilities. To cultivators who lack strength, they are opponents which are a headache. These 10 exorcism talismans will help Shuhang get rid of the enemy's ghost-type evil creatures. Song Shuhang gripped the box of talismans dearly. 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master wasn't just providing the necessary coal for the cold winter, but he basically provided a one-stop service for clothes, food, and shelter as well. This is truly an unexpected blessing. Song Shuhang gripped on a talisman. With these talismans, he even had the confidence to face the altar master. However, it goes without saying that he wouldn't do something as silly as charging straight at the enemy with the talisman in hand. As long as he could get rid of the altar master, he was willing to play foul. All he needed was results, the process didn't matter, he just needed the enemy dead. Carefully keeping the talisman, he thought. Everything is prepared, all that's left is the east wind. Everything is prepared, all that's left is the east wind, is a famous quote by Zhuge Liang in the classic Romance of the Three Kingdoms, meaning everything is ready other than one crucial item. 7:30 a.m. in the morning. Jiangnan University City sports competition officially began. Before it began, the headmaster of the school made a customary speech. The headmaster's speech was a very mysterious matter. Regardless of how advanced technology is, it remains eternally immutable. Usually with the opening words of, "Let me keep things short," and experiencing countless, "Let me keep things short," the students were all tortured into a state of dizziness and intoxication. After wishing for the ability to fly away and wishing for death, the sports competition finally began. The men's 5 kilometers run began at 8:40 a.m. Under the encouragement of his 3 roommates and 8 other male students he had rather good relations with, Song Shuhang got onto the racetrack. All his roommates and classmates wore smug smiles. They absolutely weren't here to cheer on Shuhang, but rather, they had come to watch him get exhausted. It'll be for the best if he ends up running till his knees weaken and he pukes on the spot, for that would be a great spectacle. The 5 kilometers run was a torture competition. 1 lap around the track was 400 m, and a total of 12.5 laps was needed to complete the race. It was a totally strenuous and unrewarding competition event, and lacked the excitement which the 100-meter sprint possessed. It wasn't as cheerful as the man-woman mixed relay. The distance was long, the tempo was slow, spectators were few and there were even fewer chicks watching. Without chicks watching, the male students in the competition lacked motivation even more. The other contestants chose a spot to stand, and Song Shuhang got onto his spot while yawning. Student Shuhang, Zhao. At this time, a crisp voice was heard, "Do your best to get first place." Zhao, is a cheer which means the same thing as ganbat, the closest translation is, "Do your best." The sweet voice was extremely pleasing to the ears. Song Shuhang raised his head, looked over and saw the chick who had recently been sticking close to him waving at him with a youthful smile on her face. By her side were 4 ladies. It seemed like they just watched some other event and just happened to pass by this place. Her name should be Lu Fei? Song Shuhang laughed out loud, and raised a thumb in her direction. His roommates and classmates immediately took this opportunity to heckle. Pinching their throats, Tubo and Gao Momu shouted in unison in the same style as Lu Fei, Student Shuhang, Zhao. Do your best to get first place. The others around them also shouted while pinching their throats. Song Shuhang turned back and pointed both middle fingers at them. Why don't you guys go kill yourselves? At this time, a tanned and robust student standing beside Song Shuhang sneered at him. Hee, first place? Pretty boy, you think the 5 kilometers run is won by using your face? While saying that, the student showed off his muscular thighs. These were big thighs which could only be drilled out through long-term training. When he compared himself to the pretty boy, little white face, beside him who had thin arms and legs, don't mention 5 kilometers, it'd be weird if Shuhang could even run 1 kilometer. Pretty boy, little white face? Are you referring to me? Song Shuhang asked while touching his own face. Due to the effects of the body-tempering liquid, his skin had indeed turned quite fair. As it turns out, being handsome really brings about trouble? Shuhang inwardly nodded, then casually returned with another question. Are you envious of my skin? Envious your ass. Why would I envy a pretty boy, little white face, like you? The tanned student felt blood rushing to the veins on his forehead and surfacing. Student over there, please don't mind him. This tanned fellow is jealous that you have a chick cheering for you. Anyway, you're also forced by your class to compete, right? On the other side, was a slightly chubby guy who looked like a long-time reclusive student. Introduced himself with a smile. I'm Yang Shangfa, I'm in computer science. You could put it that way, as there's nobody who chose to participate in the 5 kilometers run and I took leave at the time. I became the participant for this 5 kilometers run. I'm Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang replied with a smile. Oh, a person who had misfortune befallen upon him as well. Yang Shangfa had tears in his eyes. While they spoke, the teacher who was responsible for triggering the starting pistol said in a deep voice, all contestants, ready. All of the contestants took up the starting position. Disgusting pretty boy, little white face, I will make you understand what it means to do the 5 kilometers run. In this competition I will outrun you by a whole street. The tanned student said with clenched teeth. Outrun me by a whole street? A whole street is at least 800 m long, which means you'll outrun me by at least 2 laps? After pondering, Song Shuhang considerately advised, yep, it's impossible, give up. Pfft. The chubby Yang Shangfa couldn't resist laughing out loud. The tanned student clenched his teeth so hard they nearly broke. Bang! The starting pistol was blown. The tanned student madly shuttled forward at 100-meter sprint speeds. He had great endurance. His standards for long-distance running was way beyond ordinary college student standards. In this type of campus sports competition, he had enough endurance to first sprint the 100 m to create a despairing distance between him and the other contestants, then maintain this distance to the very end as first place. Humph, get shocked, pretty boy. Outrunning you by a whole street was just polite speech. If I really want to display my strength, I would outrun a pretty boy like you by at least 4 laps. The tanned student proudly said in his heart. For a 5 kilometers run, everyone usually needed to pace themselves accordingly. No one would just charge forward recklessly at 100 m sprinting speeds. As a result, this allowed the tanned student to leave the other participants in the dust. How's that, pretty face? You're in despair, aren't you? The tanned student confidently turned around to see how far the pretty boy had been left behind. This fellow had such fair skin, he should be at the back of the line eating dust, right? Yet, when he turned around, he found the pretty boy just 1 meter behind him, following closely behind him without fail. This pretty boy had actually sprinted alongside him? Huh? Are you an idiot? The race has just begun and you use sprinting speeds to keep up with me. With that physique of yours, you would probably be exhausted after a single lap. The tanned student said with clenched teeth. Sprinting? Song Shuhang stared blankly at him, then revealed a warm smile and said, "Nah, not at all, I'm just running at ordinary speeds, you don't need to worry about me. You look so fierce, I didn't expect you to be so caring to others." Caring your grandfather. The tanned student was extremely angered inside. Damn gigolo with a sharp mouth, let's see how long you can persevere for. I hope you won't collapse after a single lap. The tanned student clenched his teeth, estimated his stamina, then increased his speed slightly. This pretty boy was definitely an amateur at long-distance running, but even so, he couldn't let Shuhang overtake him. So he must shake Shuhang off, and leave him far behind. The tanned student once again sprinted. He sprinted for approximately 100 meters. He felt that he was at the predicted level of exhaustion and that it was time for him to lower his pace. Sprinting for such a long distance, the amateur pretty boy must be left far behind by now, right? As he thought that, he turned around to check. Once he turned back, his eyes opened so wide like they could drop out of his sockets. The pretty boy should have been left far behind by him was still sticking closely behind him by a meter without fail. This feeling was like going through a play where someone is supposed to have died, yet despite dying several times he still wasn't dead. How is this possible? Am I hallucinating? The tanned student murmured. Chapter 79 Second place. Is yours. Since Song Shuhang and the dark-skinned student both sprinted, they were already one lap ahead of the other athletes, leading by a wide margin. This is not real, right? Since when does Song Shuhang run so fast and have so much endurance? Lin Tubo was the first who doubted his eyes, shouting in exaggeration. This is the power of love. Gao Momo pushed his glasses as the cold lens reflected the sunlight. Li Yongda subconsciously glanced at Lu Fei, the chick who cheered Shuhang on, not far from him. Next to Lu Fei, a girl with shoulder-length hair suddenly brightened her eyes. Say, Fei, Student Shuhang was the guy showing off his muscles on the track, no? He should be the one. Lu Fei faintly sensed a crisis coming. The scorching summer was still long. If she didn't make a move and more people discovered Shuhang's merits, would someone snatch him away? If he were the one showing off his muscles on the track, then this speed is still not his fastest, right? The shoulder-length hair said quietly. She remembered that the male on the track ran countless laps all at sprinting speed. The dark-skinned student felt his worldview collapse. After sprinting for so long, this toy boy's face wasn't flushed, and his breathing was not heavy. It seemed to be easy for him. Impossible, this guy must be forcing himself. Sprinting like this consumed a lot of stamina. He felt like he could endure no longer, so the toy boy should also collapse very soon. The dark-skinned student gritted his teeth, and slowed down his pace a little. Even for him, it was impossible to sprint 5,000 meters. Fellow student, your speed slowed down a bit. At this rate, you're never going to outrun me by an entire street. Song Shuhang's calm voice came from behind him. Huff huff, what do you mean? The dark-skinned student panted like a cow. If you decrease your pace, I'll pass you. Song Shuhang gave a friendly reminder. As he said, he increased his pace until there was half a meter between the two. Huff huff, I was just adjusting my breathing. I'll put my best foot forward, just you watch, it won't be just a street, it'll be at least 2 or more, the dark-skinned student said ferociously and gritted his teeth, immersing himself in sprinting again. He could endure it. Based on his stamina, sprinting around 3 laps then slowing down to rest would be possible. Even if he surpassed when he slowed down, on the last 3 laps, he'd have stored enough stamina to take back the first place. Now, the most important thing was to completely outrun the pretty boy in these 3 laps, showing him the difference between them, the difference between a master sportsman and a mere toy boy. Ho! The dark-skinned student bolted crazily again, and spit flew everywhere. The distance between him and Shuhang was once again pulled apart to a meter. Song Shuhang's eyes contained gratification. He followed behind the dark-skinned student once again and sped up to the same speed, maintaining exactly 1 meter of distance, no more and no less. Sigh, why did the dark-skinned guy and Song Shuhang sprint frantically from the start? At this rate, they won't endure for the entire 5,000 meters, right? Shuhang's classmate asked doubtfully. The way the dark-skinned guy runs feels kinda disgusting. The dark-skinned student bolted frantically like a crazy deer, and his flying saliva made him look like he was frothing at the mouth. Very soon, they had run 3 laps. The dark-skinned student felt his stamina level was at a critical point, but when he turned, he could still see the toy boy following tightly behind him by a meter, not shaken off at all. How is it possible, huff huff, why can you still keep up with me? The dark-skinned student lost his self-control. A pretty face like you, huff huff, why haven't you collapsed? Hurry up and collapse. Why was this guy so good at running? And why was he so full of stamina? Fellow student, it's only been a little more than 3 laps, there are more laps to go, why have you slowed down? Song Shuhang's voice sounded once again. Stop kidding, you should be very tired, huff huff, stop forcing yourself, hurry up and collapse, the dark-skinned student shouted. I won't collapse, I feel that I can still run for a long time. Song Shuhang warmly smiled, besides, you should still have stamina. Want me to help you out? What do you mean? Huff huff, you bastard. The dark-skinned student said furiously, he felt as if he was being ridiculed. Song Shuhang took a light breath and formed his mental energy, using mental oppression towards the dark-skinned student. This was a mental trick used to intimidate the opponent. However, Song Shuhang controlled the level of mental intimidation. It would not be like last time where the beautiful teacher was so scared she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. At this time, the dark-skinned student felt a ferocious evil beast chasing him with the desire to eat him. Aw! He shouted uncannily, and bolted with every effort. So terrifying, so terrifying. As expected, you can still run, and run very fast at that. People always are held back by sloth. What makes people stop is not the body's fatigue, but their consciousness that limits their body. They think that can only sprint a certain distance, so they slow down their steps. In reality, they can still run very fast. Song Shuhang followed behind the dark-skinned student, and gave up a professional evaluation. I did another good thing, how delightful. Come on, do your best, you're the man who's going to outrun me by an entire street. Song Shuhang cheered on the dark-skinned student from behind. Ah, the dark-skinned student shouted. Tears, sweat, snot, and saliva blurred his face, making him look exceptionally tragic. And, Shuhang still followed from a meter behind. 1 lap, after another, yet another lap, and yet another lap. Fear can stimulate one's physical limits. The dark-skinned student had all his potential released. 5,000 meters distance did not seem so far with the add-on named fear. Everyone stared agape at the dark-skinned student who bolted like a mad beast. If he continued sprinting like this, would he break the world record? Sprinting, his legs knew not of fatigue. The dark-skinned student felt his legs were already numb. Within his abdomen was overwhelming sickness that made him want to puke. This was the fastest he's ever run in his life. It was also the most tiring and most painful time. But, hard work always pays off. There was only half a lap left. He was the winner. He was faster than the pretty boy. Even if it was only by a meter. The dark-skinned student was almost frothing at the mouth. It was only a few more steps before the finish line. He had already passed the third-place athlete by 3 laps. this was a surprising record. "I'm the ultimate winner," the dark-skinned student summoned his remaining strength, throwing himself like a hungry wolf towards the finish line. Only a few dozen meters left, a distance for sprinting. The fruits of victory were within reach. Right at this moment, as he was about to sprint to the finish line, a silhouette rushed past him, whooshing like a howling hurricane. Such ferocious agility. It was too fast, even he could not see who the other person was. It wasn't until the other person stood at the finish line with both arms raised that he saw who it was. The dark-skinned student instantly felt his heart throb in pain. It was the pretty boy. At this last moment, his opponent ran explosively and composedly, reaching the finish line faster than he did. "I originally thought it wasn't a big deal to let you have the first place, but I promised my friends I'd win, so unfortunately, I can't give you this first place." At the finish line, the toy boy turned his head and laughed heartily, giving him a thumbs up. "But you were a great opponent, come on, second place is yours. Second place is yours. It's yours." At this moment, the dark-skinned student felt crushed. Oof, he could no longer endure the overwhelming sickness in his abdomen. At the same time, when he'd lost the faith in achieving first place, his legs went soft. Sprinting so fast, he did not step firmly, tripping and falling to the ground. Under the momentum of sprinting, his entire body dragged along for quite some distance. At this time, the dark-skinned student was only 3 to 5 steps away from the finish line. But, this distance for him right now was the distance between heaven and earth, an insurmountable gap. Student Shuhang scratched the back of his head and sighed, "What a pity." Just like a migratory bird that didn't collapse on the way, but collapsed on the beach before the final destination, he was a great opponent. The dark-skinned student's eyes finally went dark, and he fainted. There were 3 different tracks where the men's 5 kilometers run was held, and the contestants were split into either of the 3 tracks. There were many departments in Jiangnan University, and by forcing every class to at least send 1 participant, every track still needed to be used about 10 times to complete the competition. By allocating the ranks according to the contestants' timings, there would be no next round. Because another round would kill people. According to previous records, it takes approximately 30 minutes to complete the run once, so the whole 5 kilometers run competition could be finished within 4 to 5 hours. However, though extraordinary participants were seen every year, this year had unusually more. The first was Student Shuhang and the tan student completing the race at sprinting speeds, though the tan student was 3 steps off from the finish line. Then there was the appearance of another extraordinaire, the fatty Yang Shangfa, who classified himself as a fellow who was also pushed down the cliff, like Student Shuhang. In the beginning of the competition, he jogged at speeds like he just had a meal, securing his place at the last of the pack. Approximately 3 laps after, he could bear it no longer, and his face was pale. Then, from slow jog he changed to scampering, then slow walk, then to turtle shifting. After shifting for some distance, he even had to hold on to his waist to catch a breath. With such stamina, it's a wonder what his classmates were thinking when they actually applied him for the 5 kilometers competition. 25 minutes later, the rest of the contestants on the track had completed the 5 kilometers run. However, student Yang Shangfa was still running, walking, and stopping. At this point, his total mileage was merely 2.1 kilometers. Furthermore, his face was pale, and his lips were turning green. He looked like he may have to be sent to the hospital at any time. The teacher who was in charge of being the umpire couldn't bear watching anymore. "Hey, student, the competition can end now, it doesn't matter if you can't finish the run. Being able to run up till now shows that you have perseverance." However, student Yang Shangfa replied the teacher this, "Teacher, I'm a man who finishes what he starts, I will definitely complete the 5 kilometers. Even if I have to crawl, I'll crawl till the finish line." This fellow had a temper that could be like a donkey when he gets stubborn, no one could pull him down. The eyes of the teacher immediately moistened. Bastard, even if you want to finish what you start, you should consider the situation. There are still 9 more rounds of this event. If you continue shifting like this, what time will you finish? In the end, just how long did student Yang Shangfa shift till? The answer is an entire hour. Add on to that the previous 25 minutes, he had shifted for a whole hour and 25 minutes. The other tracks were already executing their 4th round. The teacher who was in charge really cried. After Song Shuhang finished the run, he received the exuberant and messy cheers from his friends. Shuhang, it's truly impossible to tell, since when have you become this adept at running? The first place of the 5 kilometers run, we've definitely got it. Someone hammered Shuhang's back with force. What I want to know is, are cheers from pretty girls really so effective? You and that tan fellow were totally dashing the whole way. Beauties are definitely effective, which is why all large-scale international competitions have cheerleading squads filled with beauties. Song Shuhang forced a smile as he received all kinds of playful punches and pats from his friends. After a long while, Li Yangda pulled him to a side. There's news from the medicine shops you asked me to look around at. Li Yangda said with a smile. He handed over the locations of 4 medicine shops. These 4 medicine shops all possess the medicinal ingredients your friend is looking for. Amongst them, the Yuan Long Medicinal Drug Store holds the most. They have all of the ingredients you need. It's a coincidence that this store had just sold these 4 medicinal ingredients yesterday. Apparently, the person who bought them had placed an order for even more of these medicinal ingredients. The shopkeeper is in the middle of importing them. If your friend is in a rush for them, then seize this opportunity to place an order, and you may be able to make it in time for when the goods are imported. Thank you, Yangda. Song Shuhang received the addresses of the 4 medicine shops, and his gaze shifted to the address of Yuan Long Medicinal Drug Store. They just sold some yesterday, then ordered a larger quantity. These 4 uncommon herbs were rarely used by people, and even if they used it, they would only use 1 or 2 of these 4 types. To order all 4 and in large quantity meant that there was over a 70% chance that it was the altar master. A lead has been found. You're welcome. Remember that when the sports competition ends, the 10 fragrances fish head. Once Li Yangda thought of that restaurant that served fish heads, his mouth was filled with saliva. It'll be all on me, I assure you that you'll have your fill. Yangda, I need to contact the shopkeeper of this medicine shop immediately. No, I better make a trip to his shop right away. If I don't come back tonight, you guys need not wait for me. Song Shuhang said with a smile. It's that urgent? Li Yangda smiled and waved, go early and return early then. Song Shuhang then waved goodbye to Tubo and the others, kept the paper with the addresses, and quickly left the racetrack. He wasn't even interested about attending the award ceremony. Li Yangda scratched his head. For him to rush like this, is it for a close friend? Soon after Song Shuhang left, Lu Fei and the other ladies walked towards Tubo and the others. She looked over the guys, and couldn't find Shuhang. Puzzled, she asked, where's student Shuhang? That brat Shuhang had to attend to a matter and left first. Does student Lu Fei need him for something? Tubo moved over and replied with a serious face. Nothing, I just wanted to congratulate him. Although the overall result hasn't been revealed, I believe that student Shuhang is the champion of the 5 kilometers run. Lu Fei generously smiled. As she spoke, she constantly waved her white and soft little hands. It's so hot, Grandpa's son is exceedingly passionate today. This made her reminisce the feeling of freeloading the cool air around Song Shuhang. It was 100 times more comfortable than air conditioning. Therefore, at least during this scorching summer, she had to find a way to stick to Shuhang all the time, and perhaps they can break up during winter? That brat Shuhang had some urgent matters to attend to, so he left school. I believe that he would be very happy receiving student Lu Fei's congratulations. Gao Mumu pushed up his spectacles, and said, in addition, Shuhang also said that when the sports competition ends, he would treat everybody to 10 fragrances fish head to celebrate. Student Lu Fei, would you be free to join us? Li Yongda gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Gao Momu, what you just did was damn amazing. Can I go too? Lu Fei had a face of astonishment, then she said with a refreshed smile, sure, call me when the time comes, I'll definitely go. Then it is decided. Gao Momu pushed his spectacles. Shuhang, big brother can only help you this much. Shuhang first returned to the dormitory, and carefully retrieved Great Master Tong Xian's black iron flying sword. This sword was incorporeal and invisible to others, and was perfect for sneak attacks. Perhaps it might be of use in this trip. Next, he brought a bottle of body-tempering liquid, and the secluded grain pill which had only been used once. The body-tempering liquid wasn't only used for cultivating. In critical moments, it could also be used to replenish strength. The secluded grain pill was able to provide the nutrition to survive at any time as well. After packing these things, he picked up something that was as big as a flashlight. This was the stun baton which had been modified by Tubo. Its effectiveness was unknown, but having it would make Shuhang feel more at ease. Lastly, he carefully picked up the talismans which 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master had sent as aid. These 20 talismans were like a compass, allowing Shuhang, whose heart felt like it was in a rough sea, to maintain calmness when he ends up facing the Altar Master. In this trip, his main objective was to find the tracks of the Altar Master, and confirm the enemy's location. If the enemy was in a bad state, and there's an opportunity to take him down, then he would grab it and eliminate him. With the talismans from 7 Lives Talisman Mansion Master, even if Shuhang failed, he would at least be able to preserve his life. If he fails, then he would use the spirit ghost as a reward, and ask the seniors in the group for help. Either way, the Altar Master and his gang must be destroyed. No matter what, he was at an undefeatable position. Since he can't lose, then he should strive for the most perfect victory.